Date point. 10th year, 3rd month, 3rd week, AV. Maruki Station. Uncharted system, deep space. Kirk. I don't like this. You are perfectly safe. Nothing between me and vacuum but force fields? Fuck that, dude. How could one engage in Frederick paused. No, wait. This is vulgarity for punctuation and emphasis, isn't it? Hey, he's finally getting it. Miracles do happen. Rook had so much peripheral vision that they could almost see behind themselves, so it was easy for Kirk to spot Frederick's irritated glance in his direction. Kirk himself was meandering along the front of their little trio, examining the station. Lewis was in an irreconcilably foul mood, and hadn't appreciated being pulled out of his sulk, nor climbing into a pan-species pressure rig, little more than a lightweight pack on his chest that encased him in a force field and kept the proper O2/CO2 balance. The device was absolutely foolproof, designed to shut down only when it detected a breathable atmosphere, but that didn't stop Lewis from fidgeting and adjusting it nervously, as if it might fall off at any second and strand him. Humans really did hate force fields. That fact always bemused Kirk. They would trust their lives completely to steel and aluminium, which might develop stress fractures and leaks, but force fields, the product of ultra-dependable solid-state electronic components, left them nervous and sweating. What are we even here for anyway? Lewis asked, through the life vest built-in communicator and translator. The last time I was here, Kirk replied, I was able to use Sanctuary's nanofactory to repair the power systems, and the station's own nanofactory. I left it with instructions. Instructions to what? Frederick asked. Fix the station, Lewis said. Even Kirk ranted on him. Lewis, you are right, but how did you know? He demanded. Lewis rubbed his chin with his thumb, then aimed that same thumb at part of the wall. Hull breach, recently patched and welded. We're past 6 or 7 now, and you've inspected every one. Plus, what else are you going to tell a busted-ass station to do with itself? Crochet some nice doilies and bake an apple pie? What are doilies and apple pie, please? Frederick asked. Doilies are, like, little fancy decorative cloth things, and apple pie is... You take the fruit of an apple tree and a bunch of sugar... Dude, it's not important. I'd still like to know, Frederick pleaded. Lewis hesitated, then shrugged and sighed, giving up. Okay, so, you need a bunch of ingredients. Flour, sugar, butter... Kirk turned away to hide his amusement as he continued to inspect the repairs. They needed to be perfect. The station's back had broken during its crash landing, and while Kirk had no plans ever to launch it again, Maruki still needed to be airtight and spaceworthy. He listened idly as Lewis explained apple pie to Frederick, including his reassurances that the ingredients that would have been unpalatable to Gunvrag all had vegan and gluten-free alternatives. For some reason, the whole concept of baking seemed to fascinate Frederick. So, what's the verdict? Lewis asked eventually. All of these are acceptable, Kirk conceded. I think we must assume that all the others will be also. Good. Sooner we get our asses behind a fucking pressure hole, the happier I'll be. This way, then. Kirk indicated a door. Lay on, Macduff. Kirk nodded and activated it. You know, that is a misuse, he pointed out, as it tortured itself a quarter open before jamming. No, the misuse is lead on, Macduff, right? Lewis disagreed, needing no prompting to wiggle himself into the gap, brace his back against one door and his feet against the other, and heave. Whatever obstruction had held it gave, and the door slid smoothly the rest of the way open. That would be wrong, yes, Kirk replied, but the original use was lay on, Macduff, and damn be him who first cries hold enough. Macbeth was defying Macduff and declaring that he would fight him, even knowing that it was futile. He was not inviting him to lead the way. Macbeth, Frederick grumbled. Gunvranang's speech patterns rendered the word more like Macubets. Frederick, old friend, an introduction to Shakespeare will have to wait, Kirk told him, as they squeezed into the airlock. The Quumplu were mercifully about as large as Kirk's own species, and the airlock was designed for half a dozen of them. It had just enough room to accommodate Frederick's bulk alongside their own. The lock cycled without incident. Lewis's brute force fix to the outer door seemed to have permanently resolved the problem, as it closed easily and without complaint, and fresh air gusted in. When the inner door opened, there was no sudden rush of depressurization. The interior was airtight. "Excellent," Kirk announced, ducking under the doorframe and into the great ring hallway that ran around the station's interior. "So, what's here?" Lewis was next, squeezing delicately out from where Vedric's furry mass had been pinning him to the wall. "What do we have?" "A functioning nanofactory and an entire moonlet's worth of raw material," Kirk told him. "With those two things plus time, what we have is anything." "Food? Water?" "Both in plentiful supply," Kirk assured him. "This station was intended for extreme deep space observation. It's equipped to be manned by a full grand house, about 600 Quimblu, for a year between resupplies." "And, where are those 600 Quimblu?" Lewis asked. Kirk imitated a shrug for his benefit. "They were not aboard when I found the place," he replied. "The escape pods?" "Launched, presumably. I did not check." Lewis looked up to the ceiling and muttered something that the translator decided was not for their benefit. Louder, he addressed the station's control software. "Station, as a proportionate number per 100, how many of this facility's escape pods and life rafts have been launched in total?" The station's response spooned through the silent halls. "0. "None?" Vedric asked. Curiosity, confusion and mild alarm pulsed all over his body. "But this place is derelict." "Derelict space station, disappeared, turned up crash thousands of light years from where it's supposed to be. Crew missing, no escape pods launched?" Lewis asked. "Kirk, dude, I've seen this movie. I want no part of it." "I did a thorough sweep when I first came here," Kirk asserted firmly. "I checked everything. There is nothing here except us." "Fuck's sake," Lewis muttered. "Okay, whatever. But if we find their skin carcasses hanging from the ceiling somewhere, we are leaving, okay?" "Deal," Kirk agreed, before Vedric could comment. Their shambling Gunvarag companion had given Lewis a deeply alarmed look. "So, what do you have planned, anyway?" Lewis asked, peering down a hallway as if expecting some kind of horrible, flensing monster to be lurking there. The fact that the lighting was clear and bright, and the deck was plainly clear of stalking beasts, didn't seem to satisfy him one bit. "That," Kirk mused, "is a very good question." "You don't have a plan?" "I have a fully powered space station, a nanofactory, and more raw material than we could use in a lifetime, even if we spent the first quarter of that time building more nanofactories," Kirk told him. "The rest is just detail." "Detail?" "Yes, detail. What we build, how many, what they are for, what do we do with them, and who we give them to." "There's not detail, that's like 88% of the plan." "Well, that 88% is yours, then." Lewis stopped examining the corners in search of hideous mutants, and frowned at Kirk. "Come again?" Kirk managed a complicated, quad-limbed version of a shrug. "I am not a Deathworlder," he said simply. "And just in this last hour or so, you have demonstrated time and again that you think a few steps ahead of Vedric and me." He folded all four of his arms. "In my experience, it pays to defer to superior knowledge and skill." "You give me a whole factory to play with?" Lewis stated, clearly not quite able to believe it. "One," Kirk nodded, "that can build basically anything synthetic, including more nanofactories and machines which can grow anything organic. To fight the hierarchy. And the hunters, yes. All it needs is your imagination and input." "Oh." Lewis stared around at the station. He clapped his hands together once, rubbed his palms, and licked his lips. "Right." Date point. 10th year, 3rd month, 3rd week, AV. HMS Shaman. HMNB Folkfer. Folkfer, Simbrine. The Far Reaches. Adamaris. Oh. A rare wince and groan forced his way out of baseball, as Adam lowered him gently onto his bunk. Walking wasn't something John could manage at the moment, owing to the severe muscular tears in both his legs, and quite likely some hairline fractures. Everywhere, really. Adam winced in return. After all, he was intimately familiar with the uniquely painful and intense training that he and Base shared, and they both considered it a point of pride to bear their suffering in quiet. It was part of their bond, sharing pain and gain that the other operators couldn't possibly understand. So to hear John complain even a little... Fuck. Adam wouldn't have been Adam if he hadn't felt slightly guilty. Now that all the anger was out of his system and he was thinking clearly, he had to admit his friend hadn't really deserved such a methodical reminder of who was the better wrestler. I guess I overdid it. You okay, bro? Bass opened an eye. Are you? Adam gently palmed the back of his battle brother's head and massaged. I'm really sorry, bro. John's hand came up and embraced his brother's head as well, though even that elicited another wince. Adam had done a thorough job of working him over. They touched foreheads and nuzzled. No, I had it coming, Bass grunted. Then, with a sad, almost needy look, Forgive me? Dude, Horse chuckled quietly. You were right, you know. Of course I forgive you. They held for a long moment, letting the peace and affection between them return. The moment passed. John nodded against him, then let go and rested his head back, grimacing at yet another stab of pain. Love you, man. Love you too, bro, Adam grinned. Go on, rest up. Let the crew do its thing. He padded quietly out of the room. John was asleep almost before Adam had closed the door. He chuckled to himself. Instant sleep was a skill the whole SOR had in common, but John and Adam had learned it from the very beginning of their careers. He shook his head and headed for the showers, for a long, cool soak. By the time he dripped and towed his way back into the common room, wearing only his ranger shorts, the rest of the guys were on the couch, enjoying another bad movie night in the form of The Phantom Menace. Room for one more on there? Adam asked them, still toweling his head dry. The hot, then cold shower had done much to clear his head, and now he wanted to relax and meditate with his brothers, as it were. They shifted up and climbed over each other to make room, and he squeezed in, wriggling his arm around Titan's shoulders to fit, until he was finally comfortably part of the pile, where he sighed happily and watched in silence. You know, I heard the kid who played Anakin quit acting, Firth said after a while. Apparently this film ruined his career. Shit happens, Adam shrugged. You gotta move on. So, you're single now, huh? Blazinski asked. He flinched as Rebar swatted the back of his head. Ow! Yup, Adam shrugged again and repeated himself. Shit happens. He tried not to let the comment bother him, and snuggled in to Titan a bit more. They enjoyed the movie a bit longer before curiosity finally gnawed its way through Titan's restraint. That's all you gotta say on it? Shit happens? Wasn't she, like, your high school sweetheart? You two have been together as long as I've known you. Adam sighed and turned where he was sitting slightly. What do you want me to say? He asked. I don't even have it all sorted out in my head right now, okay? Maybe I'll talk about it some, maybe I'll figure shit out and move on, whatever. Right now, yeah. Best I got to say is shit happens. At least you sorted fucking baseball at— Ow! This time it was Adam's turn to give Blazinski a blow upside the head. And this one wasn't the half-hearted brotherly cuff that Blazinski managed to attract at least twice a day. It was an open palm clout so hard that everyone flinched. What the fuck is wrong with you? Adam growled. The mood changed instantly. Nobody needed more than that to spot that a line had been crossed, and they all went tense. There was an awkward silence as Adam stared Blazinski down. It wasn't much of a contest. Horse, did you miss the part where Bass helped your girl fuck another fella? Sykes pointed out tentatively. Adam snarled and stood up, unceremoniously dumping half the operators on the floor, and seared the lot of them with a dark glare. Oh no, I spent the last 2 hours breaking him, because he ate the last of the Eagles. He narrowed his eyes. What business is it of yours, anyway? You want to go around on the bat with me too? Think you'll last more than a few seconds? Because Bass paid the fucking price already. Him and me, we're cool. And yeah, he kept that fucking secret, and it was the right goddamn thing to do. Whoa. Easy, brother. Blazinski held up a hand reassuringly. The other was still nursing the back of his head. You're mad on my behalf. Cool, I get it. Thank you, Adam snapped. But he's sorry. I'm sorry. We're both over it. And he was right. I wouldn't be here if he told me when he first learned. So either fuck off of him or your answer to me, got it? All of you. One by one, he made eye contact with all of them. Vandenberg and Murray held it and nodded their approval and agreement. Akiyama, Sykes, Firth and Blazinski all blinked, nodded, and looked away sheepishly. Adam nodded and relaxed, and tiredness, a deep spiritual fatigue that he'd been holding back all day, hit him like a rock slide. He sighed, suddenly realizing just how much he needed some alone time. Fuck, sorry, y'all. Enjoy the movie, guys. I'ma go to bed now. Night. Night. Adam thumped his way back to his room, grumbling quietly to himself. There were photos on his desk when he got there, real ink on paper prints. They were an anachronistic relic, but still reckoned by purists to be the best way to immortalize a memory, and Adam was inclined to agree. Ava had taken this set years ago, posing rauncily for him in one of his old t-shirts and nothing else, and eventually not even that. He sat on his steel beam bed and studied them carefully, one by one. The bed creaked loudly by way of greeting, a familiar and weirdly comforting sound in his personal world that entirely failed to shake him out of his fugue. The photos were profoundly and painfully erotic. He considered ripping them up. Instead, very carefully, he took a wooden box out of his locker that his dad had given him for his birthday, slipped the photos into the very bottom of it, and buried the box at the bottom of his storage duffel bag, wondering and doubting if he would ever look at them again. He neatly packed the bag away, tugged his shorts off and rolled onto his complaining bunk, determined not to let the prickling at the corner of his eyes become anything more. He stared at the ceiling instead, and of all the photos he stuck up there, from basic, from PJ training, from Folkvar, and from anywhere else he'd been and all the people he'd met, his eyes alighted on one from school. He was in the middle, young and wiry and shaggy-haired, flanked on either side by Sarah and Ava, with his arms round their waists, all grinning at the camera. He rolled on his side and, at length, fell asleep on a soaking wet pillow. Date point. 10th year, 3rd month, 3rd week, 5th day, AV. Vancouver General Hospital, British Columbia, Canada, Earth. Alison Bueller. Every so often, Alison amazed herself with just how much she could read in some fairly subtle gestures and expressions. She no sooner had to walk into Ju's room than she spotted the quiet desperation on Mrs. Chang's face as she rattled away without pause to her long-lost daughter, nor the mostly concealed discomfort and desire to be anywhere on ways. Ju's expression was not in any way subtle. Quite the reverse. When she glanced up to see Alison leaning against the doorframe, the look Alison received said, "I love my family and I'm so glad to see them again, but please save me from them." Alison couldn't blame her. Ever since Ju had woken up, she'd been the target of relentless attention from her doctors and nurses, and then an undammed torrent of familial affection, which had to be weird. Having a brother who was, in terms of date of birth, a few years her junior, and yet was slightly older in terms of actual time experienced. Alison couldn't picture it. She was having a hard enough time adjusting to the changes in pop culture. The music on the radio, the references to technology and websites that hadn't been around the last time she visited Earth, movies and TV series and actors, politicians. She hadn't ever even heard of the president. All of that was small beer next to Ju's reunion with parents who were well into their 60s. And as for Julian had taken the news of his grandfather's passing very hard. Very hard indeed. She cleared her throat, gently interrupting the unrelenting babble of Mandarin that poor Ju had been enduring. Like mothers everywhere, Mrs. Chang seemed to be determined to share the minute-to-minute details of every single day that her absent child had missed. "Hey." She smiled at them, trying not to show how much it bothered her that her voice was still rough and phlegmy. "I'm really sorry, but could we borrow Ju for a little while?" Mrs. Chang turned to get her daughter's opinion, only to find that Ju was already wrangling the blankets out of the way. For their part, Mr. Chang gave Alison an understanding smile and nod, and way seemed to be grateful for a break from the awkwardness. It had to be equally weird to find that your older sister was now younger. Ju was being adorably stubborn too. The wheelchair by her bed was contemptuously ignored, even though the mere act of standing up got her breathing heavily. If the hand she laid on Alison's shoulder was leaned on a little more heavily than it might have been if it was purely a gesture of welcome, well, Alison wasn't about to comment. Together they made slow and breathless progress down the hospital corridor. The human respiratory system had never evolved to handle hard vacuum, and the damage they had suffered during their brief exposure had beat them round the head and mugged them. Young and fit though they both were, even gentle exertion was proving to be a hardship. They paused for breath on the bench about 20 yards down from Ju's room, where she managed to fit a smile in between coarse breaths. Thank you. You okay? Alison took her hand. Aside from feeling like I got run over by a tank? Shu panted, and tried to take a deep breath, which degenerated into a coughing fit. Alison ran her free hand up and down Ju's spine until it stopped. God, I don't know. Too much to take in? Yeah, how's Julian? That's why I came to get you. He's pretty beaten up over his grandpa. I thought he'd feel better to see you. I guess we both lost family, Shu agreed and hauled herself upright. Alison didn't really feel ready to move just yet, but she forced herself to her feet anyway. The rehabilitation physio specialist had been adamant that she'd recover fairly quickly if she didn't shy away from exercise, even if that exercise was a long way short of what she was accustomed to achieving. The second set of benches was another 20 yards down, with only 10 more to go to Julian's room. Shu sank onto it, perspiring. Okay, why the hell can't space be like in the movies? She asked. Star-Lord didn't have to put up with this shit. Alison giggled, and that triggered her turn to cough until her throat burned. It was Yu's turn to give her a comforting back rub, making a concerned noise that was a little more Gowian than human. Alison didn't comment. Ugh. Alison? Yeah? Is this weird? That I just got back to my family, and I'm already wishing they'd leave me alone? I doubt it, Alison shrugged. God knows I can't wait to get off this planet ASAP. Yu almost looked betrayed. You want to leave? I was happy up there, babe, Alison told her. I was doing something. I felt like I was achieving stuff. I'm never going to be anybody on Earth. Yu shook her head vociferously. You don't know that. The exclamation prompted another cough, but only the one this time. No, babe, I do. I know what I want, and I want to be a space girl, Alison said. I want to go out there and help find people, keep doing what Kirk was doing. Maybe find worlds for people to live on, maybe find... who knows? What's down here for me that somebody else hasn't already done 1,000,000 times? A home? Shu asked. Home is wherever you're happy, Alison retorted. And now that I've been to other places, I don't think that Earth can ever be my home. Shu looked so crestfallen that Alison just had to rest a reassuring hand on her upper back. Not what you wanted to hear? I don't know, Shu shrugged. Is it stupid that I kind of wrote you and Julian into my idea of what getting home was going to be like? Alison, genuinely touched, managed to giggle that didn't turn into a wheeze. Oh, I love you. Shu gave her a stunned and confused blink. Redness spread across her cheeks and nose, and Alison realised that this may have been an incautious thing to say to somebody who's been starved of positive human interactions for several years. She gave Shu a hug. Girl, I had more fun with you in 1 week than I had with some of my best friends in 2 years, and I know you're going to need help. I'm not just going to abandon you, I promise, she clarified. I'm here for you. Oh. Shu's blush faded again. But you're still leaving. It's not like I've got a spaceship in my other jacket, babe, Alison pointed out. I'm here for the foreseeable. It's just, I know what I want to do with my life. In the short term, I'll help you. In the long term... She glanced upward significantly. Shu nodded and wriggled into the hug a bit. I'm sorry, she said. What for? For being clingy. Alison gave her a back rub through her bathrobe. Are you kidding? You're not clingy. I feel like I am. You spent how long all by yourself? Alison asked her. Maybe you're just too used to that. It's fine, babe, I promise. You're sure? Alison smiled at the top of Shu's head. I'm sure. Helps me feel useful. Shu pulled back and gave her a questioning look. Useful? I feel like you need me, Alison told her. Do you? Shu considered the question. I don't want to, she said, but... She looked down the corridor. Wei Chang had just stepped out of her room. He gave his sister a pathetic little smile and lumbered in the direction of the vending machines. Nobody else understands, she finished. I feel like I've landed on an alien planet. All these Deathworlders. The gravity's wrong, isn't it? Alison mused. No, it's too right, and the air feels too rich and too warm, and I can taste so much in it, Shu sighed. They tell me my immune system's been made weaker because it's not been challenged often enough. A nurse checked in with them on his way down the hall. Are you two okay? He asked. We're fine, thanks, Alison reassured him. Beside her, Zhu answered with a Gauian-style ducking movement rather than a human nod. The nurse gave her a strange look and went about his duties. Damn it! Zhu thumped her palm to the side of her head. Relax. It's no big deal, Alison told her. To you it's not, Zhu shook her head. Everyone else gives me strange looks. Fuck 'em, Alison suggested. So you picked up a foreign accent in your travels. If they can't handle that, it's their problem, not yours. Zhu glanced down to where her fingernails were flicking absent-mindedly against each other, and wriggled her fingers to stop them. I guess. You okay? Zhu rubbed at the scars on her arm. I'm home. That's all that matters. I'm home. It sounded more like a mantra than conviction. Are you? For the first time ever, Zhu gave her an irritated glance. It was gone in a second, replaced by upset, shame and uncertainty. I am, she insisted. Alison decided not to interrupt whatever she was thinking about, and was rewarded when, after about 20 seconds of cogitation, Zhu took a deep breath and gestured helplessly at the whole hospital. I'm home, and all Mum wants to talk about is who married who and when the baby's due and... I used to spend my whole day worrying about accidentally killing people. Like, if I tripped and fell and reached out to catch myself, or something, and pulled their arm off, or worse, if I got found out and the hunters came for me. She sighed and looked up and down the corridor. She frowned at a magazine on the table next to their bench and picked it up. At a glance, it was obvious his title was something along the lines of Charm, and that the front cover was nothing but long-range photos of oblivious women in bikinis being referred to by their first names. Sometimes, here in this hospital, she began, it smells like that hunter ship did. Just sometimes. It'll catch me off guard and... Alison reached out and tidied some hair out of her face. Zhu studied the magazine as she did so, her frown deepening. Is this what I came back to? She asked. Weddings and how fat some celebrity is that I've never even heard of? Doesn't anybody care that we're at war? That there's a whole species of monsters out there that wants us all dead, that eat people? This is what you left, Alison told her, avoiding the subject of hunters and the hierarchy for now. And, hell, if you hadn't been taken, there might be you on that magazine. That's what I wanted to be, Zhu nodded. And maybe I feel like I was doing something, too. Helping people get through their day, entertaining them. That seems important, but... She dropped the magazine back on the table. There's no way that's happening now, is there? What makes you say that? Zhu simply gestured to the scars on her arm and throat, to the wide lines where pulse gun fire had split her lip and eyebrow aboard the hunter ship, as well as breaking her nose, and to the weathered quality of her skin. Zhu, you're beautiful, Alison reassured her. This earned a shy smile, and Zhu manoeuvred some hair out of her face. Maybe, she agreed, but am I Hollywood? And even if I was, Alison, I can't even go a whole day of pretending to be human. What kind of an actor can't even properly pretend to be her own species? She looked down at her feet, sighed, and then coughed. I was thinking so much of getting back here. I never thought about what being here would actually be like. What am I going to do here? Now that I'm here, who am I going to be? Alison gave her a squeeze. You'll have plenty of time, she promised. Did the abductee repatriation program get in touch yet? Not yet. Chase them, Alison ordered her. They're supposed to give you some money, support and counselling, careers advice. This earned bitter noise. Right, careers. I've got a heck of a resume. Vagrant chef and Gauian impersonator. Interests. Gun fu and movies. Special talents. So fluent in 3 languages that I sometimes get mixed up and speak the wrong one. You've got skills they can use though, right? Who needs fluency in 3 languages when we've got translators nowadays? Zhu asked. I'm too old now to practice to be an acrobat or a ballerina, and too beat up to be an actress. You can still work in Hollywood. Extraterrestrial consultant. Tell the movies how to get it right, or the Global Representative Assembly. You've got knowledge they can use. Maybe. And you're a great cook, babe. And, oh, you can bring Gauian cuisine to Earth. Maybe. Alison considered her subdued response, then put a reassuring hand on Zhu's forearm. Give it time. You'll think of something. Zhu nodded and reached over with her left hand to squeeze Alison's hand, then stood up. She swayed as the abrupt motion and her void-damaged lungs combined to make her head spin, and leaned heavily against the wall for a second to recover. Let's go see Julian. Okay. Alison took a little more care in standing up, allowing Zhu to thread an arm through hers, and supported her the rest of the way. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. Omaha, Nebraska, USA, Earth. Kevin Jenkins. There was an unfamiliar car outside Kevin's new house when he got home. A black Toyota sedan, completely nondescript and unremarkable, which immediately gave Kevin a good idea of its driver. It was a nice house. A two-story thing in suburbia, with delicate brownish panelling, 2 garages and enough driveway for a couple of monster trucks. The local housing association were proving to be a pain in the ass over the exact strain of grass seed it was allowed to use, and how long it had to be and how well watered, but the neighbours were nice. They had visited with a welcome cake on the day he moved in, but their timing had been awful. They'd shown up while he was wearing a short-sleeved polo shirt that put his tattoo on full display. It was not an ambiguous tattoo. While the original ink had just been a simple black cross, Kevin had spent quite a lot of money over the years modifying it, starting by covering it with a bisected circle and the word rehabilitated. Later touch-ups, additions and modifications meant that it was now well on its way to being a full sleeve of deliberately antagonistic anti-theistic sentiment, a physical lashing out at something he still felt a smouldering bitterness over. He was proud of his ink, but it wasn't the best thing to have on show when meeting new neighbours for the first time, and it hadn't gone down well at all. They had been the very picture of forced civility, and had excused themselves as soon as they politely could. He'd been expecting church flyers to start showing up in his mailbox ever since, but to their credit, that hadn't happened. Yet. Darcy confirmed his suspicions by stepping out of her car as he parked, slipping a phone into her pocket. Kevin hadn't seen her since she'd effectively hired him, although a more appropriate word might be commandeered or requisitioned. He was a resource, an asset, company property, as some of the documentation had euphemistically had it. Her greeting was characteristically terse. "Kevin?" "For future reference, you're welcome to let yourself in," Kevin told her. "I don't have a key," she replied. "Like that'll stop you," Kevin retorted, with an amused, joking sneer. Darcy nodded, offering a smile that was, in Kevin's opinion, somewhere towards the wrong end of tired. "People tend to get suspicious when they see a lock being picked in broad daylight, though." Kevin glanced across the street. There was the merest hint of a curtain dropping back into place as he did so. Right. He opened the door and kicked his shoes into the corner. "Coffee?" Darcy raised an eyebrow at the commercial expression machine on his counter. "You take your coffee seriously." "Sure do," Kevin agreed. "How'd you want it?" "Cappuccino?" "Coming right up." He watched Darcy out of the corner of his eye as he gurgled and hissed his way through preparing her drink. She didn't quite flop down onto his couch, but she did sit heavily, then rubbed her face and rolled her neck. Kevin gave her a double shot of espresso. "Thanks for coming back up here on short notice," he said, handing her the drink as he sat down. "I know your schedule's gotta be busy." "You're allowed to say I look like shit warmed up," Darcy retorted, giving him a tired but probably honest smile. "This morning I was in Hawaii." "What the hell were you doing in Hawaii?" "Oh, you don't need to know." She sipped the drink, and pulled an almost erotic face. "Oh, that's good coffee." "Best in Omaha," Kevin promised. "So anyway, I had a couple things needed clearing up. If I'm any judge of him, Byron's subdued mood ain't gonna last forever, and when he starts pushing the limits again, I need the weight of facts behind me." "Shoot," Darcy told him. "I'll tell you what I can." "The big one has to do with something you said when you walked into Byron's office, about how that ship I was on would have been destroyed if not for its IFF." "Yes?" Darcy sipped her coffee again. "How?" "I know more or less what the Firebirds and the V-Class can do, and I don't reckon they could have jumped in anywhere close enough to destroy it in seconds. Minutes, sure." Darcy nodded. "So either you were exaggerating, in which case that's kind of a problem, because anything could jump in and cloak and we'd be fucked, or you weren't, in which case we have something that can hit a target at least as far out as the moon, within a couple seconds of it arriving." Darcy ran a pensive tongue through the milk foam on her upper lip, clearly picking her words with care. "It's called WERBS," she told him after some thought. "Weaponized Einstein-Rosen bridge system. Thought so," Kevin grinned at her. "Bartlett's baby grew up then." Darcy, for her part, looked more irritated than surprised that he knew. I have got to impress on Scotch Creek the need for their top scientists to be more cautious, even around base staff, she sighed. Let me guess. He was discussing it with a colleague over one of your admittedly excellent coffees while you were up there? No, he just had a bad habit of doodling his equations and stuff on my paper napkins, and then forgetting to take them with him when he left. Kevin shrugged apologetically. It's okay, I destroyed them. How? Incinerator. He got half his best work done on my bar top, Darcy. Did you understand the equations? She asked. Do I look like a theoretical physics prodigy? I don't go by looks, Kevin. Did you understand the equations? No. Couldn't hardly read them. Okay. She considered her words again, frowning as she took another sip of her drink. Yes, Werbs is working. In fact, it was about the 445 technology to come out of Scurf. Right after force fields, warp drives, stasis pills, and jump engines. We had a working prototype for Werbs before Pandora was even a blueprint. And it could have hit EV8 out of the moon? Could have. Yes. In fact, it could have hit you as far out as Pluto. Darcy settled back on the couch and drained half her remaining cappuccino. Satisfied? I'd like to know how it works, but I'm guessing that I don't. Need to know. Darcy chorused with him, nodding. You don't. Hell, I don't need to know how it works. I can guess it has something to do with wormholes, but exactly what and how? Makes sense to keep that one buried if it's our ace in the hole. Exactly. Darcy finished her drink. Anything else? Few minutiae. Some clarifications over my standing orders and what exactly the company means by covert action. Covert action is part of the CIA's mandate, but completely outside of your area of responsibility right now, Darcy reminded him. You won't be required to do anything covert. Your role is purely to be a bridge. I know it's part of the mandate. Those introductory documents you sent me made that clear as mud, Kevin retorted. Could have done with being less euphemistic, for my money. Euphemism is useful. Right. Can't have it in writing that part of my job might include murdering Moses Byron, Kevin snarked. Darcy quirked an eyebrow at him. Where did you get the impression that that's on the cards? She asked. That's not part of your job description. Please. The company's reason for being is the security of the USA, and by extension the whole human race. Kevin gave her a patient stare. Your own words, right? Well, Byron established pretty well with that emergency recall fiasco that he's a potential liability there, and now you've got company property working in his building. We've got an ally, Darcy corrected him. Somebody we trust to be just a little bit more sensible than Byron, and who we hope will serve as a reminder of just how badly he fucked up. That doesn't mean you'll be entrusted with that kind of thing. You don't even have the training, even if we work that way. You're saying you don't? Darcy just gave him a slight smile. You don't need to know. Date point. 10th year. 4th month. AV. Vancouver. British Columbia. Canada. Earth. Xu Chang. The doctors had kept them for nearly 3 weeks. All of them had felt well enough to be discharged in Site 2, and Julian had, with apologies, immediately made a beeline for his late grandfather's Minnesotan property in Clearwater County, promising to return as soon as he'd inspected the place and decided what he was doing with it. Neither of the girls were inclined to protest. Allison had collected a sizable pay package from somewhere, apparently earned for being on Kirk's crew, and had accepted the duty of flying to England to track down Amir's family and commiserate with them. She had arranged to come back via Minnesota with Julian. Zhu had gone home. Written home in the back of what had been, on the night of her abduction, her father's brand new Kia, and watching a skyline that had changed subtly but disturbingly since she last seen it. She was wearing the clothes she laid out on her bed to change into after ballet practice before leaving home the last time. Just some comfortable black sweats and a loose, long-sleeved guest top that at least did a decent job of covering her scars. Her bedroom was exactly as she had left it. Exactly as she had left it, right down to some carelessly discarded underwear, tangled up under her office chair, a half-finished pack of gum on the bedside table, her 2 favourite rings resting on the corner of her dresser, and her laptop still open on the desk. The laptop was by now hopelessly obsolete, but when Zhu prodded the spacebar experimentally, it turned out that it had never actually been powered off. The fan and hard drive whined into quiet life. She sat on the corner of the bed and watched it emerge from its long hibernation, trying to ignore the musty, untouched smell of the room as she turned the rings over and over in her fingers, not looking at them but still giving them a thorough, tactile evaluation. It took a while. 10 years of standby mode apparently didn't come to an end at a moment's notice, but yes, there was a half-finished essay on Lady Macbeth. There was her Michelle Yeoh wallpaper. There was the OS update notification she'd religiously closed every time it dared to show its face. She reached out and stroked a finger across the trackpad. It probably froze and blue-screened. She closed the lid and toured the rest of the room. Had she really been so enthusiastic for pink? There was a lot of it. The fairy lights tangled in the bedstead were a nice touch, but the wall calendar had been purloined from her friend Ai's family's takeaway business. It was the kind of tacky cartoon Sheng Zhao calendar that bore the kitchen's phone number and website, a declaration like, "Many happy fortunes," and a round of advice to wed a tiger or dog but never rat, or whatever. She sneered at it and threw it away. She put the rings on, and then away too went 3 boy band posters, a graveyard of antediluvian incense that she'd been forbidden by her parents' landlord fire safety regulations ever from lighting, a venerable McDonald's paper cup that was only disqualified from being a valuable antique by the fact that it was a McDonald's paper cup, and the unopened pack of cigarettes she'd once bought on a dare, and then been so worried sick of discovery that she'd never found the courage to smuggle them out of the house or throw them away. Finding her rhythm, she threw open the windows to try and blast some of the dust and stale air out, then decided to get rid of the curtains. They were sun-bleached and faded anyway. She was equally vicious to her wardrobe, going through everything that didn't fit. All the silly, ankle-twisting platform heels, and the clothes she'd sworn that someday would fit again if she just lost weight, regardless of the fact that the problem hadn't been weight but age and height. Most of the survivors were then thrown out on the principle that they were wildly out of fashion, or it just never looked that good anyway. All the clothing went into a pile she mentally labelled charity. She was left with a handful of simple t-shirts, a couple of good pairs of jeans, 1 pair each of flats, running shoes and kitten-heeled calf boots, some sportswear, and 3 bras that were, well, generous enough to accommodate her teenage soul's insecure padding out, not actually oversized. The laptop turned out to have given its swan song, and was now thoroughly dead. She considered asking Wei if he could resurrect it, but then decided against it. The last thing she needed was her older, younger brother performing digital necromancy on her blog posts and browser history, and in any case the machine was so haplessly dated that she probably struggled to achieve half the things a modern internet user wanted to do. Out went the pink bedclothes. Out went a sad, deflated soccer ball. Out went so much stale makeup that she couldn't have worn it all if she spent every day of her absent years painted up like a hooker. Out went more stuffed toys that a sapient being had any right to even know existed. She took apart the flat-pack furniture and stowed it under the bed, and in the back of the closet. She tested all of the progress she'd made on rehabilitating her abused lungs and spinning around the room like an efficiently ruthless tornado until it was gone. All of it. Every last little thing that wasn't hers, thrown out, dusted or vacuumed, until she was down only to the things that she cared to keep. This left her with a bare, cold and almost undecorated room to stare at, its former clutter hinted at only by unfaded patches of carpet and wallpaper. Other than that, she had the 2 rings she was now wearing, the fairy lights on the bedstead, and that was about it. She threw the lights out too when they turned out to be broken. Only once she was standing alone in the middle of an empty floor space did she finally find room in her head to think about what she'd just done, and appreciate the full absurdity of it. She took a deep breath, produced a helpless arm-flapping shrug that clapped her hands once against her thighs, and issued something that was nearly a laugh. "Welcome home, Zhu." Date point: 10th year, 4th month, AV. IDF checkpoint: Qualquilla, the West Bank. Corporal Moshe Harel. Moshe? Yeah? That white van you didn't like the look of isn't moving." Corporal Harrell wasn't the only one who looked up and scrutinized the van in question, his attention ratcheting up a gear. Tensions were running high. They were always running high, and the last thing they needed right now was a suspicious vehicle. The way the van, A venerable Toyota had parked a good long way down the road from the checkpoint, not even in the shade of the trees or anything, and hadn't moved since was definitely troubling. How long? Not in 10 minutes, I don't see anyone inside. Son of a bitch, Bo swore. We can't ignore that. His buddies nodded and checked their SMGs. Even if the driver floored it right now, the van would have to navigate a slalom of concrete dividers to approach the checkpoint, and would do so under fire from all sides by heavy weaponry. An ordinary elderly Toyota van would make it a fraction of the way. The first shots would go right through the engine. Radiological? Nothing I can detect. Harold grabbed his binoculars and aimed them at the van. Between the heat haze and the sun reflecting off the glass, it was hard to be certain, but it certainly didn't look like there was anybody sitting in there. There might have been a slight darkening, but that could equally be the headrest or the van's own shadow. Did we see anybody get out? Running the tape back now. No, nobody got out of it, not that I can see anyway. That van's in full sunlight and the windows are up. It must be cooking in there. All I know is the camera didn't see anybody. Harold considered his options, swiftly narrowing them down to a clear course of action. Lock it down. Close the road right now. Everyone leapt into action, acutely aware that their safety, and everyone else's, hinged on doing their jobs right. Within seconds, the checkpoint was closed. As soon as they were, Harold would have liked to breathe a little easier. There was one threat dealt with. Instead, he licked the inside of his dry mouth and moved on to the next bit. Get the bot up. Yes, Corporal. The bot was summoned and bounced his way across the scorching asphalt, fetching up right underneath the van's passenger side window. Harold watched over his operator's shoulder, expecting at any second for the van to suddenly accelerate, or explode, or for armed men to surge out the back. Even with their huge advantage in terms of firepower and positioning, even with the van being so far away, none of those options were at all desirable. Even when the bot cranked itself up onto the ends of its treads and extended its camera as high as it would go, so as to look down into the footwell, there was no sign of a driver, nor of any kind of trap rigged up to the doors. Check the back, Stellaris, Harold ordered. The bot dropped back onto the asphalt and scooted under the van, where it deployed millimeter radar to get a good look inside. Nobody in the back, Corporal, Stellaris finally announced, though he tapped an object on his screen. But that looks mean, whatever it is. Corporal? Private Wex's tone of voice was not one that Harold wanted to hear in a radiological sensor operator. Yes? Wexel cleared his throat. Radiological alarm, Whoosh. Harold looked back at the van, as Stellaris spat the bot off a bit, as if that would do anything. This, he decided, is starting to look way above our pay grade. They called EOD, who quickly called in somebody much higher up. The whole town was on lockdown within minutes as IDF vehicles rolled in by the hundred, and Harold's checkpoint had to spend the rest of the day turning back civilian traffic and offering no comment for the cameras. All the while, the cluster of people around the van got larger and more grim-looking. The sun was going down by the time they finally gave an all-clear and loaded something from the back of the van into an IDF truck, which vanished back over the Armistice Agreement line under a ridiculously heavy escort. From the road, nobody could have seen what it was. From his vantage point, however, Harold got a good look, and probably wished he hadn't. It was covered in bright yellow radiation hazard stickers, labelled in both English and Urdu, and had borne the white crescent and star of the Pakistani flag. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. CIA Chicago office, Illinois, USA, Earth. Darcy. Welcome back. How's our new asset at Baron Group? Darcy didn't need to fake a tired smile for Jake, her usual work partner. She really had been in Honolulu less than 20 hours ago, and that much travel was guaranteed to leave her rumpled and drained, even though she was thoroughly used to it. Between sleeping most of the flight and catching a power nap in the car outside Jenkins' house, she was perfectly rested, but it was still getting late in the day by her personal clock. Jake would have seen through even her best false smile anyway. He's going to be a pleasure to work with, she said honestly. All carrot, no stick. All the way, just you watch. That easy, huh? Jake asked. He stood from his desk and set about making her a cup of tea, exactly what she needed. She hadn't been flattering Jenkins about the quality of his coffee. It generally was superb, but Darcy had always preferred a good jasmine tea. Just one of the things that made Jake such a good partner. Oh yeah, he's a classic misanthrope. Pretty sure he thinks the neighbours are all waiting for their chance to ram a Bible down his throat. Throw in a white night streak and... She trailed off meaningfully. Likes to feel like he's rescuing a worthy damsel, huh? Jake noted. He dropped a little jasmine tea pearl into the teapot for her, and covered it in newly boiled water. Oh yeah, strong masculine streak there. Darcy watched in pleasurable anticipation, as the hot water made the pearl break open, and unfold into a flowered frond. He's no idiot though. Seduction's not on the cards for a second, he'd see through it instantly. But all I need to do is play to type for him, and he'll be extremely useful. Jake set the teapot and the cup down for her and returned to his desk, while Darcy set about summarising her trip to Omaha for their records. Any surprises? He asked. Nothing surprising, exactly, no. He knew what the Weber's acronym stands for, but he didn't know the specifics and he didn't push. Figure if we ever have to throw him a bone there, the cover about having nukes ready to jump will do just fine. Good. Last thing we need right now is any more potential holes than that one. Jake nodded. Sounds like a good source. Darcy took a grateful sip of her tea. Almost perfect. He's an honest man underneath the asshole exterior, so we don't need to establish any real control over him. Just give him the sales pitch and let him motivate himself the rest of the way. I like him. You always did have a thing for prickly guys with soft centers. Guilty. They worked in comfortable silence for a few minutes. Darcy finished her notes and her tea, and was considering wrapping it up for the day and sleeping in her own bed for a change, when Jake sat back in his chair, arms folded, and frowned at the screen. Problem? She asked. Could be. His jaw worked side to side as he considered what he was reading. One of those stolen Pakistani nukes just showed up. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. Clan Whitecrest Personal Transport, Springing Ember, Simbrine System, The Far Reaches. Regari. Sensing and communicating with ships that were travelling at superluminal speeds had been a serious challenge and concern before the courtier had figured out the algorithms for detecting and modulating the wake every ship created, as it stretched and contracted spacetime around itself. The expansion and contraction of spacetime being unbound by the speed of light, the system made for an efficient and cheap means of FTL communication, with only the slight drawback that it had an effective range of no more than about a day's travel at 1 kilolight. Not even enough for communication, even between two relatively close star systems, and no inhabited systems that were close together anyway. Still, it was good enough for ships in the same system to see and talk to one another. In the past, once a ship had departed, it would outrun any photons sent after it, and so talking to it was simply impossible unless you got in a faster ship, overtook it, and dropped a transmission in its path. Nowadays... Unidentified vessel, this is HMS Violent, patrolling Simbrine local space. Cease your approach and identify. Over. Regari ordered the ship down to sublight at once. Violent, go in transport Springing Ember, piloted by Officer Regari of Clan Whitecrest, on a diplomatic mission. Ceasing approach. As he did so, Ima poked her head out of the ship's ambulation chamber, combing her fur to clean out her dust bath. We've arrived? She asked. We were just intercepted by one of the human ships, the Violent. Ima's ears quirked and she grimaced. Violent? She asked. Just Violent? What an ugly name for a ship. Unsubtle, isn't it? Regari agreed. Though privately he felt that the name was appropriately bellicose for a warship. Why mask its nature behind poetic imagery? A minute later, Violent hit sublight at a relative stop a few hundred kilometers away. His transport only registered its presence by the friendly identity signals it was broadcasting. Without those, it would have been all but invisible. No radar signature, with a shape and albedo that sent every sensor they had skipping off without trace, and zero visible heat. Regari knew that it would be radiating all of its heat in a coherent beam back towards the nearest star. Only his experimental gravimetric sensors, designed to counter hunter cloaking devices, told him that something was there, and they were still far too imprecise to narrow down the exact location of Violent's mass to within a radius better than 30 kilometers. Springing Ember, please disable all electronic security and submit to a database scan. They really are paranoid, Aimer commented. I heard a saying of theirs once. It's not paranoia if they really are out to get you, Aimer finished. Yes, but they can plainly see that we are not hunters, can't they? Well, like you said, they are paranoid, Regari snorted, dropping the firewalls. He watched the alerts unfold as Violence technicians first infiltrated, then thoroughly ransacked the Springing Ember's computer. Fortunately, the ship wasn't carrying any clan secrets. He'd made completely sure of that before leaving. 2 more contacts appeared on his sensors as the intrusion was withdrawn, and he was sent an all-clear to re-establish his firewall. These were small compared to his transport to the human destroyer, but large relative to most starfighters. Firebirds. Springing Ember, proceed to orbit above the 5th planet of this system and await further instructions. Simbrine 5 was the outermost of the system's rocky worlds, and the only one outside the system protection field. It was classified as a violent world, a planet far too cold for sapient habitation, where it rained liquid methane into oceans of liquid methane, under haval skies full of methane clouds, where pressure differentials in its thick, cryogenic atmosphere could pick up razor shards of rock-hard water ice and carry them around the globe at hundreds of miles an hour. Under the watchful eye of HMS Violent and the 2 escorts, they sat restlessly and watched the lightning flashes in the planet's upper atmosphere for nearly an hour before a 4th contact set alarms wailing on their proximity sensors, as it appeared within only 20 kilometers or so, and well outside of Violent's firing solution. HMS Caledonia. He recognized it instantly. No sooner had it jumped in than he spotted the change in his sensor signature as it opened its bay door. Regari clipped on an earpiece and headed for the starboard airlock. Aimer cast around for something to do, clean up or tidy, and, finding nothing, settled for lowering herself onto a couch and fidgeting nervously at her claws. The Springing Ember sensors picked up the barest hint of a tiny warp drive pulsing, and Regari inclined his head to listen as a new voice came on the communicator. Springing Ember, boarding party from HMS Caledonia requests permission to come aboard. Permission granted, starboard airlock, he told them. Is that you, Rebar? Sure is, Dexter. They've got us doing marine shit. Starboard airlock. There were 3 total. Rebar, Basinski and Baseball, who squeezed into the lock, then flew into the ship interior. Only when the lock was fully cycled did they demask, all grinning and happy to see him. If he wasn't totally familiar with human body language by now, it would have been terrorizing to see that many bared teeth. For her part, Aimer retreated a little, and Regari couldn't blame her. The 3 men smelled powerfully male, almost overwhelmingly so. Not that I am not happy to see you, Regari began, greeting the 3 men with his best approximation of the elaborate and forceful handshake they taught him, but I'm quite capable of docking and landing the ship myself. Security's been tightened up, Basinski commented. Hopefully we'll be able to brief you on why sometime, but right now rules say I have to fly this thing for you. Regari stood aside and gestured to the control room. In keeping with Gowaian architecture, it was at the back of the ship, immediately in front of the main engines. There was, after all, no good logical reason for the pilot to sit at the front of the ship, when he would be flying by sensor readings and information displays anyway. Meanwhile, the sleeping quarters could be mounted in the front of the ship, as far from the power core and main kinetic thrusters as possible, and therefore quieter and calmer. And for that you need 3? He asked. No such thing as too careful, bro, Baseball told him. This a friend of yours? Ah, yes. Base touched his forehead, which Regari guessed was a respectful gesture. Pardon me, ma'am. I need to scan you for hazards and contraband, he declared. Emma shot a questioning look at Regari, who ducked his head to reassure her. This was just standard human caution. She spread her arms and straightened up. Go ahead. Thank you, ma'am. Base flipped a small grey oblong out of a pouch on his belt, and delicately pressed it to Aimer's head. Regari couldn't imagine why, but moments later, the screen on his back lit and Baseball relaxed. Sorry about that. It was no bother, Aimer reassured him politely. So, yes, Regari stepped forward. Baseball, Rebar, Starfall, this is Aimer. Ah, so that's what this is about. Your friend Zoo. Baseball snapped his fingers, the effect muffled slightly by his spacesuit's glove. Shoo, Aimer corrected him. Zoo, Rebar corrected them both. Like you hadn't guessed, Regari noted. The humans chuckled again, and Rebar looked around the Springing Ember's interior. Nice ship. Whitecrest Personal Transport, one of the newest models. designed to deliver an individual or small group on relatively short journeys very quickly. Surely the faster it is, the further it goes? Rebar asked. We borrowed some ideas from you, Rigari told him. Using capacitors to power the engines gives much better speed but limits the range. That was deemed an acceptable trade, seeing as it's intended for rapid travel within our territory, between Gao, Gorai, and the new colony at Gwenhua. Zimbrine, fortunately, is not that far from Gorai. So, this thing runs on solar power? Blazinski asked, settling into the pilot's couch. Usually it recharges off its own generator. We wanted to install a quantum core plant, but our versions of those are bulky and not very efficient yet, so we went with old-fashioned fusion. It can recharge via its shields if it has to, though, yes. Blazinski nodded and checked in with Caledonia, Violent, and the two Firebirds to confirm that the ship now had a human pilot and that all life forms on board were accounted for. Eda 2, go for slave jump whenever you're ready. Slave jump? The cryogenic grey storms of Simbrine 5 vanished. In an eye blink, the planet Simbrine, the inhabited one, all blues and greens and whites, replaced it below them, and much larger. Hump? Oh, impressive. Nice and secure. Only way in is directly under our guns and with our permission. Blazinski waved a hand through the ship's controls, a little tentatively, but clearly knowing what he intended to do, and more or less how to achieve it. He was hindered a little by not being able to read Gowian, but the interface was designed to be clear and intuitive. Selecting the Thoughtful Colony's landing beacon, and ordering the Spring Ember to land at that beacon took him only a minimum of trial and error. So yeah, Zoo. Shoo. Zoo. In my defense, my mouth is the wrong shape to pronounce that, Rigari pointed out. I don't know what Baseball's excuse is. She was in a bad way, bro, Baseball told him, aiming a friendly, obscene gesticulation by way of reply. I don't know what the fuck happened to them exactly, but when we pulled them out of that life raft, they were dying from recent vacuum exposure. I'm a keen Siley, and Rigari barely restrained the impulse himself. The thought was distressing. Hey, it's fine. Baseball had to reassure them. Horse ain't just a pretty face, he's a damn good medic too. She's back on Earth now. Last I heard, she's doing just fine. Major Powell should know more, Blazinski added. He was watching the Springing Ember's instruments for any sign of trouble, even though the ship was completely competent at landing itself. Already, their re-entry was raging a burnt orange around the edges of their force field. Good, because it's him that we're here to see, Rigari told them. Pleasant as it is to see you again, this is important, both personally and politically. Dude, we're on the job too, Rebar reassured him, but you're cool to hang out once your business is done. Movie night? That would be nice. Politically? Blazinski asked. It's all... Ira interrupted him. She was a female. The humans blinked at one another, nonplussed. Well, yeah, Baseball agreed, in a tone which suggested that this fact could not possibly be lost on them. I mean a female, Ira stressed patiently. A member of the clan of females. Legally speaking, she's a Gowian. To hell with legally speaking, Rebar scoffed. Legally speaking, less than 10 years ago, we were non-sapient indigenous fauna. Don't be so quick to dismiss legal technicalities, Rigari warned him. By making her legally a Gowian, the females made her legally sapient, and that afforded her all the rights and protections guaranteed by the Dominion Charter. One technicality used to defeat another, you see. Forgive us if we're not exactly going to start cheerleading for the Dominion there, Southpaw, Rebar commented. If you ever see me waving those pom-poms myself, then clearly I'll have taken leave of my senses. And as my friends, I hope you would shoot me, Rigari retorted, doing his best to imitate a grin. It seemed to work, as the human chuckled, and Ima chittered along with them. Atmospheric flight, Blazinski interjected. But he makes a valid point, Ima told them. Irritating as legal technicalities might be, they're never going to go away. Rather than railing against them and achieving nothing, it's better to pick them up and use them as weapons. Sticks in the craw, but she's right, Rebar mused, then frowned at something forward in the ship, and edged through the doorway past Baseball to investigate. What's this thing? Oh, that's the ship's nanofactory, Rigari told him. What's it do? Builds things. You call up a blueprint and it assembles the desired object from raw materials. Like a 3D printer? Blazinski asked. In the same way that this ship's short-range FTL comms are like a telephone, yes, Rigari agreed. This is a small one. Clothing, basic tools, replacement parts for the ship. Larger ones can assemble vehicles, prefabricated modules that can be assembled into cheap buildings, even other nanofactories. Brother, Baseball warned Rebar in a friendly tone, you know your techs won't like it if you go and cream your suit. Rebar laughed, but continued to study the nanofactory with a rapt expression. So, it can build anything? Anything synthetic, Regari agreed. No cooked dinners, pharmaceuticals, complex organic molecules, or anything made out of, say, wood or bone, but plastics, metals, glass. All you have to do is feed in the materials. Could it build something that could make those things? Rebar asked. Regari hesitated. You know, I've never thought of that. I suppose it probably could. Dude, we have got to get one of these things. Rebar aimed a look at him that Regari guessed meant he wanted to ask if they might scavenge the one off his ship. He chittered. Sadly, I cannot do that, my friend, he apologized. Not only would I be breaking a rather important law, but the fathers who own this ship would be upset, and in any case, it's an integrated part of the springing embers fittings. It's not a module you can pull out and replace if it breaks? Rebar frowned at it again. Oh, I could, Regari said. It would just ruin the facade. This is a diplomatic vessel, Rebar. Our military vessels are much more, what's the word? Spartan? Besides, as I said, sharing nanofactory technology with a species that does not yet have it is gravely illegal. This device could cause a traumatic economic upheaval for your whole species, and delay your advancement. I assume you don't want that. Right. It seemed that Rebar would have liked to argue for a second, but instead he stood up, sighing longingly at the nanofactory. Then a thought struck him. Dude, do you mind if I make something? Regari quirked his head, a gesture analogous to a human shrug. I don't mind, he said. Ship? Make a diagnostic sensor. The ship chimed acknowledgement, and Rebar took a step back as the forge built up to operational power, with an edge of hearing keen of capacitors charging before. Thump! Modern Gallian nanofactories, and this was one of the latest and most advanced models, could do in a few seconds what their primitive forebears had needed minutes to do. Admittedly, the built-in accelerated time fields helped there, but the result was that within 5 seconds of his issuing the order, the transparent door folded down and a pristine new engineering scanner was pushed onto the delivery tray. Baseball grunted a surprised laugh. Shit! Damn, Dexter! Rebar picked up the scanner delicately, as if he feared it might be hot or would disintegrate at his mere touch. Give it a try, Regari told him. Rebar eagerly examined the little device, figuring out how to turn it on and aimed it at a nearby wall. Volumetric displays began to give him a detailed breakdown of the wall's composition, internal structure, the conduits and systems running behind it, microscopic work fractures in the metal hull behind it, and the action of the ship's internal damage control force field constantly sweeping over and repairing their wear and tear. His jaw dropped, and he set about waving his new toy at every system and fitting he could find. Final approach, Brzezinski announced some minutes later, as Rebar was making enthusiastic noises about the infrahull integrated crystal circuitry. His pants still dry, Base? 50-50, Baseball grinned. Regari quirked his ears amusedly, as the three of them settled into a round of friendly insults, and dabbled over to where Ima was standing alone by one of the floor-to-ceiling windows that ranged the Springing Embers lounge area. She had retreated there probably as much to get away from the masculine aroma pervading the air around the sword men, as to try and compose her thoughts. He guessed. They're very male, she whispered. Shu was very female, Regari countered. Similar pheromones. It's a good thing I've seen human movies, though. That large one. Baseball? The man in question glanced in their direction on hearing his name, then politely looked away again. Yes? Regari asked. If I didn't already know about ethnicity, his skin colour would have come as a surprise. Be careful, Regari cautioned. Humans can be quite offended by observations like that. Oh, he can't hear us, can he? Ima asked, glancing at him. You two talking about me? Base asked. Because I don't speak Gallian. Sorry, Regari told him. Nada, just wondering. You're very large, Ima suggested. It's a little intimidating. Not much I can do about that, Base shrugged. But if it helps you feel better, I'm a medic. A medic? I hadn't anticipated that. I re-examined him. Why does a medic need to be so large? I'm what we call a protector, Baseball said, going down on one knee to try and mitigate his bulk. It didn't work. My job is to get people out of harm's way and keep them there. Doesn't matter if I have to skydive from orbit to do it. I go in there, I fix up people who need fixing, and I carry them out. Just like my buddy Horse did for your boy here. Aima glanced at Regari, who nodded. Warhorse is shorter, he said, but more... He made an inflating motion, his paws, and shrugged his own shoulders to hint at muscularity that no Gowian, not even the supremely physical clown Stowback, would ever approach. That's my boy, Baseball beamed. Ladies and gentlefolk, we're now coming in low over downtown Fulfer. If you look out the port windows, you should get a nice view of the river. Local time is 11:20, and the weather is a gentle 65 degrees. Brzezinski called. Thank you for flying Air Soar, and please take care when opening your overhead lockers, as bags and luggage may have shifted during the flight. Regari hadn't landed at St. Breen last time. Caledonia had warped directly to Gao to drop off its cargo of survivors from Capital Station, on the grounds that the Gowians were diplomatically better equipped to send them home. He was curious to see what a human settlement looked like from the air. Fulfer wasn't large, but it did manage to impress him. The layout was equal parts logical and illogical. Clearly at first they had built according to where the colonists wanted to go, and when the time had come to expand, they had allowed that early random development to remain, and grown out from there sensibly and methodically. The humans obviously loved the river, which flowed from a reservoir fed by artisan aquifers in the grounds of the alien palace that had once stood at the top of the valley. The buildings along its banks were separated from its waters by a wide green strip of parkland and trees, and the river itself was strung with 3 slender footbridges and a pair of wide, sturdy road bridges. The advertisements were colourful and pleasant. The construction sites were neatly organised and full of interesting yellows and blues, and the roads, though wide and capacious, were for now populated more by cyclists and pedestrians than by larger vehicles. The springy ember circled in low over a walled and force-wielded enclave that could only be the alien quarter, banked to race up the west bank of the river, where relaxing pedestrians shielded their eyes to look up and watch it. Shed its speed over the palace grounds and fully aligned, delicately on a concrete circle in the grounds of a fenced space some distance from the town. Good landing, he complimented Brzezinski. It was alright. The Sawman's cocky smile said he knew it had been damn near flawless, but didn't want to make a big deal of it. Man, never thought I'd get to see one of those things up close, Rebar chuckled, casting a last longing glance at the nanofactory. Don't you have one? Think they're building an experimental one in Germany. It's the size of Caledonia, and they reckon it'll drink about 200 megawatts. Regari reflected on that. Sometimes I forget that you're still a long way behind us technologically. Dude, it's only been like 10 years since first contact, Rebar said. We've had warp for, 8 years? 7.5? Yeah, and RCO's banging the chick who flew Pandora, Baseball grinned, as they stepped through the airlock. Now that's an interesting fucking thing to hear. As ever, it was difficult to hear the humour in Powell's bassy voice. You had to know that gruff and softly spoken was his ground state of being to spot, that he wasn't remotely annoyed. All 3 of his men froze. Wherever did you hear a rumour like that, Burgess? Baseball cleared his throat. A rumour, sir? My mistake. I must have misheard what you were saying. Powell nodded. Incidentally, the sand in the grapple chamber needs raking flat. I've always fancied it might be fun to turn that into some kind of Zen garden thing. Think I saw some suitable large rocks over by the gym. Sound like fun? Burgess didn't do anything so obvious as deflate, but there was a definite resigned hint to his, Yes, sir. Get out of that suit and go play, lad. I'm sure our guest business is urgent and I mustn't keep them waiting. I'll be along to see how you're getting on in a bit. Yes, sir. Burgess vanished, double time. Powell turned to Rebar. Out to report? Nice ship. Clean. Pilot's yellow, but his friend's beautifully green. Regari blinked in confusion. What? Sorry, in-joke. I'll explain later, Rebar promised. Don't bother, Regari sighed. I could study human in-jokes for a decade, and by the time I finished, you'd have generated 20 years more. The humans chuckled. Shall we go de-suit, Major? Go on, lads. Well done. Regari? And I assume this is Mother Aima. Ira extended a paw, which the Major shook. He seemed to have got the hang of exactly how much of his prodigious strength he could safely use, and there was no hesitation in the gesture. Stainless, I presume. Major Oimpal. Thank you for having us. They ambled away from the springing ember. Nice ship, Powell commented. It's not mine personally, Regari told him. It's the clan's. I persuaded Father Rithu that this trip would be politically advantageous.
Hope you didn't lie to the old man, Dexter.
Not deliberately, Regari shrugged for Power's benefit. I would appreciate if you didn't make me a liar, though.
Aye, I reckon I might be able to accommodate you there, the Major mused. Or rather, Admiral Knight can. Political's a bit above my pay grade.
If I'm any judge, you know something that the Admiral has planned.
Oh, aye?
It was opaque as a window, Powell.
That's so.
But commendably stubborn, Regari conceded.
You're not exactly Mr. Subtle yourself, Southpaw, Powell chuckled. We pick your friend up and you show up as fast as gallantly possible. If you even fooled Father What's-His-Face, I'll be impressed.
Regari had to admit, he had a point. How is she? Ava asked. Powell stopped walking and turned to face her, thumbs tucked into his belt.
Something of a local celebrity in Vancouver, he revealed. Medically, all I've got for you is what Burgess Nares told me during the debrief.
Which is? Ava pressed.
Miss Chang was recovered in the company of 2 other humans, all suffering from severe decompression injuries. Apparently they were exposed to hard vacuum for a few seconds.
Regari chirped his astonishment. And they survived? He asked, scarcely believing it. Vacuum was death. Everyone knew that. He wouldn't have thought that even Deathworlders could survive it.
Barely, Powell grunted. All 3 of them were dying from their injuries. Lucky for them, they got picked up by 2 very fine young medics aboard a flying hospital, with stasis equipment on board.
And? Ava squeaked. She was doing her best to stay composed, but Regari knew her intimately, and could spot that she was in anguish.
And they've all since been discharged and are rebuilding their lives, Powell said, nodding reassuringly.
Both Ava and Regari sighed relief.
She's got prompt and expert medical attention, she's young and healthy. Burgess reckons she should suffer no long-term ill health, and he'd know.
Where was she before that?
Good question,
Powell answered. Which didn't answer the question at all. You must have got the ship's ID off the life raft. What ship was she on? I'm oppressed.
I can't say.
Regari studied him. Humans were aliens. Their body language was only tangibly similar to that of Gowians, and he was still having trouble with some of their subtleties of tone and language, but he learned to trust his instincts with them. Besides, Powell was a plain-spoken man, and Regari's assessment was that he rarely said anything that wasn't exactly what he meant. Do you mean that you don't know, or that you do and you can't tell me? He asked, and caught the momentary tick in Powell's eye that suggested he scored a hit.
I can't say.
Ah, so it's the latter.
Transparent I fucking might be, but penetrable I'm not, mate.
You can say much by withholding comment, Regari pointed out. There's a secret here. For her to have turned up in the company of humans means she was on a human starship. Or at least on a starship allied to humans,
By God, Holmes, you cracked the case,
Powell snarled. Regari ignored the wisecrack. Life raft and vacuum exposure means that the ship was destroyed, which means... Ima finished the thought for him. She found Kirk, she said. Or Kirk found her. Powell didn't need to say a thing. He simply spun and directed an incredulous stare at Ima, then at Regari. When Regari folded his arms and pricked his ears up, it dawned on Powell that he couldn't have spoken a clearer confirmation, and he swore violently, furious with himself.
Shit!
He gritted his teeth thoughtfully at nothing for a second, then exhaled resignedly.
Okay, I need to know exactly how much you 2 know about Kirk.
Date point. 10th year. 4th month. AV. Finchley, London, England, Earth. Ava Rios. Sean's Uncle Simon turned out to be an older and more weathered clone of his nephew. He had the same long straight nose, the same wavy dark hair, the same long and slender frame. If not for a few wrinkles, the tan and a dusting of white hairs, the 2 could have stood side by side and been hard to tell apart. He also had a keen and critical eye, which he was running over Ava's online portfolio. I like this one. You timed it perfectly on his exhalation. It feels really cold. This one, you could have put the subject a little off-center, get more of the tree in there, you see? Ava just nodded and paid attention, answered questions when they were asked. It was interesting feedback. She'd had so many people tell her how great her photos were. It was a genuine pleasure to have somebody go through them with a fine comb and pick on the tiny imperfections. When he reached the end of the album, Simon handed her tablet back to her and nodded, smiling gently. Sean was right. You're good. Told you, Sean commented, from where he was spewed on the couch playing an old game, something with airships and muzzle-loading rifles. So, what does that mean? Ava pressed. Simon stroked his chin thoughtfully. You've come along at a good time, he said. The guy I usually work with is off sick and will be for the foreseeable future, so I do need a photographer. He tapped his chin, frowning. Look, how do you feel about the Middle East? How do you mean? Ava asked him. Would you be, scared to go there? Simon clarified. Not enough to stop me if that's where the work is, she shrugged. I don't know. You've got to take care wherever you go, right? Just because you have to take a little more care in some places than others. A lot more care, Simon corrected her. Fine, a lot more, Ava agreed. But there's no such thing as safe anyway. True, Simon agreed. So yeah, I wouldn't have a problem going there provided I had somebody to show me the ropes. Simon fetched a tablet from his bag and signed into Google Maps. Within seconds, he summoned a sandy oblong of land sandwiched between Africa and Asia. So, this down here is Saudi Arabia, he said, tapping it. Right, Ava nodded, taking note of the countries around it for good measure. Now, the Saudi royal family are still richer than Croesus, but part of the reason for that is that 10 years ago they did something very sensible and sold every oil-based asset they had. Seriously, VI Day happened, and before we'd even really got our heads around aliens on the telly, the Al Sauds had dished every penny they had in oil and invested it elsewhere. At the time, people thought they were crazy. They even made a loss on some of those sales. He opened a new tab. Time, however, has proven just how bloody smart a move that was. When alien technology put the final touches on fusion and widespread cheap solar power, a hole appeared in the oil market, and the value per barrel has been in decline for 8 years in a row now. Ava nodded her understanding. But Saudi Arabia itself didn't do so well, she noted. Exactly, Simon nodded. The country's economy was still founded in oil. Declining oil industry means declining employment, declining wages, and all the people who make a living selling goods and services to the oil industry and its workers. They all started to lose jobs and money, too. The labour pool of foreign workers dried up. Throwing some safety cock-ups around the Hajj badly hurting their tourism industry, and Saudi Arabia's been in a recession for 5 years now. Surely we're never going to be rid of oil entirely, Sean asked. Not plastics, Ava agreed, but gasoline? The market for that's going to be a fraction of what it used to be when it finally settles. And there's the problem, Simon continued. Saudi Arabia just isn't as rich as it used to be. In fact, it's imploding. They've already had to cut spending in all sorts of ways. Artificial reefs and peninsula projects have been abandoned. Cities in the desert have shrunk because they just couldn't afford the water, and military spending has been slashed. Oh boy, Ava sighed, realizing where this was going. The Caliphate. The so-called Caliphate, Simon gently corrected her. In what used to be Syria, yes. They've had their eye on Mecca and Medina for years. The Masjid al-Haram and al-Masjid al-Nabwani are two of the 3 most sacred places in Sunni Islam. If the Caliphate were to annex those cities, it'd be a major propaganda victory for them. Recruitment would boom, and it's high enough already. Where's the third? Sean asked. Jerusalem, Simon told him. But the Israelis are a much tougher nut than the Saudis, and the Palestinians are... never mind. Point is, they don't have a shot at Jerusalem anytime soon, but they might have a shot at Mecca and Medina, if not for... He zoomed the map out a bit. Pakistan. Like I said, Saudi Arabia is collapsing, and because nobody in the region wants that, they've been channeling aid and supplies to the Saudis for years, much to Iran and Russia's alarm. In Pakistan's case, a large part of that aid has been military, just like the Saudis and the so-called Caliphate. Pakistan are Sunni too, and they're keen not to see the holy cities fall into Caliphate hands. So they've been loaning all sorts of things. Training, special forces, a warship or two, and of course their air force can reach anywhere in the region just fine. Okay, Sean asked, examining the map. Simon smiled grimly and closed the app to open a folder full of pictures instead. 2 ships at harbour, dimly visible through extreme range and heat haze. This is the MV Narsapur, and berthed next to it is the PNS Zafirwar, one of the Pakistan Navy's frigates. Narsapur's a merchant vessel, a light freighter. About 2 months ago she left Karachi bound for Jeddah seaport. When she got there, though, she was immediately locked down by the Pakistani military. She didn't load or offload anything, and 3 days later she sailed straight back to Karachi without explanation. Any idea why? Sean asked. Oh, rumours were flying thick and fast, Simon told him. None of them were very credible. Not even the kind of rags who run headlines like, "The courtie abducted my cat," or whatever was touching them. That is, right up until some friends of mine were fed a tip that an Israeli checkpoint intercepted a nuke, covered in Pakistan flags. A nuke! Sean exclaimed. Ava was similarly dismayed. You're kidding. I wish I was. Simon shook his head. Okay. Ava reopened the map and considered it some more. Where's Iran in all this? Good question. One of the two questions we are going to be answering, in fact. Oh, bloody lovely, Sean groused. You plan on leading us into a powder keg where cities could maybe blow up? Story of my life, Ava commented, sotto voce. Neither man heard her. What's the other question? Simon sat down, resting his elbows on his knees. That nuke showing up in the West Bank makes absolutely no sense at all, he said. Nobody benefits from that. If they successfully smuggled it over the border and then detonated it, then what? Like I said, Jerusalem, and specifically the Al-Aqsa Mosque, is the third holiest site in Islam. Destroying it would be only marginally less blasphemous than destroying the Kaaba or the Mosque of the Prophet. Set it off elsewhere in Israel, he continued, and they just bring down the angry hammer of the West. Either way, there's no incentive, so that nuke being where it was is just bizarre. In fact, I'm having trouble figuring out what the nukes are going to be useful for anywhere. Unless whoever took them truly are crazy enough to believe that they could detonate them and actually survive or even defeat the retaliation. Unless just setting them off is the whole objective, Sean pointed out, and the whole point is martyrdom. Or unless blasphemy is the whole point, Ava added. Some anti-Muslim organization wanted to destroy the holy sites. True, Simon nodded, but in both cases, even martyrdom is done in support of an objective, and I feel like if body count alone was the idea, they would have got off already. It's a big and insecure part of the planet, and they've had plenty of time to drive those bombs to pretty much anywhere in Afro-Eurasia. If the plan was just to cause mayhem or to enrage the Muslim population, they'd have gone off already, I think. Sean raised a hand. Am I alone in being a tad concerned about going up against people who stole some nukes, and who may be willing to use them? He asked. Don't let me stop you if you want to back out, Simon told him. Goodness knows, it'd be a welcome relief from Jackie spamming me all the time telling me to talk you out of it, he added, referring to his sister, Sean's mother. Ava? Sean asked. She thought about it. She knew what her answer was, but it would be nice to articulate why. Simon, what do you think about what happened to San Diego? She asked. Simon sat back and considered her. How do you mean? What's your theory on what happened? Simon pondered his reply carefully before giving it. I think, look, all the credible science commentators have all agreed that it was some kind of antimatter-based weapon. 5 kilograms, they reckon, he said. 5 kilograms of antimatter would cost about $300,000 trillion, Ava told them. Jesus, Sean muttered. How much is that? A fuck of a lot, Simon told him unhelpfully. All the combined goods and services of the planet Earth would add up to that in about 7 years or so, Ava told him. So, yeah, there is no way that bomb was human activity. It was aliens, I guarantee you. And, oh look, within a few years of it happening, there's a huge increase in defense spending. We start building spaceships and She paused, pulled an annoyed face and started over. My ex-boyfriend winds up as the poster boy for a new generation of spaceborne servicemen. Simon nodded. And then a Pakistani freighter carrying presumably nukes loses that cargo on the open ocean, only for one of them to show up a month or two later exactly where it makes the least sense, he said. Right. It's like if somebody who didn't really understand the politics and religion and the whole everything that's going on in the Middle East was looking to try and shake up a real clusterfuck of a war in the region, Ava told him. To what end? Sean asked. I don't know, Ava shrugged. But what happens if they succeed? What if the whole Middle East did descend into World War III? Would the Allies be able to just ignore that and keep throwing resources up into space? Not bloody likely, Simon mused. Where did you come up with a theory like that anyway? There's kind of a pattern, Ava told him. Adam and I, our first date was to a roller derby. He spotted somebody in the crowd he recognized from a murder investigation, and there was somebody lurking outside with an assault rifle, and, it was almost a mass shooting. You never mentioned this, Sean gaped at her. It's how Dad got his injury. The gunman got him in the back, but then years later, when we lost Sarah, that guy moved the exact same way. Adam saw that instantly, and he was doing something in the Byron launchpad at Fulfa. She gritted her teeth and sighed, frowning. I can almost put my thumb on it. It's like a word on the tip of my tongue. I can feel that those two men really were connected to each other and to San Diego, and to all this spending and the saw and to this. She tapped the picture of Narsapur and Zulfikar. To that freighter and the nukes. It's all part of the same thing, I know it is. This piece of the puzzle just fits. They considered the image again. Bloody hell, Duck, Sean said eventually, shivering. If you were trying to talk me into coming with, you've done a shitty job. And given me a lot to think about, Simon added. Where do we even begin investigating something like that? And if you're right, there's no way that the intelligence services aren't involved. What's the alternative? Ava asked. I heard there's an Icelandic choir going to do a concert tour around Dominion space. You want to go cover that instead? That'd be the sensible thing to do, Simon suggested. Fuck sensible, Ava grumbled. Whatever this thing is, it killed my parents and ruined my life, and I'm not alone. I want to fight back, so hell yeah, I'm in. Simon gave her a long, slow stare, then turned to Sean. I like her, he declared. Said you would, Sean agreed. Simon stood up. Let me plan this, he said. I'm not quite sure where an investigation like this might start, and no offense, Ava, but you being American is going to complicate matters if we just head straight for Saudi Arabia or whatever, and start poking around. For the time being, fill out those forms I gave you and submit them. We can at least get your credentials sorted so that, whatever we decide to do, we're ready to do it, okay? Ava and Sean nodded, and he stood. Get some bags packed and ready to go. Keep them by the front door or somewhere. I'll be in touch. Sean let him out. Are we crazy? He asked on returning. I mean, are we seriously going to kick off our careers in journalism by going to the Middle East and chasing dukes? I think Simon's either crazy or desperate to take us along, Ava replied unconcernedly, stretching out on the couch. Doesn't that bother you? I gave my last fuck months ago. That's not what I wanted to hear. Ava tucked her hands behind her head. Sean, don't you get it? Didn't you put the pieces together? Didn't you listen to a thing I just said? Sean frowned at her and circled around to drop in the armchair. Clearly I didn't, he muttered. Ava sighed and sat up. Someone or something wants us dead, she said. You must have seen the Vancouver attack footage. And everybody knows about the quarantine field, and come on! You think 2 million dead Californians happened by accident? Adam and I could have been in that. It kind of rams the point home. You really think... No, I fucking know, Sean. I saw a man shoot a 14-year-old girl because she was in the way. That's what we're up against. I don't know who, or what, or why, but I know that something with more antimatter than we could produce if we turned all of the Earth's civilizations to making it and pumped it out for a lifetime. Something with that wants us dead. And it's somehow got some humans on its side too. She gestured to the window. And what are the options? Do nothing? Get drunk? Fuck a lot and try to enjoy ourselves before they succeed because we didn't try and stop them? The hell with that. I can't. She was amazed to discover that she was crying. Sean, very gently, shifted from chair to couch and put a hand on her upper arm. You sure you're not still feeling guilty over Adam? He asked. Of course I still feel guilty over Adam. Ava tore away from him and surged to her feet, angry now. How does that change anything? Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter what my reasons are for doing it. It's still the right thing to do. We could get killed. Oh, wake up! We will get killed someday. Cancer, or a car crash, or an antimatter bomb from space, or who the fuck knows? Death doesn't scare me, Sean. If it scares you, you're welcome not to come along. He laughed gently. I did say we could get killed, didn't I? Ava stilled. Okay, what's your reason? She asked, turning to face him. Sean shrugged. A bad one, he conceded. Picking at something invisible in his jeans and not looking at her. But, you know, better to do the right thing for a bad reason, right? Yeah. Ava considered challenging him for a better answer, but settled for shrugging, and trudging out of the room and up the stairs into her bedroom to prepare a bag as Simon had suggested. Every fibre of her wanted to be sullen, angry and bitter pretty much all the time, and she was damned if she'd indulge that impulse, even if Sean couldn't resist his impulse to drop a veiled and passive I love you on her whenever he could, which was really starting to be a pain in the... She paused, took a deep breath, and started over. She had to do that a lot as she packed, just as she had had to do every day for weeks now. Every single resource she could find about travel in the Middle East stressed modesty. Modesty? As if the god who created the human body had intended for it to be an object of revulsion and fear. As if men were so weak that women had to suffer the burden of controlling their impulses for them. Pause. Deep breath. start over. It was getting better, day by day. Every time she caught herself flaying into a rage, every time she closed her eyes, inhaled and let go, it made the next time a little easier. She took her time and focused as hard as she could on packing the bag, as small and efficient as possible. Tight jeans were out, but that was okay. She had some loose slacks. These formed the outer layer, inside which were rolled her flannel shirts, loose tops, and everything she had that would combine to cover her from wrist to chin to ankle, without scandalizing the oh-so-delicate male sensibilities. Pause. Deep breath. Start over. Underwear, socks, sanitary pads, some makeup essentials, a pretty square scarf that should hopefully pass muster as a hijab if she needed it. She spent a few minutes practicing putting it on, threw it into the corner in disgust after she managed to jab herself in the back of the head with a pin. Pause. Deep breath. Start over. Retrieved it and, after a few minutes, became satisfied that she was putting it on correctly without having to refer to the WikiHow guide. Experimentally, she wore it alongside the clothing she picked out. It wasn't baggy and formless, at least. In fact, modest and still hot, she congratulated herself, then realized that in testing her outfit, she managed to completely undo all her progress on packing the bag. She paused. She took a deep breath, and she started over. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. HMS Shaman, Falfa, Simbrine, the Far Reaches. Regari. Chasing after Shu was more than just a personal mission for me. It became a lucrative contract for the clan. Admiral Sir Patrick Knight had been summoned, and Regari was now being politely interrogated in a meeting room somewhere in HMS Shaman's structure. Ima, apparently, was to be debriefed separately. Somehow Regari had expected the Admiral to be a near clone of Major Powell, sturdy, strong, and rough. Knight, in fact, was tall and slender, and the translator rendered him with a refined, intellectual accent, similar to that of Clan High Mountain. How so? He asked. The females are extremely devoted to their ideal of clan loyalty, more so than any male is to his clan, and that is quite a feat, Regari explained. Their devotion to one another apparently transcends species. There is something of an uproar right now over the wisdom of bringing a human, Shu, into the clan, but the one thing that none of them will even think of suggesting would be ejecting her from the clan of females. She's a sister, and will be a sister for as long as she lives. And this benefited Whitecrest how? Knight inquired. I am an apparently prestigious officer of Clan Whitecrest, and I led an exhaustive investigation, chasing Shu across known space, Regari explained. Now, this was advantageous to Whitecrest first, because it was a valuable intelligence-gathering venture in its own right. We tripled the reach of our own surveillance network in searching for her. That alone would have been reason enough to do it, but the mating contracts...
You did it all for the Nookie?
Powell asked. His expressions were always harder to read than most humans, but there was just enough there for Regari to guess at a joke of some kind. Joking or not, however, the observation was completely on target. For as long as the search continued, Regari told him, we had the respect and attention of practically every female on Gao. For males, that is a rare and hugely coveted position to be in. It means that for once we get to choose our mating partners, rather than the other way around. We advanced our breeding program by generations during this operation. Breeding program? Selectively enhancing the Whitecrest line by mating with females carrying gene stock from other clans. The Stonebacks, the High Mountains, the One-Fangs, breeding for strength, intelligence, reflexes. Every clan has just such a program in effect, planning our own genetic futures. The human shared an uneasy glance for some reason. Is something the matter? Regari asked him. Call it a cultural foible, Knight conceded. Eugenics has been an historically, tricky subject on Earth. Where does Kirk come into this? When I was travelling with Shu and Ima, we found ourselves with a dilemma, Regari said, sitting back. Designed as the seats were for human proportions, his feet were dangling ridiculously, but he didn't care. She wouldn't go back to Gao, you see. She was convinced that she would bring down the swarm of Sorns just by being there. Who knows, maybe she was right. On the evidence of Capital Station, we wouldn't have been able to fight them. And the commune she'd lived at, and all the city around it, would have been inundated with slavering predators. I think that thought scared her more than the possibility of being eaten herself. Knight and Powell both nodded. Regari recognized that nod. It was the one that indicated agreement, without wanting to interrupt. Returning her to Earth was also not within our power. No channels of communication, no help from the Dominion. We didn't even know where Earth was, he paused. In fact, I still don't. The distal end of the border stars, Knight told him, a cluster we call the local group. Rigari tried to recall what he could of the Dominion's galactic map. The galaxy was an incomprehensibly huge place, and the broad strokes creation of a notional feature such as the band of uninhabitable systems which marked the no man's land between the Dominion and the Alliance inevitably included tens of thousands of stars. It was all far too big for any living being's brain to accommodate. A long way from Gao and from what the Dominion thinks of a civilization, then, he concluded. And with the Dominion actively obscuring that information and stigmatizing efforts to contact your species, well, we were forced to stay on the move. Shu disguised herself as a sister, and we took care to travel parts of the Dominion far from Gao, where she would be less likely to be discovered. It was there that we started to hear rumours.
About Kirk, Powell checked.
About Councillor Krunching. Rigari had long mastered the trick of letting his cybernetics transmit the name to the translator, rather than trying to pronounce it. We would find stations where they were still talking about their vagrant Deathworlder, and the fact that one of the galaxy's most notorious political figures had just swept in, collected them, and departed. We had just started looking for him when, well, there was an incident. It persuaded Shu to leave us and go it alone. What happened then? Aima was furious with her, Rigari remembered fondly. I think she had forgotten that Shu was a human, with human instincts. She saw her as a sister, and expected her to behave like one. In what way? Knight asked. Forgive the broad generalization here, but the clan of females stand together, and they can be both savage and a bit stupid about it. Threaten one of them, and they will unite to make your life a misery, even if actually doing so is beyond their power. Humans, I think, will do that too, up to a point. And I think that point is the one where an individual decides to sacrifice themselves for the good of the rest.
That's very broad strokes, Powell commented.
Borne out by individual examples that I have personally witnessed, Major. Sergeant Leo Price, for instance. Knight and Powell looked at one another again. It was amazing how much humans communicated between themselves just by taking a half-second glance at each other's faces. Rigari had no idea what the unspoken conversation had entailed, but Powell cleared his throat.
So you returned to Gao, he said.
By way of perfection, Rigari duck-nodded. I didn't know why, but I made use of a resource. The contact, I guessed. Now, how do you know about her? Rigari demanded. Via Kirk. Ah, of course. I should have known he would use her services as well. Well, for a fair price. She sold me information concerning Kirk and his ship. Contact information as well, which turned out to be obsolete. Or at least he never got in touch via those channels. I have no idea why not. In any case, he continued, when the Whitecrest clan set about trying to find Shu, we were able to trace her to a station in the Signal Stars. FTS 1090 Endless Possibility. The trail went dead there.
Why?
The station's traffic records were corrupted. Every ship that stopped there over nearly half a Goian year, their origin, destination, flight paths, all lost. All we had to go on was civilian rumour and gossip. And what did those have to say? They were abuzz. A Goian female had fought with a human male and fled the station. Sometime later, that human had left with some other humans in the company of a Rukhtr. Fought? Knight asked. Wiped to the floor with him, as you say, Rigari commented, clearly pleased for his friend's prowess. The station's population weren't sure whether to be sceptical of the stories of human strength, or whether to start thinking Goians are Deathworlders too. The idea of a disguise never crossed their minds, though to be fair, it was a good disguise.
That matches with Kirk's final report, Power observed.
That it does, Knight agreed, but those logs being corrupted is new information, and not Kirk's MO at all. Enemy action?
Power grunted and nodded. Trying to cover their tracks.
Which means that Kirk, his crew and Miss Chang stumbled across something important. At the kind of speed Sanctuary could get to, that something important could be anywhere, sir. True, but the escape pod is much slower. Enemy action? Rigari asked. What enemy? He knew a poker face when he saw one, and both Knight and Powell had impenetrable ones.
Doesn't matter, Powell grunted.
We do have plenty of enemies, after all, Knight agreed, a touch more diplomatically. And this all happened 5 years ago. Rigari considered calling bullshit. It was a phrase he learned early on from Shu's movies, and loved, but decided against it. It would only antagonize them and be unlikely to work. Not that I am authorized to make a formal offer, he started, but the clans might well be interested in closer ties with humanity over the coming years. Knowing who your enemies are might shape that decision or prepare us for coming up against them. Again, there was a borderline telepathic silent conversation between Knight and Powell that took little more than enough time for both men to glance at one another. Well said, Knight agreed. I'll need to take advice from my colleagues and superiors on that, however. By all means, Brigari agreed. Now, on to the matter of Imra and I visiting Earth. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. Oriki Station. Uncharted system, deep space. Kirk. In the weeks since they had first arrived at Mukri, Lewis's initial experiments with the nanofactory had largely revolved around creating a series of construction drones, which had in turn assembled for him an apartment, rebuilding part of the station structure so that the nanofactory and its control center was basically his living room. The apartment itself was little more than a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and a large working area, the latter comprised of a commodious countable chair, more volumetric screens and work surfaces, and what looked to Kirk's eyes like 100 datapads strewn over the floor, piled on the surfaces, tucked into the corners of the chair, and generally littering the place like ticker tape in the aftermath of an especially pompous parade. Lewis was trying to keep himself to a healthy routine, to the point where Kirk was under strict orders from him to enter the apartment with a shock prod and zap him if he didn't stick to the rules he'd set himself. Quite why Lewis would need to be reminded to go to sleep, to bathe, to eat, and to change his clothing was a bit of a mystery, but as Kirk understood it, a human in the grip of an obsession could neglect his basic needs, and Lewis had self-diagnosed a strong propensity for exactly that kind of obsession. At least that was how Kirk had described it to Vedrick. Lewis's exact words had been, "Dude, I'll fall asleep on a slice of moldy pizza inside a week if you don't remind me to clean up and look after myself. Been there, done that." To his credit, Lewis was sticking to his schedule almost without prompting, and he was benefiting from it too. Aboard Sanctuary, he had stuck to the bare minimum of exercise that Julian and Kirk had conspired to force on him. Now, it was impossible for a human to seem scrawny by the standards of Kirk's species. Humans, even unfit, skinny humans, were pretty much nothing but muscle and bone, and those muscles and bones were denser, tougher, stronger, and proportionally larger. To a Ruktik's eyes, even Lewis was dense and sturdy enough to shake the deck plating as he walked, and Lewis was decidedly scrawny by human standards. His general proportions hadn't changed much on a regime of Tai Chi and yoga, but his movements had. Lewis had sort of flopped about the place before, treating being upright as something he did en route to sitting somewhere else, with shoulders slouched and expression distracted, only to focus when he was sat at a terminal, working on a simulating challenge. Now he moved with the same kind of fluid alertness that Allison and Julian had possessed. His back was straighter, his step lighter, his expression here and now. It was like he was always at a terminal these days, always working on a stimulating challenge. Maybe he was. He was certainly absorbing knowledge with a veracity that defied comprehension, and sometimes he made huge tangential links between two subjects that Kirk would never have thought to connect. What was the association between climate science and politics? What did either of them have to do with nanofactories? For that matter, how did biology and computer programming enmesh? Lewis had explained. Kirk prided himself that he was one of the smarter members of a species that had, prior to the arrival of humans and Gowians, been generally respected as the only sovereigns around who could give the courtier a run for their money. But Lewis's exploration of those connections had been so arcane that he still wasn't sure he understood it. Could a local drought really spark a civil war? Let alone a regional conflict that went on to drag in half the factions on an entire planet? How could software evolve? In what possible way were either of those already impenetrable relationships relevant to using the nanofactory to build a weapon against the hierarchy? Lewis had finally silenced his questions by instructing him to go read the Dirk Gently books, dude. Kirk hadn't been able to find an author by that name, but he had been introduced to Douglas Adams, to the concept of holistic, and, in researching that, to the whole field of chaos theory. The fundamental interconnectedness of all things seemed like a bizarre and nonsense concept at first, but the more Kirk had dug into it, the more he realised that he had been exploiting exactly that principle ever since he left Outlook on Forever. Relying on it, even. Everything came back to humans in the end. After all, he had planned to use them to tear down the rusty and stifling entrenched power of the Dominion from the inside. He snapped out of his thoughtful mood as he approached Lewis's door. Kirk had gone without company for a couple of days while Vedrick slept, and yesterday's attempt to check in with Lewis had ended in the human calling, "Busy, come back tomorrow," through the door. This time, the door opened. Lewis's outfit had changed dramatically for some reason. He bathed daily, and the first thing to come out of Moriki's narrow factory under his control had been a machine for washing and drying his clothes. Even though the Forge could have recycled them and built him new clothes every day if he wanted them, he stuck to the same fraying jeans and sand-coloured t-shirt that he had been abducted in years ago. These were now gone, and replaced with robes of some kind, or something like a kimono or karate gi. It was hard to tell exactly what, given Kirk's own lack of expertise with the intricacies of human clothing, and the fact that Lewis had probably designed the garment from memory. The end result was something loose and comfortable. Lewis was curled up in his thinking chair, the huge, comfortable one that Kirk could almost have squeezed himself into, reading something of a tablet. "Hey man, come on in." "How are you doing?" Kirk asked, accepting his invitation and entering the suite properly. It was remarkably clean, especially considering Lewis's self-confessed propensity for squalor. "Trying to get my head around quantum computing," Lewis murmured, in the soft way he always did when concentrating. "I get the theory, they're just subtleties of the way the Courtie go about using qubits that are giving me an idea." "Like what?" "Don't even ask me to explain, man. I've got, a shape forming in my head, and, there's a bit that I think is gonna fit there. But even if it does, ain't no way I'm gonna be able to explain it without telling you the whole shape." "I like the new wardrobe." Kirk changed the subject. "Very zen." "I was going for Tron Legacy, man. Flynn had his shit worked out." "He did?" "Yeah, If you're gonna spend however the fuck long in exile with 2 or 3 people to talk to tops, may as well be comfortable and meditate a lot." He swiped right on the tablet. "It helps, actually. Weirdly." "I wouldn't know. Is this what you were doing yesterday?" "Yeah, dude. Ass finally went on my jeans. You came along while I was buck-ass assembling me some new duds." Kirk snorted, amused. "Lewis, what possible reason would I have to care?" he asked. Yeah. Just because the whole galaxy are nudists, we're the weird ones," Lewis scoffed. "Clothing is practical, dude." "Practical for what, exactly?" "Well, fucking pockets for a start." Kirk just rocked his weight backward onto his 4 hind legs, the comfortable, sedentary posture of a rook not planning to go anywhere for a while. He was wearing a utility belt, 2 holsters and a pair of saddlebags, none of which would have begun to qualify as clothing by human standards, yet which meant that he was already rather better equipped with pockets than Lewis had ever been in his jeans. Certainly, Lewis's Flynn robes didn't seem to have pockets at all. He decided not to press the issue. That way lay an argument just as intractable as trying to point out to the Crumbler that they were, biologically speaking, obligate omnivores and that their strictly herbivorous lifestyle led to malnutrition problems that placed a permanent burden on their economy. Certainly the Crumblu and the Garians had been at odds over that point, from the instant the Garians had made first contact. "Not to rush you," he said delicately, "but I was rather expecting that you would have started to build things and experiment by now." "I have." "You have?" "Sure. I've just not built anything useful, man, so it's all gone back in the recycler." Kirk angled his head so that he could get Lewis into his very limited range of binocular vision. "Nothing useful at all." "Well, I made the washer-dryer and an oven and some cake tins for Vedrick, and don't forget all those tablets." Lewis shrugged, swiping right again. "But as for the big project, yeah, I've thrown together a few basic ideas, some proofs of concept. But I can either do the mad scientist thing and fill my space with every last shitty little project that's never going to come to anything until I've got nowhere to work, or I can keep the place tidy." "You do keep saying that you are naturally an untidy person," Kirk pointed out. "Dude, you have no idea what untidy really is," Lewis told him, settling the tablet aside. "I'm being fucking careful here because I..." He stopped, suddenly and visibly emotional, then sprang to his feet. "Room. How far to Sol?" The room spoke in a clearly synthetic voice. "The approximate straight-line distance from this station to Sol is half a galactic radial length." "That's about 7 kiloparsecs, Kirk. 23,000 light years. If we had sanctuary here, and I hopped in her right now and flew her straight home, it'd take me 2.5 weeks. And that's if I magically somehow managed to do it without having to stop to degauze every day. Lewis cleared his throat and gestured to the map. The straight line route strayed dangerously close to the galactic core, where starships never dared to venture. If I took the space lanes... if I had a ship with a cruising speed of 500 kilolights, how long would it take me to reach Sol via cleared space lanes? Calculating. Approximate travel distance, 1.3 galactic radial lengths. Approximate journey duration in human units, rounding up, not including necessary resupply and degauze stops, 60 days. Kirk watched Lewis's shoulders sag before he turned around. And Simbreen is even further. 2 months, Kirk. If I had the fastest ship in the Milky Way right here, it'd take me 2 months to get home. On most ships, like if I tried to hitchhike home on freighters and whatever, I could be at it for years. He dismissed the galactic projection with a swipe of his arm. I am a long way from other humans right now. I like you and Vedrick well enough, sure, but you guys can go without if you have to. Me? If I'm not very, very careful, I'm gonna go crazy and I fucking know it. I have got to take care of myself. No mess. No clutter. Do my chores, exercise, say my fucking prayers, whatever. And maybe I'll be able to go a few years without completely losing my shit. There was a long moment of silence, and then Lewis climbed back into his thinking chair. So maybe you better let me get on with all this studying I gotta do, because the sooner I get it done and come up with a solution, the sooner I can get out of this cage you've shut me in. Good talk, buddy. Let's do this again tomorrow. Not quite knowing what to say, Kirk watched him in silence for a minute, and then pushed his weight forward onto all 6 legs again, and made himself scarce. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. Byron Group Headquarters. Omaha, Nebraska, USA, Earth. Kevin Jenkins. Rachel glanced up, then gave him her professional smile, and gestured to the door. Go right on through, Mr. Jenkins. Thanks, Rachel. Of all the perks that he had acquired during the last few weeks, Kevin was finding that the one he enjoyed most was that he could walk into Moses Byron's office whenever the hell he liked. Nobody else in the group enjoyed that privilege. He whispered to himself as he entered Byron's office, reflecting on his expensive suit and 6-figure salary with bonus. Look at me now, Mora. What was that, Kevin? Byron set his tablet down on his desk and looked up. Just talking to myself, boss. Only way to get some intelligent conversation sometimes, Byron chuckled, and sat back, folding his arms comfortably. What's up? Company wants the final report on that lunar jump beacon. Figured it'd only be fair to get your side. Byron frowned. He hated having the subject of that particular blunder raised. Agent Williams already got that out of me, he grumbled. Figure she's not interested in hearing the positives, Mr. Byron. Byron made a tired noise. What is this, Kevin? Good cop, bad cop? Am I paying you to be my interrogator now? You're paying me to make sure the company never has to visit your office ever again, Kevin pointed out. Okay. Byron stood up and hit his wet bar again. Kevin had noticed he did that in pretty much every meeting, and also that, excepting the meeting with Special Agent Williams, aka Darcy, he never actually drank what he mixed. Presumably it was all a ploy to put his people at their ease and steer the conversation his way. What's your poison? He asked. I'm fine without, thanks. 1 DUI is enough for a lifetime. We've got people who could drive you back, Byron pointed out. Takes all the fun out of it, boss. Byron sighed and reclaimed a little momentum by mixing something for himself. A Virgin Manhattan, before sitting down as he dropped in the Maraschino Cherry. Okay, fire away. Robert Frost. Frost had been one of the 4 crew on Reclamation, the ship that Byron had sent out to investigate the disappearances of BGVs 1, 3, 4, and 6. Somewhere during the ill-fated mission's chain of misadventures, Frost had been forced to take a translator implant. He had been under the scanner of a surgical robot, about to have the implant whipped straight back out again, when a hierarchy agent had stepped into his head and used his body to murder the Reclamation's captain, Jason Nolan. Things had only gotten worse for them after that, but a full recording of the changes in Frost's brain as he was taken over had, briefly, been in the hands of the Byron Group's scientists. Byron had probably deleted it. Byron set his drink down a little too sharply. What about him? Williams wasn't impressed that you destroyed evidence there. The scanners of his brain, all that stuff. Unethical, Byron grunted. couldn't be used without huge human rights violations, and couldn't be kept without maybe ruining the group if it ever leaked. Kevin had to agree, but he had the questions he'd been instructed to ask. Not even to research ways to stop the control from happening? I trust my people, Byron said. Whenever they know things I don't, I defer to them. That's true of you, and it's true of Erickson and Billings. Both of them recommended destroying the data. When I discussed the implications with Mr. Williams, our Williams, that is, our chief of security, he said the exact same thing. And why not forward it to the government? Byron snatched his drink up again, and stood to tour the office. This may come as a surprise to you, Kevin, but I don't trust the government, he said, fetching up by the window. The government has been sitting on a secret this huge for years. It knows who destroyed San Diego and why, and more defense spending than my whole group is worth has gone dark in going after them. All of which has vindicated my lack of trust in them, which I've had since long before pretty little Agent Williams waltzed in here and told me off like a naughty schoolboy. He drained the mocktail and won, and set it down on top of his bookshelf with a shaky hand, plainly angry. Extinction? He snarled, spinning around suddenly. These people are playing with extinction, and they're keeping people like me out of the loop? People who could help? 'Cause yeah, I knew something was up with the implants, but I was worried about corporate sabotage or spying. I was worried about losing more good people, so I added a failsafe to get them home fast in case something went wrong. Stuff like that, small tragedies that we could handle. Nobody said a dang thing about extinction, and I had no good reason to suspect it was even on the cards. But no! Only the government can handle the responsibility of playing games with the lives of billions. Only the government has that right. He strayed back to his chair and threw himself into it. If I wasn't happy with having that data used by my people, then what in the Sam Hill makes you think I'd forward it to the government? He asked. It'd be just as unethical if they used it, and just as ruinous to us if it ever got out that we were the ones that supplied it. And you can put every mother-loving word I just said into your report verbatim, Kevin. I don't need a positive spin on that one. Kevin took a deep breath and gave it time for some of Byron's rage to dissipate out of the room. You sure you don't want something with alcohol in it, boss? He asked slightly. Byron grunt-chuckled. One liver's enough for a lifetime, he said, echoing Kevin's earlier sentiment. Reckon if I start drinking every time I get stressed, that way it lasts a couple of transplants. No thank you. Did the company want you to ask me anything else? I think you said enough, Kevin replied, putting his phone away. He had recorded the whole rant. Anything you need from me before I head back? Matter of fact, there is. Byron stood up again and retrieved an old-fashioned physical document in a slim black plastic folder from atop his filing cabinet. He spun it onto the desk in front of Kevin. You hear all the brouhaha up in Vancouver over the free space cadets who came home? They're fellow abductees and friends of an old friend, in fact, Kevin said, opening it. The folder contained duplex printouts of the free sanctuary survivors, and a quick rundown of everything that the group had been able to learn about them. Even at a cursory glance, their summaries made for impressive reading, and they didn't include some of what Kevin knew about Kirk and his mission. No kidding. Well, I won them for EV-11, not least because this Estes City fella's got about the most sophisticated prosthetic foot on Earth, and that's a market I wouldn't mind breaking into. Any objections? None, so long as that's all they've got cyber-wise. Kevin shook his head. It's only stuff that touches the brain that I'm worried about, though, for personal reasons. I wouldn't mind having a word with them. That's fine. Not a bad idea if you meet them in person and assess them anyway. Reckon your other employers would object? I doubt it. Okay, go have fun talking to your friends of a friend. Byron technically had to wait for Kevin to decide to leave, but despite that, in Kevin's opinion, the man was a high-functioning psychopath and a narcissist. He was still a damn good boss, and Kevin didn't mind letting him think he had the power. Keeping Byron's ego feeling unbruised made life easier for everybody else who worked with him. He stood and headed out. Try not to get in trouble while I'm gone, boss. Byron toasted it with his empty glass. Kevin, you're on my speed dial, he said. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, AV. Simbrine, the far reaches. Adam Aries. Training for the Saw was a delicate balancing act, the weight they need to keep the team on standby, ready for a mission should the need arise, versus the hellish demands of keeping their bodies in the proper condition to go on that mission. The result was training that varied in intensity throughout the week on a pseudo-random schedule, one day of which was the heavy day, followed by a light day for recovery. Heavy Day was designed for maximum effort at the expense of leaving the operator burned out and shaking, often barely able to move. Today was Adam's Heavy Day, and he'd elected to go for a simulated suit run. These were pretty simple. Wearing the Eve Mass undersuit under a weighted replica of the midsuit with a full tactical load, an arrangement that was actually worse to wear than the suit itself, because it was loose in him rather than hugging tight and supporting its own weight. He set out for a dawn-to-dusk run. Pick a direction, go. Turn back at noon. And if you had any designs on saving your energies on the run-out, you were just hurting yourself and everybody else you might need that little bit extra performance for. He settled on a road run today, and had set himself the challenge of making it out as far as the coastal outpost on New Penzance. New Penzance was nothing more than a research outpost. It had a cabin for the researchers, a boat shed with a launch ramp and a weather station, and a radio mast for talking to Folkfer. The parking lot was bigger than the combined footprint of all the buildings, and Adam jogged across it, slapped the side of the cabin, panted a smiling "Hi!" to the surprised residents who were tending to their boat, then turned and jogged back down the access road, checking his timepiece. He'd made it just before noon, so when he reached the end of the access road, he turned left and continued along the coastal road for another 20 minutes, before the alarm went, calling him to turn back. The return journey was always the worst. On the way out, even pushing the pace as much as he needed to for good training, he could at least enjoy the scenery, take in his surroundings, and they were fantastic surroundings. The coast skirted the edge of the scar, or the TMAZ, or the skid mark, or whatever you prefer to call it, and so the lush simpering forest that had once come down right to the tide mark, and the mangrove-like things that had once lived beyond even that, were now gone. Here and there, a decaying stump jutted out of what was rapidly becoming scrubby coastal grassland. Imported earthling grasses were outcompeting the native plants at an astonishing rate, as they crowded out the sunlight and whipped the metaphorical rug out from under them. A bird, an actual Terran bird, sleek and agile, whipped overhead, speared down into the grass, and came up with something that could only be a native in his talons. An earthling wouldn't have been quite so exploded. A convoy of logging trucks swept up the road, heading away from the city, and he raised a greeting hand when the lead truck honked at him. There was a lot of alien timber out here, and no point in letting it get eaten or choked by imported alien insects and plants. Folkfer was getting hugely wealthy off a continent's worth of virgin extraterrestrial forest, and most coveted of all was Pinkwood, with its delicate striations of alternating bands of dark chocolate and taffy pink grain. As a structural material, it was worthless. As a luxury decorative wood, it was the most coveted thing on either planet, and its looming extinction made its devotees all the more crazy. Of course, there were protests and environmental campaigners who decried the rapacious logging of an endangered species, but the Reclamation Project had pointed out in an impassioned statement that the tree was extinct anyway, given that it was only a matter of time before the last one was killed by a marauding immigrant. In the face of which every veneer, tabletop and decorative turned piece that lived on as a treasured heirloom or favoured gift only served to prolong the plant's unfortunate legacy, and to remind humankind of the degree of care and seriousness with which interstellar colonization would need to progress. Adam's muscles had been gently burning away all morning, of course, but as he entered the young woodlands around Folkfer, and more importantly when he crossed the field threshold for the gravity generator, ramping up from Simbrine gravity to Earth gravity in about 10 paces, that was the point when he hit the wall. There were only so many energy-saving tricks that a man could do in these circumstances. He could stay hydrated, sat down electrolytes and sugar like his life depended on them, allow himself timed and brief rest breaks to stop, engulf an energy bar, and recover a few drips of reserves before powering on. But the only way to really get through was the trance. PJ training had only reinforced something that Lexi had taught him when he was 16, that the human brain could enter a mode where pain, hunger, fatigue, thirst, all of it became abstract information. In such a state, focused completely on putting one foot at a time that little bit closer to home, a man could run, and run, and run, and run. The sun took its sweet time in ambling down to ground level, and the kilometres ticked by sporadically, vanishing in handfuls, and yet each one taking an age. Adam had another level beyond the trance, which he saved for the most serious exercise, when the only way to move forward was to literally break himself. He wouldn't need it today. There was an established endpoint at the base. Rebar had rigged up a sheet of metal that rang like a gong when slapped in the big red circle at its centre. Your run, or whatever you were doing, wasn't complete until you staggered up to it and rang it, did a circuit around the dorm for good measure, and slapped it a second time. Getting there involved thumping doggedly along the coastal highway, past the building he co-owned with Titan on Dementor Road, up Delaney Row, into Newlands Park, and uphill beside the river, as the lights came on to celebrate the hours of darkness. He crossed at the Western Footbridge, forced himself along Peak Way, past the MPs on gate duty, past the grab ball hall and the scenario course, past the open field where all of the base's staff who weren't spaceborne operators did their PT, up to the dorm, slapped the gong. This was where it got truly difficult in the last few seconds. Staggered around the dorm, counting every last step, slapped the gong again, and pain. Pain, exhaustion, weariness, and reality all flooded back in as he let go and started thinking again. Mechanically, his hand hit the stop button on his timepiece, then grabbed his drinking tube, and he took a long, thirsty pull of his custom cocktail of high-performance sports drink. He sat down on his butt, rolled backwards, and lay there for a minute or two, while his breathing slowed and something resembling energy started to soak into his tissues again. Voices started to percolate into his sphere of awareness, and there was something familiar about one of them. Well, okay, every voice on the base was familiar, but this one was familiar in a way he hadn't heard in a while. Just ran past me without acknowledging me. Do you think he's okay?
Relax, he's fine. Ain't your horse?
Adam opened his eyes. Baseball grinned down at him. Standing next to him, wearing what was probably an expression of concern, were two Gowians. He didn't recognize the female, but the male? He knew that white cowlick anywhere, especially coupled with a new prosthetic paw. Oh, hey Dexter, how you doing? The female chittered a Gowian laugh. You alright, Gary? He is overflowing with enthusiasm to see you again. Even Adam managed to laugh and waved a hand reassuringly. He looked to Baseball. What's that word the Brits use?
Knackered, Base grinned. How'd you do?
Got out past New Penzance, Adam smiled.
Shit, Base swore. His grin got all the wider. You know we're gonna have to try for Big Bay now, right?
No way your slow ass is getting out that far, Adam grunted. He rolled over and, agonizingly, hauled himself upright with Base's help.
Right, 'cause you're Speedy Gonzales, Base teased.
Adam chuckled. Old-timey racist though it was, he'd always loved that cartoon. Andale, arriba, he grunted, and began the laborious process of rolling over and heaving himself upright. Are you alright, Warhorse? Regari seemed genuinely concerned. I'm fine, Adam reassured him. Good training. And, hey, good to see you, bro. Figured you'd come calling sooner or later. He hit the release on his bag and let it slam to the ground. Both Gowians took an alarmed step back. Ima made an alarmed chirping sound. You were running carrying that? Yup, Adam nodded, then named a thumb at Baseball, who scooped the bag up easily and slung it over his shoulder. His turn tomorrow. But that must weigh... Ima paused and evaluated it.
About 5 times what you do, Baseball told her. It's just what we do. You coming in for movie night, Hoss?
Ooh, what are we watching? Adam asked.
You get the deciding vote, Base told him. Terminator 2 or The Wind-Up Girl?
Oh man, we're having a good movie night? Adam asked. Judgment Day, I guess.
D2 it is, Base smiled. Go on, bro, hit the shower.
Crew patch first, 10 milligrams. Base had already palmed one, and produced it with a smirk.
Pussy.
Adam rolled his eyes even as he took the patch and pressed it firmly to his aching right knee. It had definitely gone click in a nasty way during his final circuit of the dorm. Yeah. We'll see how tough you are when you try and run to Big Bay tomorrow, tough guy.
Man, get your stinky ass in that shower so we can watch Arnold do his shit.
They knocked fists, and Adam did as he was told, hobbling his way around the dorm side to the locker room and shower block. Ordinarily, he would have soaked at length, but the lure of a good movie, Gowians and the bowl of jambalaya he had waiting for him was all too strong. He swung by the kitchen to grab his dinner, took a couple minutes to microwave it, and headed for the couch. Disappointingly, Dexter, Regari, had elected to maintain his dignity in front of the female and hadn't joined the comfortable warm tangle of relaxation on the couch. Adam could relate. It felt similarly awkward on the 2 occasions where Ava had joined them for a movie. He stomped on that thought immediately, and found somewhere to insert himself on the couch. So, what is this movie about? Ima asked. perching herself delicately on the armchair, which was otherwise only ever used by Major Powell, on the rare occasion that he joined them. Akiyama, as always, was the one who leaped to summarizing it. Okay, so this is the second movie in the series, and what happened was that some idiot invented a computer that took over the world and killed most everyone. This dude, John Connor. Ima listened, rapt, and occasionally asked questions about the time travel aspect of the story, and Adam grinned silently to Regari when he climbed up onto the back of the couch and made himself comfortable. "Everything okay with you two?" he whispered. Regari's ears drooped very slightly. In order to avoid triggering the translator and having Ima overhear, he had to reply in his faltering English. "She only want to be friend." "Ouch. Sorry, bro." Regari made a complicated duck wobbling motion with his head that probably served as a Garian shrug. "It's best, probably. Make hard with other gal. They not ready." He flashed a few teeth imitating a smile, and extended a bunched fist, which Adam happily met with his own, and they settled back to watch the movie. Schwarzenegger was in the middle of spin-loading his shotgun when there was a knock on the door and Powell shoved his head round it. "Stay seated, lads," he ordered, even as the men on the couch were beginning the undignified scramble to get upright. "Sorry for interrupting, but something's come up." Ima stood up and gestured to his seat, a gesture he acknowledged with thanks as Titan paused the movie. Powell perched on the edge of it. "General Tremblay just got back to me about our Garian friends visiting Earth," he said. Adam shot a glance at Regari, who nodded. "It's all gone up political," he says, "and he wants to know how soon we can make it happen without compromising on safety." "Sir, so soon?" Rebar asked. The men disentangled themselves and settled into an alert posture, engaged with the conversation. Powell emitted a small twitch of frustration, which, coming from him, was a sure sign of stress, along with his thickened accent. "Ambassador Hussein got involved. Don't know why, and I wasn't told." Regari growled. "Father Rafek," he said, referring to the current Garian ambassador. "He'll be keen to win points with Mother Yolna for his clan." "It will backfire for him if he presses too hard," Ima promised. "Whatever the reason," Powell said, "I have my orders. 2 Garian VIPs to visit Earth ASAP. Thoughts?" "They'll need the full-time attention of 2 protectors, sir," Base suggested immediately. "We're the only ones with the training in ET medicine for if they get infected or inhale an allergen or something." "And personal protection," Adam agreed. "Lots of folks on Earth who might want to make some kind of a statement." "Statement?" Ima asked, ears swiveling in mixed curiosity and alarm. Regari seemed similarly concerned. "You think assault is a possibility?" "Bombs are a possibility," Baczynski told them, a little too bluntly. He promptly received a light slap upside the head from Murray. Ima didn't take it well. "Bombs!" she squeaked. Her ears plastered themselves to her scalp and the fur along her spine bristled. Regari shuffled closer to her and placed a comforting paw on her upper back. "Worst case scenario," Powell told them reassuringly. "And highly unlikely. Bomb plots take time to organize, and if this goes quick and smooth, there won't be that kind of time. Still, we have to consider all possibilities. So it's agreed. 1 protector per VIP. Aggressors? I'm thinking not necessary." "Probably not," Firth agreed. "Horse and Base have got personal protection down pat. We just get in the way." "Locals," Murray prompted. "Aye, good shout," Powell agreed. "If we need a marksman on the roof or whatever, local operators or law enforcement would raise less comment. This is going to be public either way, but I'd still keep us out of the spotlight." "That just leaves us," Rebar said, and he looked at the Garians. "Don't suppose you guys brought some kind of Deathworld hazmat suits with you?" "No," Regari admitted, plenty annoyed at himself. "We did not. We expected longer negotiations." "Can't that nanofactory of yours make them?" Rebar asked. "Too large," Regari explained. "The Spring Ember's forge is for small tools and utensils, spare components and parts, not for a whole excursion suit." "We could fly back to Gao and acquire some," Ima suggested. "How long will that take?" Powell asked. Regari looked at the ceiling, suggesting mental calculation. "In human units, 9 days each way." "Call that Plan B," Titan suggested. "We can fix something up for you." "You're sure now?" Powell asked him. "Oh, it's right up there at the top of the list for biohazards." "Sir, if we make this thing, and I have even a moment of doubt, you'll hear about it." "Make what exactly?" Powell probed. "Portable biofilter force field and a small gravity generator sewn onto a modified ball," Titan replied. He glanced left and right to Rebar and Sykes, who nodded along. "Not difficult, especially if that nanofactory can build some Garian tech ones. Even better if we can send them down to Skur for Major Nadu's team to program and test. And we'll need Horse's skills as a seamstress to tailor the harness." The Major nodded, satisfied. Time frame on that? 2 hours to put it together, a day to properly safety test it? Titan estimated. 2 days, Rebar corrected him. Once Kerf have delivered the parts, that is. And ideally, sir, I'd press for free.
I'll pass that up the chain. Powell sat back and rubbed his face. So, 3 to 4 days minimum, as many as 20 or so if not.
We could... actually, never mind, Brzezinski began.
Problem?
Powell asked him. Nothing I can explain in present company, sir. Rigori's head tilted in a way dismally similar to a concentrating dog's. If you had a suggestion for retrieving the suits from Gal faster than sending the spring Ember, he mused, but the suggestion involves sensitive information, then that implies that your ships have an impressive sustained cruising speed. Faster than I suspected. Adam had already long since noticed Major Powell's clear tell. When something surprised him or got past his guard, his best neutral expression slammed down, which it now did. Scott Brzezinski, however, was not so accomplished a poker player, because he had to fight to conceal a scowl. Either way, neither man could have broadcast a clearer confirmation of Rigori's stunning leap of insight. I doubt they're going to comment, Ima told him, answering on the human's behalf. Please don't antagonize our friend Snowtop. Snowtop? Adam asked her. Rigori had a faintly put-out set to his stance that suggested a touch of light-hearted teasing. Come on, that wicked white mohawk of his? Snowtop's a good 'un. Sykes grinned. A chuckle swept around the room, and Ima looked quite pleased with herself. I do not have a mohawk, I have a white crest, Rigori grumbled. Or did you think my clan's name was an accident?
Right, okay, so that's the defenders sorted, Powell grunted, immediately regaining everybody's attention. Burgess, Eris, thoughts on their suggestion? Can't be too careful, Bass mused. Fuels are great, but any car they ride in's gonna want to be steam-cleaned and hypoallergenic before they get in it. Same goes for hotel rooms, too.
Shampoo, too, Adam offered. We don't want stuff accumulating in that fur.
And anybody who shakes hands needs to sanitize first. Even better, they need a frontline shot, Bass continued.
We should have a couple stasis containers on standby too, so if it all goes full-bar, we can extract them to an ET hospital. One of those Class 10 ones, Adam concluded. This conversation isn't filling me with confidence, Ima confessed.
That's because, to be straight with you, this trip is a bad idea, Baseball told her. Everyone in this room immediately gave him their undivided attention. You're only safe in this room talking with us because we've all got frontline implants, and so does everybody else in Simbrine. So does Zhu Chang, which is why things didn't go real wrong for your homeworld the second you took her there. Earth, he added, is a whole different kind of trouble. There's microbes everywhere. In the air, in the rain, in the soil, on the grounds, on the walls, on every surface you touch on everybody's hands. There's going to be viruses, dust particles, pollen grains, and airborne compounds coming at you with every breath. And that's just the stuff that Titan's harness can deal with. What happens if a wasp decides to ruin your day? What if you scratch yourself on a rusty nail? I don't even think about what tetanus would do to a Gowian. He sat forward to lend some extra solemnity to his words. Throw in the gravity, the weather, the poisonous plants, and the fact that some crazy SOB might just decide to take a shot at you for reasons that only make sense to his buggy ass and no one else's. And that's all the stuff we probably know how you'll react to. How about, atmospheric pollution and heavy metal contaminants? He tailed off and looked around. Very, very gently, Powell gave him the nod to continue. Look, me and Horse, we've got your back. We'll be there, and if we don't keep you alive, ain't nobody was ever gonna, he said. But this is a real bad idea, Mother Reimer. A real bad one. As your protector, charged with your safety, I gotta tell you, the safest thing you can do is not go.
Fucking A, Adam grunted. Ima exhaled at length, looked down, and then back up and met John's gaze levelly. Her ears were up and forward, and there was a determined set to her stance and the way her claws were slightly out that said everything before she even spoke a word. Thank you for your kind warning and counsel, she said at last, and Adam suspected she was speaking very formally and diplomatically. Rigori had taught him that much about the Gary language. But I have a sister on that planet, and I will speak to her at the very least. We are going. Together, Adam and John glanced at Rigori, who was still standing behind her where she couldn't see. Slowly, and a touch awkwardly given the different structure of his shoulders, he shrugged. Adam knew that shrug. It was one he'd deployed himself on more than one occasion when the women in his life were busy making it difficult. I think we've had our marching orders, Major, he said. Powell made a deep noise in the back of his throat.
That we have, Staff Sergeant, he agreed. Right. I'll pass everything you just said along to General Tremblay. Go ahead and finish your movie now, lads, and get a good night's sleep in. I expect you'll be busy tomorrow.
Yes, sir, rippled through the humans, and Powell stood up.
Not, lads.
Night, sir. Ima settled into his abandoned chair as Powell left. Where were we? She asked. The men exchanged glances, then with a shrug, Akiyama hit the remote again, and the burning wheel that had been frozen in place on screen for the last few minutes resumed its bouncing journey. Adam sat back and spent the rest of the movie in thought, pondering the task to come. Something told him that his coming night's sleep was about to be the best one he'd get for a couple of weeks. Date point: 10th year, 4th month, 1st day, AV. Seawall, Stanley Park, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Earth. Xu Chang. Just running was a relief. Moving was a relief. Not being surrounded by people asking questions. So many questions. Getting away from her fussing mother and a father who was constantly melancholy when he should have been delighted. From a big little brother she didn't know how to talk with. Just the freedom to run, under open sky and correct gravity rather than on a treadmill, when every breath that rushed into and through and out of her was dense and rich and right, almost intoxicating. For the first time since arriving on Earth, she was home. Apparently home was sweatpants, a cerulean running top, running shoes, asphalt pounding away from her, and chilly sea air smelling of saltwater and distant fish. Too early in the morning for there to be anything but trees and benches to her left, and water and mountains to her right, and only the occasional hardcore jogger like herself to break the tranquility. Earth itself was welcoming her just fine. Trees and mountains and the smell of the sea hadn't changed a bit. It was people who were giving her difficulty. Old school friends who'd visit just long enough for an awkward hug and a gift before vanishing. The reporters poised around her parents' house had only finally been persuaded to leave by the realization that Xu was determined not to make herself pretty for the camera and was more interested in getting the hell away from them. Employers wanted experience and marketable skills, for which purposes gun fu, fluency in an alien language, and 3 years of living as a vagrant in disguise apparently didn't count. It was also complicated. And worse, everyone seemed to be disappointed and upset when she didn't fit seamlessly back into their lives, as if nothing had happened. As if she hadn't been homeless and alone and had to fight monsters and nearly been killed, and as if what happened to her was her fault, and she should just deal with it. The city itself didn't give a fuck, thankfully. It was comforting to run past the same old landmarks, just be another face on the street. An Asian girl on her morning fitness routine. Anonymous, and glad of it. She was breathing hard by the time she passed under Lionsgate Bridge. Too many years of alien gravity, 3 weeks of hospital, binging on her mother's home cooking and the last lingering effects of being spaced, had all conspired to badly hurt her fitness compared to the last time she had run this route. She paused at the Prospect Point Lighthouse, mentally calculating how far it was to Siwash Rock, which had been her objective for today. Too far. Much too far, if she was being sensible. She'd be a wreck by the time she reached it, and she'd still have to get back. To hell with sensible, she muttered, not noticing that she'd set it in Gowrie, and kept going. She wanted to be thoroughly exhausted, today, having had the bad news that morning, that one of the girls in her ballet class had died less than 4 months after Xu, had been abducted. A bad cold had turned into chest infection, and become pneumonia without anyone realizing. She'd gone to bed early to try and sleep it off, never to wake. She'd been 19. Missing a couple of weddings and the birth of a little girl named after her had all been body blows too. Running and recovering her fitness was keeping her mind off how much she'd missed, at least. It was helping her cope. There was a spot about 200 metres further on where the sea wall path kinked inwards to hug the bottom of the cliff, and when it did she almost tripped and fell over because she'd just run into a dream. Somebody had placed a sculpture out in the water. It hadn't been there 10 years ago. In fact, being burnished steel on a post in salt water, it probably hadn't been out there for very long at all. But it was right out of the vivid dreams she'd had aboard Sanctuary. A faceless still man, sitting cross-legged, and pondering a globe held delicately in his left hand. She gaped at it, immobilized by déjà vu, and then decided that maybe sensible had its merits. She glanced back at it, half expecting it to suddenly stand and throw the ball to her, and then retraced her steps. She was still in a badly shaken mood by the time the taxi she had called returned her to her parents' house in Strathcona. Slightly more shaking still was the man sitting in their front room, making polite small talk over tea with her family. She would be the first to admit to a nigh-total lack of experience with men. She had been kept away from them before her abduction, and then during the years of her absence. The male she spent the most time with had been Regari, who probably didn't count given that he wasn't even human. Sure, toward the end there had been Julian, Lewis, Amir, and Zane. But by and large, men were an alien species to her. But she spent years living among alien species and learning how to read them, and this one, when he looked at her, did something that the courtie normally did. He looked a little too long. He evaluated. He analysed. She immediately took a disliking to him. He was kind of easy on the eyes, though. Tall, all the best features of both white and African heritage, and either his suit was tailored or he'd got unbelievably lucky at the store, and it didn't look cheap enough to be store-bought. Zhu was nearly as out of touch with fashion as she was with men, given that the inspirations for the styles that had inspired the inspirations for the previous generation's inspirations hadn't even been 3 seasons away when she left. But there was something almost queerness about the cut of it. She'd seen the gaggle of 3 of them once, parading down the station concourse, as tall and flimsy and decorative as orchids, and the ornate fascinators they'd been wearing seemed to have inspired elements of the man's lapels and the subtle patterning around the hem of his jacket. As thick and expensive as the suit was, the man wearing it had a kind of rough and ready stubbled look, including a peculiar scar, a lattice of slim white lines slightly forward of his left temple. She addressed her mother in Mandarin. "Who's this?" she asked. "Another reporter? Please, Mum, I don't want to talk to him." Amazingly, he replied perfectly in the same language. "I'm not a reporter, Miss Chang. Nothing to worry about there." It took her a second to realise that he lacked any kind of an accent at all, which was a trait characteristic of translator devices. And sure enough, when she glanced at the table, there was a small silver cube there, which was almost certainly exactly that. She spared herself an irritated blush by muttering something about needing a shower, and vanished upstairs. Once clean, she changed into her loose grey sweatpants and a white-ribbed vest top, then lurked in her Spartan bedroom in the hope that he'd go away. No such luck. Eventually, there was a knock on the door. Li Chang stuck his head around his daughter's door. "You may want to talk to this one," he told her gently. Zhu sighed. "Do I have to?" she asked. "I've spoken to the intelligence people, the doctors, the news. I don't think he's going to be asking the same questions," her father said. "I say give him a chance." She scooted up the bed and sat against the wall, acutely aware that she was behaving like a girl half her age. "Fine, okay." A minute or so later, the stranger knocked on the door and entered on her reluctant welcome. He'd taken the jacket off at some point, and Zhu had to admit she hadn't anticipated the large tattoo that seemed to completely cover his right arm. To her irritation, he took one look at the bare walls and floor and chuckled. "Something funny?" she asked him. "Hey, we seem to have gone off on the wrong foot there. I'm sorry about that," the man said. It had been years since she last heard a Texan accent. He cast about for something to sit down on, then gave up and offered her a hand to shake. "Kevin." She shook it, deciding that she could be polite at least. "Zhu." "Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. But I did the exact same thing when I got back too." When Zhu just frowned at him, he waved a hand at the pronounced lack of items that her cleanup had left behind. "This. You spend a few years living out among the stars surrounded by all those critters with nothing but what you're carrying. Get home, kind of feels like all that stuff ain't yours no more, doesn't it?" "So, you're Kevin Jenkins," she guessed, finally recognizing him and irritated at the too smooth attempt to identify with her. "I thought I recognized you from somewhere. The Guardian showed me the news report you were in. You're the reason it took me this long to get back. You're the reason I had to spend all that time in disguise, and running." "Ah, come on, be fair," he complained. "It's not like I ordered the Gunfrang to put that force field up there, and I sure as hell didn't order the Dominion to start throwing folks to the walls." "You ran your mouth off." He exhaled and lowered himself onto the floor. "Maybe I did," he agreed. "I never thought it'd... Didn't you ever say something out there that maybe scared somebody, or they took it the wrong way?" Zhu didn't answer. "What do you want?" she asked instead. "Geez, lady, why the 3rd degree?" "Really? You can't see how it's maybe a bit frustrating how people in suits keep showing up who want to talk to me and ask me questions? And the question is never, 'What can I do for you, Miss Chang?' or 'Yes, about your resume,' We have need of a Gaulian language expert for this movie we're making. Are you interested in auditioning? No, every time is something people want me to do for them. Jenkins just watched her, warily. He was doing that courtier analysis thing again, so Zhu scooted forward on the bed, planted her feet on the floor and gave him her best glare. So, go on then. What do you want? He considered his answer carefully, licking his teeth as he looked around the room. Full disclosure, he said at last. First of all, you've got to know from the news thingy that I'm an old friend of Kirk's, and yeah, I guess I'd sure like to hear news about him. That's my personal reason for coming here. Professionally, I knew it. Professionally, Jenkins forged ahead, we have need, yes, of a Gaulian language expert, and an extraterrestrial survival expert, somebody who can live on a ship without much in the way of possessions. He swept a hand demonstratively around the room. Basically, somebody with your skill set. Zhu glowered at him. A spaceship? She asked. You're offering me a job on a spaceship? Yeah. Why would I want to leave? She asked. I only just got back. Jenkins gave her another calculating stare, then stood up. I know those scars on your arm, he said, causing her to glance unconsciously at them. A hunter gave you those. I've seen their teeth right up close and personal. And that on your neck is where some fella had a knife to your throat. Up against a wall, if I'm any judge. Seen that plenty of times too. Scary place, this galaxy of ours, ain't it? Get out. You look at people like the courtier do too, you know. A sick cold ball of anger dropped right into Zhu's stomach. What? When you walked in, first thing you did was evaluate me. Calculate. And I saw you see me do the same to you, and I saw you didn't like it. And I get why. Don't much care for those little grey assholes myself, not after they bolted a prototype implant to my head, like something out of the Terminator. I'm sorry, it's nothing personal. Just a survival habit both you and me picked up out there. When Zhu didn't say anything, he apparently took it for permission to keep talking. And then you come back here and it's not like you imagined, is it? He asked rhetorically. You imagined it'd be your old bed and your Mars cooking, and then it turns out things have moved on. The world's changed. And home turns out to be a place in your head that you can't ever go back to. Because those grey motherfuckers took it from you, and you would ever get it back. Believe me, I tried. Oblivious or uncaring of her mounting rage, he pressed the point. I thought Earth was home too, but you and me? We were out there too long and it changed us. And guess what? You weren't here for their lives either. My daughter grew up and so did your little brother. We both missed weddings. One of your friends died when you were gone. Zhu erupted to her feet and punched him full in the nose, breaking it. He staggered against the wall and clamped a hand over the sudden blood flow. He was too preoccupied with pain and surprise to say anything, but he still managed to stare a wide-eyed question at her. I don't know who you think you are, and I don't care, she snouted at him. You don't know me. You don't know what I went through. Don't try to project your baggage onto me, and don't you dare try to use me like that, you creep. He shouldered himself off the wall. You don't think maybe there was a bit of an overreaction? He mumbled through his hand, feigning bravado. Who told you could come into my house and treat me like a prize? Zhu prodded his chest. Nobody gets to do that. Not you, not anybody. And here I was thinking we were making a connection, Jenkins muttered, as he adjusted his grip, wincing as he pinched his nostrils shut. You came to my house, Zhu repeated. You tricked my parents. You tried to manipulate me. You tried to get inside my head. You tried to use these. She gestured at the ragged scar lines on her arm and to the tiny cut on her throat. To make me do what you want? My answer is no. You go away right now. Jenkins nodded and opened the door. Offer of a job still stands, he croaked. Then get somebody who can treat me like a human being, rather than an objective to put it in writing, Zhu snapped. Get out! She slammed the door behind him, catching him in the backside and congratulating herself, as she heard him barely avoid falling down the stairs. Then she sank onto the bed. She was shaking and crying when her parents rushed in seconds later. Kevin Jenkins. Staggering across the road while holding his nose together nearly earned Kevin a cart in the knee. He raised an apologetic hand to the driver. The other one being clamped around his bleeding nose adequately made the case that he was slightly preoccupied right now, and made it to his own car, fumbled with the door sensor and thumped down onto the driver's seat. He sat there pinching his nostrils and swearing for a good 10 minutes, before he was finally satisfied that the bleeding had ceased. He pulled down the sun visor, and peered into his makeup mirror. The nose wasn't crooked at least, but it was bruised. There were dark splotches under his eyes for good measure, and his shirt was in dire need of a dry cleaner's attention. He touched the nose experimentally, and flinched. "Way to go, dumbass," he congratulated himself. "Fucking perfect." Date point: 10th year, 4th month, 1st day, AV. Rookie station, uncharted system, deep space. Kirk. Kirk had once seen a human documentary in which a team of fishermen had sat and patiently repaired their nets after a successful trawl. At the time, he hadn't fully appreciated that. While repairing the net was still massively less of a task than weaving a new one, it must still be tedious and time-consuming. After all, only Deathworlders would consider it normal for an animal to damage a net of woven plastic fibres. Doubly so when the animal in question did so without claws, teeth or a knife, but simply with its own mass and strength. To the fisherman, a routine part of the day. To Kirk, more than that. Mending his own net, the galactic web of contacts, favours called in, bribes issued and reputations blackmailed that had kept him fed with information from across Dominion space was tedious, yes. Time-consuming, yes. Fiddly, delicate, and at times frustrating, yes. And it was hampered all the more that he had to do it now at arm's lengths, and through proxies and agents, none of whom could be allowed to know who he was. The galaxy had not heard from in a long time, and his sudden reappearance could not possibly pass without comment. The more he achieved before those comments began, the better. His time away had changed some of the players too. Politicians had retired, criminal figures had been arrested, killed, or had wisely resigned into obscurity before either of those fates caught them. The only solution was to rebuild, slowly. And while that was a task that by and large was proceeding at a satisfactory pace, it did often leave him seated by his desk, trying to be entertained, or waiting for a message to arrive. Right now, he was listening to an audiobook. Unintended effects are always possible. For instance, the most dangerous road on Earth now appears to be a 2-lane highway between Kabul and Jalalabad. When it was unpaved, cratered, and strewn with boulders, it was comparatively safe. But once some helpful Western contractors improved it, the driving skills of the local Afghans were finally liberated from the laws of physics. Many now have a habit of passing slow-moving trucks on blind curves, only to find themselves suddenly granted a leafly unimpeded view of a 1,000-foot gorge. Are there lessons to be learned from such missteps in the name of progress? Of course, but they do not negate the reality of progress. He paused the book and mulled that thought over, only to be interrupted by Vedrick. If Lewis was a study in how humans could absorb massive volumes of information and correlate them in breathtaking ways, and if Kirk was a living justification for his species' reputation for shrewdness and politics, Vedrick was... well, he had become very interested in baking. At first, Kirk had been uncharitably scornful of this, but Vedrick had proven once again that he wasn't actually stupid, just slow. In English, Kirk knew, the two terms were used more or less as synonyms, but in the case of Gunrvan, the difference became apparent. Both in matters of the body and matters of the mind, nobody, not even the most inventively charitable liar, could have realistically described Gunrvan as fast, but they did have inertia, which could be the next best thing. It had certainly allowed them to outperform the Courtie when it came to large forceful technology, and a few associated technological fields. The Courtie prefer for their research to yield dazzling new inspirations that could make the researcher's reputation and earn them a promotion. Hard graft wasn't their style at all, and so in areas where the patient ability to keep chewing away at the details yielded incremental, cumulative improvements, they were surprisingly lacking. Gunrvan were all about hard graft. They didn't have much of an alternative. And so, while Lewis and Kirk had been blitzing around the station, familiarising themselves with its layout, its capabilities and its systems, reinforcing some repairs and, in Lewis's case, a thorough search for terrifying killing machines, Vedrick had parked himself in an unobtrusive spot, and had thought. He had then, after some trial and error, some research, the assembly of a few appropriate tools, and raiding the station's food storage stasis lockers, baked an apple pie. It wasn't actually an apple pie, of course. The nearest apple was tens of thousands of light years away, as was the nearest flour, not to mention the butter and eggs, which neither Kirk nor Vedrick could have eaten anyway, and the less said about cinnamon the better. But dissecting and then milling down some universal ration spheres had produced a dry edible powder, and fructose was fructose all over the galaxy, present in the cuisine of every species, though not, it had to be said, in the quantities called for by most human recipes. Earth's death-world conditions have caused plants to evolve that could generate sugar in terrifying quantities that had never been available to non-human chefs. The real key to the dish, however, was a type of fruit called a rook, the flesh of which was tart, sweet, and not dissimilar to an apple in texture and culinary properties. Rook had long been a firm favourite of Pungwu gastronomes. But Vedrek's genius had been to recognise that the slimy fluid core of the fruit and the oily substance that protected its seed were acceptable matches for egg and butter respectively. The result was a failure, an abject one. What the oven eventually belched out had turned out to be a monstrosity of black caramelised fruit sugars and a pastry substitute that fell apart at a suspicious glance. The second attempt had been marginally more successful, the third practically intact. The fourth had been a pie. Not, according to Lewis, an apple pie. The taste apparently had more in common with something called grapefruit, but still very pleasing to the palate. Once the basic principle of the pastry was down, Vedrik had thrown himself into his bacon with gusto. Lewis had complained about the enforced vegan diet at one point, but the nauseated signals he'd received from both of the obligate herbivores on the crew had induced him to drop the subject. In any case, Vedrek's offerings had grown commendably in complexity and skill, and he made big portions, the smallest of which wound up on Kirk's plate. It was slightly disconcerting to see that Lewis ate slightly more than Vedrek, despite being roughly a tenth of Vedrek's mass. He also tended to the running of the place. Thanks to Vedrek, the station was clean, the lighting was powered, meal times were scheduled. By taking over and keeping Lewis fit and healthy, he had created time for Kirk to complete his objectives, and during the 2 days every week that Vedrek spent hibernating, the place noticeably went downhill. Despite all that, it hadn't clicked for Kirk what it was that his friend was doing, until the day Lewis had referred to him affectionately as Jeeves. Vedrik, of course, had needed the reference explained, hence why he was now pulsing purple-blue in amused confusion while watching a bit of Fry and Laurie. Lewis, meanwhile, was enjoying his weekly break from study to watch it alongside him. He had climbed, carefully, onto Vedrek's wide back and was grinning at the comedy. "I do not understand," Vedrek said. "His name is to drop a small object? It is absurd." "That's the point, dude. Yeah, it's surreal." "This word, suroriulu, does not translate." "Oh man, we're getting pretty abstract here. Surreal is like when things are like reality, but wrong in some way. Bizarre." "I do not understand," Vedrik repeated. "Human never translates," Kirk told them both. "Ever." "Oh please, that's bullshit. We're all sapient, we're all similar." "Our friend is correct, Lewis," Vedrik rumbled. "I do not understand human humor, and you will not understand the humor of the Gunflandran." "Alright, bring it. Hit me with your best joke, Jeeves," Lewis challenged him. He sat up and, carefully so as not to injure, slid down off Vedrik's back. "Very well, Vedrik rumbled, a Gunvrang throat clear. Tiny Godrudge goes to a herdfather and declares, 'Largest one, I am thirsty.' The herdfather points to the mountain. Kirk and Lewis exchanged mutual bewildered expressions, as Vedrik glowed raw purple and produced a wheezing sound deep in his chest, his species' version of uproarious laughter. Slowly he faded. Do you not see? Largest one, the mountain." "My turn," Lewis said. 3 men walk into a bar. You think one of them would have seen it?" He smiled hopefully, as it was Vedrik and Kirk's turn to express confusion. "I guess puns probably don't work so well. Okay, how about an anti-joke?" "Anti-joke?" Vedrik asked. "Okay, so what's so funny about a shutter full of Corti exploding?" Vedrik flushed alarmed white. "I can see nothing amusing in that scenario. It would be a tragic loss of sapient life." Lewis sagged. Yes, exactly. That's the punchline." "I am confused," Vedrik told him. Okay, I know. How about—" "My turn," Kirk interrupted, "and this should prove my point." Lewis sighed. "Fine." Kirk nodded at length. "Somewhere deep in space, a freighter picks up a distress beacon," he began. "They rescue the escape pod and are pleased to find that the occupant is a fellow Rukshrum. They explain that, sadly, their freighter is a slow one, and that it will be many Riktat before they next arrive at port, but the castaway is simply grateful for the rescue. At mealtime, the 4 of them sit down to enjoy Kukra and Zuruk in welcome to their new guest. Just as they had begun to eat, the captain says, 12. His two crewmates laugh, and one replies, 8, to further merriment. Naturally, this confuses the newcomer, who requests an explanation. We have worked together for hundreds of Rick, the captain explains. We all know each other's jokes by now, and so it is more efficient to refer to them by number. The newcomer nods his understanding and falls silent. Shortly thereafter, he looks around and ventures, 15? There is no response. 9? Still nothing. Exasperated, he asks what he is doing wrong. The junior deckhand shakes his mane sadly and informs him, Your delivery is terrible. Frederick probably signalled blue confusion, but Lewis's lips drew back into an imposing Deathworlder smile, and he made a kind of wheezing noise that it took Kirk seconds to identify as a laugh. Oh man, oh, yeah, okay, that's a good one. It seems I was wrong, Kirk observed, deeply surprised. You understood? Yeah, your own delivery was pretty good. What does delivery have to do with? Frederick began, then sagged when Lewis and Kirk both turned to look at him. The herd is following a truly ancient father when 4 Mumfred fly overhead. The oldest cries, Face the wind! He ventured, hopefully. Was that a fart joke? Lewis asked. That was a fart joke. As a matter of fact, it was, Frederick agreed, turning a slightly embarrassed shade at Magneta. See? There is universal humour. Lewis turned and grinned triumphantly. Kirk held up all 4 hands and feet, and then handed him a tablet. And while we were joking around, he said, contact has been made with Earth. Lewis grabbed it. Yeah? What did they say? Nothing yet. This is all information on how to establish a secure line of communication. I imagine that we will hear more in due course, but for now, it's a start. Lewis sighed. Frustrating, he declared, but vital. I know. Lewis stood up. Alright, in that case, I'll call it a night. See you tomorrow. They bade him good night, and Frederick paused for a thoughtful rainbow of blues and oranges. Did he seem upset by that to you? He asked. He is lonely, Kirk replied. Humans are intensely social creatures, old friend. I feel the call of my home planet also, Frederick replied. It is stressful to be so far from my herd. The difference, old friend, is that herd species feel comforted by each other's presence, but do not care for one another in quite the same way that humans do, Kirk replied. He is suffering. It makes me feel guilty. You have confined us all, Frederick agreed, even if for good reasons. Kirk shook his coat out a little. I have total confidence in Lewis, he said. He will find a solution, and we will be able to send him home. An alternative approach suggests itself, and that is? Frederick shone a brilliant cyan, as if the answer was obvious. Bring more humans here. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 1st day, AV. North Clearwater County, Minnesota, USA, Earth. Julian Esther City. So, what's the place look like? Alison was on the train in the UK. Julian could see green fields and more black and white cows that the same nation should allow rushing past the back of her head, interrupted by occasional white cottages, trees, and brick railside buildings. Julian shrugged and aimed his own phone around the room. It was essentially unchanged from the last time he stood in it, except colder and lifeless. Without the gentle sounds of a house being lived in, rather than being comfortably cluttered, it felt more like a museum locked up at night. It held up okay considering it's gone without maintenance for a couple of years, he conceded. But it's not the same without Grandpa. He had a lot of stuff, Alison commented, bringing her phone closer to her face. This was an understatement for the ages. Grandpa E had been Navajo. Julian's grandma had been equal parts Obui and French. Both of them had identified as American first and foremost, and neither of them had been afraid to collect keepsakes throughout their long and fascinating lives. The result was that the rich green walls were almost totally obscured by photos, artwork and decorations, no 2 items of which matched. 3 huge glass-fronted cabinets were stuffed full of whatever ornaments couldn't hang on the walls, and that was without accounting for the iron pans hung on the walls by the fridge, the herb drying rack above the kitchen island, the commemorative plates above the door, the cookie jar, 3 recliners, a futon, a coffee table with a humidor full of premium cigars tucked under it, and a TV as big as a ping-pong table. To this last was attached a venerable Sega Genesis, Julian's favourite childhood plaything and already quite obsolete by the time he'd first picked up his controllers. And that was just the big front room. The 2 bedrooms were equally cluttered, even the bathroom hadn't escaped becoming a repository for decorative knickknacks, and the utility room leading out to the back door was home to a drift of koozies, a stack of tackle boxes, and a gun locker layered in stickers and whatever magnets hadn't been able to find a home either on the fridge in the kitchen or the freezers in the garage. The less said about the unlimited salvage opportunities presented by the recesses of said garage, the better. Yep, Julian agreed. What are you going to do with it? Shit, Al, don't ask me right now. I still expect the old man to come shuffling up to the garage, you know. She moved the phone away from her face. I'm sorry, baby. He meant a lot to you, huh? He raised me, Julian shrugged. I don't even know. I love this place, but it's kind of the ass end of nowhere. The land's not worth much, and if we do go back out into space again, then I'm not going to be here enough to look after it properly. There's a pickup out there that I can probably resurrect, and 2 more that I probably can't. You've got to start somewhere, though, she asked. I already did. Cleared out all the spoiled food from the freezers, lit some scented candles. Place doesn't stink of 3-year-old fish anymore, at least. Jesus. Yeah. So, what's next? Got a message this morning that my dead letter's waiting for me, Julian said. Figured I'd go pick that up, grab some essentials from the store, maybe have a campfire and s'mores. Oh man, s'mores? You're having s'mores without me? Alison pouted, then giggled. She glanced behind her and realised that the pastoral landscape outside was now unambiguously urban. And I think this is Birmingham. I better get ready. Good luck, Al. I miss you. Miss you too, Esther City. She wrinkled her nose at him affectionately. You behave yourself till I get back, here? Yes, ma'am. So hot. She blew a kiss and entered the call. There was nothing quite like having a gorgeous woman describe him as hot to boost Julian's ego. Grinning, he grabbed his jacket and keys and headed out to where his rented truck was parked outside. That was one thing to say for the old place. You could have parked a couple of 18-wheelers outside with room left over to land a helicopter. An SUV, 3 pickups, and a by now thoroughly immobile ancient tractor weren't taking up even half the available parking space. He entertained himself for about half the long drive to town by perusing the local radio offerings before deciding that, time zones or not, Vancouver was probably fully awake right now. He called Zhu. There was a smile in her voice when she answered. Hey! Hey you, he smiled too. Just checking in, you okay? My day started off pretty crappy, she conceded. But yes, I'm okay now. You? Pretty good. Place is in better shape than I thought. I just need to pack it up and sort a few things out then. Well, I'll have plenty of time to decide what I'm doing with it. What was crappy? Nothing I want to talk about, just... She sighed. People. Julian chuckled. I hear ya, he agreed. When are you going to come down and look at this place? The IRP haven't come through yet, so I don't exactly have a lot of money, she demurred. Please tell me you're planning to come back up here, though. He couldn't contain a quiet, affectionate half-laugh. Yes, you, we're coming back up there, he reassured, teasing her with a patient tone. He heard a slight laugh from her end of the phone. Like I said, once I'm done packing the place up, we'll have plenty of time to think. Good, What? I think I really need you. Both of you, Alison and you. Julian ran a tongue across his lips, trying to think of what to say. That bad? He asked. Yeah. Okay. Look, it's going to be a little while yet. There's a lot to do. So I tell you what, if you need to, you just come down here. You know where I live. I'll pay for it. Zhu paused long enough for Julian to come to a halt at the stop sign, where he exchanged slight nods of mutual recognition with a lurking state trooper, before turning right and heading for Clearbrook. Julian, are you sure? She asked at last. Hey, he told her warmly, deciding not to mention that his and Alison's hazard pay, plus their accumulated salary from serving on Sanctuary, meant that Zhu's travel expenses wouldn't even noticeably dent his savings. Don't worry about it. If you need to come down here, you do it, okay? I'll take care of you. Of it. There was no reply. Zhu? Me? You sure none of more? Julian frowned. Was that Gowian? Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Julian. For you, anything, he promised. She made some kind of a noise, one he couldn't quite discern the meaning of. It might have been a sigh, might have been a laugh, might have been the disintegrating beginning of a week. It wasn't at all clear. I'd better help my mum cook, she declared. It's good to to spend time with her.
Sure, have fun, you.
And you.
She was silent for a long few seconds before she finally hung up. Aside from drumming his fingers thoughtfully on the wheel, Julian drove the rest of the way into town, cloaked in contemplative silence and no small amount of guilt. Two things were becoming increasingly apparent: that she was harbouring a large and growing crush on him, and that the feeling was mutual. Considering his committed relationship with Alison, that part was hard to feel good about, and he'd have much preferred to race it with Alison before now. If only there had been an opportunity, but in the hospital hadn't seemed right, and over the phone while she was abroad, even worse. He checked the dashboard clock and performed a few mental calculations. He had about 4 days to go before Alison got back from the UK. He made his plan. After she got back from England, they'd go back to Grandpa E's place. He'd make her s'mores, they'd cuddle by the fire, and he'd confess. See how it went. It sounded so simple, put that way, like there was no big deal involved. Sure, Esther City, he muttered. No big deal at all. Clearbrook Post Office was pretty much unchanged from the last time he'd seen it. Same red brick construction, same flat roof, same flagpole and the words United States Post Office in steel letters on the corner of the building. The road had been resurfaced and given a fresh set of bright yellow lines, and the trees were all a bit taller, but otherwise... He parked up, headed indoors, and found it thankfully empty. The postal worker was a rotund middle-aged woman with candy red dyed hair in a tight ponytail and enormous spectacles, who gave him a welcoming smile. Her name tag identified her as Caroline.
Hi, what can I do for you? She asked.
Hi, Julian Esther City. I'm here for my dead letter.
She froze. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry.
Why? What happened?
Well, nothing happened. I mean, it's all here, all of it.
She recovered herself and produced a form for him to sign. 10 years and change into the extraterrestrial contact age, and the United States Postal Service still hadn't weaned itself off hard-copy paperwork. Checked his ID, then vanished to stamp and file the form.
Head on out front, I'll bring it round.
You'll bring it round? Julian frowned at her as she vanished through a door, then did as she said, heading back out into the parking lot. After a minute of confused waiting, he became aware of a sort of rumbling sound. This turned out to be Caroline, dragging behind her a pallet jack onto which was loaded a crate full of more USPS totes than Julian would have considered plausible. That's my mail? He asked flatly.
This is your mail, Caroline agreed.
All of that?
All of it. Yep.
Sarcasm or some kind of witty remark was the order of the day. This whole situation was crying out for Julian to keep a cool head and deliver some kind of suave joke. He ran a hand through his hair and tried his best to compose one. Wow. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. HMS Shaman, HMNB Fogfer, Simbrine, the Far Reaches. Ima. The human male that Regari kept calling Warhorse was fretting like a particularly neurotic mother. This was apparently his job, and Regari had assured Ima that he was extremely good at it. Still, on some level, seeing this much attentive concern from a creature who was strong enough to accidentally dismember her was doing little to fill Ima with confidence. All devotion to clan aside, now that the moment had come to actually go to Earth. It was, after all, now well established that Earth wasn't merely a Class 12, a full 2 points of habitability rating worse than the minimum threshold for Deathworld status, but it was a high-end Class 12. Spared only from Class 13 status by a quirk of courty bias more than anything else. Earth was, in fact, possibly the most relentless and reliably lethal planet in the galaxy. When faced with stepping onto a world with that kind of reputation, the fact that she was trusting her life and health to a harness of force fields and localized gravity manipulation fields was, well, it made human paranoia suddenly seem rather less unreasonable. Regari, as ever, was the picture of composure and calm, but she knew him well enough to detect a slight, fidgety edge. Whatever had happened to him on Garden had clearly solidified in him an absolute trust in these spaceborne operators, but even that wasn't quite enough to completely quiet pre-Deathworld jitters. Warhorse himself was an incredible specimen. He was actually slightly shorter than Ima, but there couldn't be a millisecond of doubt as to which of them was stronger, heavier and more durable. Ima had seen flimsier wars, and he was casually
holding in one hand a bag that she privately doubted that she and Regari could have lifted between them. Baseball was standing nearby, calmly reading off a checklist. None of the words he was reading translated. Epinephrine? Warhorse tapped some ampoules in a quick access pocket on his chest. Check. Cetrazine? Check. Thiperamide? Blue and green band, yeah? That's right. Check. Morphine? ET dosage free. Check. Nitroglycerin? Regari pitted him. Wait, what? Relax, it's a vasodilator. Warhorse held up a calming hand. ET extravenous dosage free. Check. Intravenous? Nitroglycerin? Could save your life, man. God forbid. Trust us and let us concentrate, yeah? Sorry. Bay smiled at him. Last item anyway. Salbutamol? Horse nodded. Check. He stood and slung the bag on with alarming ease. Protectors ready, he announced. Good. Major Powell had taken up the duty of delivering the galleons to Earth himself. The preparations had taken some days and no small amount of politicking. But the plan seemed to be perfectly solid and sound. Aima and Regari would constantly wear Akiyama's custom-built excursion rigs, designed to counter the Earth's oppressive gravity and filter out every wriggling bacterium and anogenic granule that poisoned its atmosphere. The Saw's defenders had ingeniously packed on extra protection in the form of biofilter fields that charged from sunlight before sweeping their bodies clean of infection, and stasis field generators that would, in the event of a medical emergency, allow the wearer to be delivered safely to a Class 10 medical facility. Finally, each galleon was to be shadowed by a medic. Friendly as they were, Warhorse and Baseball had stressed that the moment they jumped to Earth, both of them were going to be focusing intently and exclusively on their charge's good health, and were not going to be much fun to hang out with. All things considered, Daima was almost getting... what was the term? Cold feet? Almost. Powell gestured with two pinched fingers to somebody outside of the marked jump array area, an ingenious idea that Daima was going to be sharing with Yorna when she got back. Why should mothers and cubs be exposed to the dangers of piracy, illegal research facilities and hunters, when they could just step from one planet straight to another? She felt her fur bristling. There was a whine, on the very edge of hearing, the feeling of building energy reaching a peak, and... she was on Earth. She could tell it instantly. Even with her excursion harness protecting her from feeling the extra gravity herself, there was just an extra solidity to everything. Warhorse and Baseball both adjusted their loads slightly. Powell's stance settled and widened. The humans to a man seemed immediately just a little more comfortable, a little more relaxed. Those high-gravity Deathworlder muscles had been straining against gravity that wasn't there, and now seemed to actually be grateful for the added burden. Unexpectedly, they also sped up. While Aima's own movements felt ponderous and slow, and the suit just couldn't disguise the way her foot dropped to the floor faster than was normal, the humans got... She searched for an appropriate objective and settled on punchier. They walked with a little more precision. Their hairs tracked faster as they looked around, and all of their little gestures and mannerisms just seemed to fit that tiny bit better, as if the mere fact that the planet they stood on was both larger and denser than the norm had been written into their body language. Powell took a deep breath and smiled. Like soup, innit, lads? He asked. Aima imitated him and nearly reeled. The air was warm, humid, and rich to the point of intoxication. High oxygen content, she recalled, and her memory stirred that in its primordial past Earth's atmosphere had been richer, warmer, and more oxygenated still, allowing for flying insects and land animals of incomprehensible bulk. The filters must have been working though. Aside from the tang of humidity, there was no discernible scent on what she was breathing. The protector seemed satisfied that she and Regari were well, at least, and indicated that the door could be opened. Admiral Knight had gone on ahead the evening before, and was standing next to a shorter, rather sturdier man that Aima didn't know, whose hair put her in a mind of brushed steel, but who was smiling warmly. Powell raised his voice enough to be firm. Detail, 10 shot! Warhorse and Baseball all snapped fully upright, bringing their heels together and straightening their spines. It was an impressive gesture given that both protectors were solidly layered in armour and equipment. Powell offered a salute. Sir, a special representative from Gao was ordered. The man he was addressing returned the salute. Thank you, Major. Your men may carry on. Powell nodded to the protectors, and both of them probably returned their full attention to Regari and Aima.
Mother Imer, Officer Regari, he announced. This is Lieutenant General Martin Tremblay, Supreme Allied Commander for Extrasolar Defense.
Tremblay offered a hand and shook their paws, rather more delicately than he needed to.
This day's been too long in coming, he smiled. I spent so long reading about the Gauian people and what you personally did for one of ours, that it's a genuine pleasure and privilege to finally meet you in person.
Imer felt her ears twist, feeling genuinely and awkwardly complimented. Shu always insisted there was nothing special about her, she replied, diplomatically. If that is true, then I must consider the pleasure and the privilege to be greater on my part. She caught the amused and impressed set of Regari's ears out of the corner of her eye, but Tremblay's reaction was even more interesting.
Please, don't waste a soundbite like that on me, he laughed. Save it for the cameras. Sorry we couldn't spare you those entirely, but the first official visit to the surface of Earth by non-humans, that was never not going to be a media party.
Had he been Gauian, Imer decided that she would already be contemplating a mating contract. Instead, she made a reassuring purr. Admiral Knight nodded solemnly. The sooner we get that particular ordeal out of the way, the better, I say, he suggested.
Agreed, Tremblay nodded. Let's get this over with.
Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Earth. Wei Chang. Zhu had gone very small and very quiet. Wei wished he knew how to talk with her, but every conversation they'd tried to have ever since she came back just tailed off. The elephant in the room between them, the confusion of their relative ages in terms of date of birth versus the number of years they had each lived, never got addressed. It was so sad seeing Mum try and pretend like nothing had happened. Dad somehow seemed to be taking things in his stride, but he'd become sad. After the initial joy and worry of Zhu's return, their dad had been behaving like he was mourning something rather than anything else. Wei just felt like there was a stranger living in the house, who'd thrown out all of Zhu's old stuff. A quiet, intense stranger who watched things a little too carefully, who flinched at benign sounds, and who occasionally spoke the wrong language without noticing. There was still the essential Zhu there, of course. When she could be induced to smile, she came alive again, and she never became more radiant than when she was talking to this Julian guy. Under the patina that years of being a terrified vagrant in space had painted on her, Zhu could still smile and laugh and play, but Wei had no idea how to get past that patina himself. Their parents were bustling around, making sure the house looked perfectly presentable for their VIP guests, and a couple of men in suits and dark glasses were patrolling the place. When Wei and Zhu had tried to help, they'd just been ordered to stay out of the way and stay presentable. So they were sitting on the couch together, watching the visitors from Gao on TV, while Wei trawled his favourite social media, following the trending topics, and trying not to rumple his smart clothes. Mum had taken Zhu out shopping, and together they found some designer tops that managed to cover all her scars without looking like she was wearing them, because they would cover her scars. Zhu kept absent-mindedly trying to roll up the loose sleeves, not noticing that they just fell straight back down again. The general consensus on the net was 1. The Gauians were OMG, so cute! 2. Are you fucking kidding me? They really do look like Rocket Raccoon. WTF? 3. Who are those guys in the armour behind the Gauians? They're huge! Some speed artist was already putting out hasty sketch comics of the two aliens, with their beef-slap bodyguards. They all revolved around the exaggerated size difference and grim expressions of the servicemen's faces, as they did things like delicately and intensely apply a band-aid to a grateful Gauian's minor boo-boo. Wei had a nose for these things, and he'd eat his sneakers if those two weren't one of the memorable memes of the year. Some of the military enthusiast circles and forums he'd found were tentatively identifying them as part of a unit based at HMNB Folkfer. Their uniforms had been sanitized, meaning that they had been cleared of any identifiable unit markings or clues to their identities. The only thing any of the internet enthusiasts could tell about them was that they were both medics. To a man, all of the veterans on those forums were commenting on how they seemed to be practically buoyant and bouncing, despite an operating load that must have been pushing 200 pounds. As if they were used to much more than that. As they watched, the camera focused on the male Gauian, Regari, behind whom stood the shorter of the two bodyguards, who chose that exact moment to absent-mindedly conjure a Snickers bar out of one of his pockets and inhale it. The live chat promptly went crazy. That's Sergeant Ares, Zhu said, pointing to the screen. He's the one who treated me out of the escape pod.
Yeah?
Saved my life, Zhu nodded, gnawing on the lip.
He's hot, Wei commented.
And for the first time he succeeded in making Zhu laugh. What, you're into boys now, little brother? She asked.
Please, I'm allowed to know these things, like, academically, Wei told her.
Zhu smiled and went back to watching the screen quietly. Her smile faded again.
Zhu, are you okay?
She shook her head. No.
Is there anything I can do?
Zhu gave him a surprised look. Tears started welling up, and she savagely got rid of them with a swipe of her hand, muttering something to herself in Gauri. We all call Yin Xiaopa, Zhu.
Hey.
She raised her space-splattered hand to reassure him and took a deep, calming breath through her nose. I'm sorry, Wei.
What for?
I don't know how to cope, she said. I'm a wreck. Wei shuffled over and put a brotherly arm around her.
I missed you, you know, he said after a while. We used to fight all the time, didn't we?
She laughed weakly and nodded.
You had your ballet and kung fu movies, I had my games. Not a lot in common except mum and dad and living in the same house. And now you're back and we know each other even less.
Again she nodded.
I don't know what I'm saying, Wei confessed. What's wrong?
Why aren't you okay?
I don't know.
You don't know at all? She sighed and wiped her face again. I'm in Rigari with my family out there, she said, and I ran away from them, to keep them safe. And they've come here to Earth to see me. Not knowing what to say, Wei just gave her another squeeze round the shoulders. Zhu just watched the two Garians deliver brief and neutral speeches of thanks and respect, before the press conference broke up.
I guess they're on their way here then, he observed.
Zhu stood up. Yeah, she agreed. Yay!
Hey, Zhu?
Yeah?
Maybe just try being glad to see them, Wei suggested.
She just sighed, shook her head and vanished upstairs. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. North Clearwater County, Minnesota, USA, Earth. Kevin Jenkins. Radio wasn't really Kevin's thing, and then went double for country stations. There was only so much Casey Musgraves a man could listen to after all. Not that this mattered for a modern man. So long as he had his phone, he could listen to whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. It was obvious you'd end this way to everyone except for you. The signs were there, but living in denial is just something you do. I walk amongst the ruins, and what's left is a silent testament to ignore violent tendencies and stupid rhetoric. In a quarter of a mile, your destination is on the right. He slowed down, frowning, and triple-tapped the middle of his phone's screen to pause the music. Quarter of a mile looked like a sizable oblong stand of deciduous forest, alone surrounded by open fields of ploughed farmland. The road was straight, but the verge wasn't, not perfectly. As he got closer, he saw that the trees had been hiding a grey steel mailbox with a name on the side. Esther City. It stood at the end of a dirt road, which he spun onto and bounced along, cursing the fact that he was driving a sedan rather than a four-wheel drive. It was a dramatic change. In an instant he'd gone from open Minnesotan sky to a dungeon of trees. Trees, and, for novelty, some more trees. Bright and clear as it was out. Here on this track the light was much more subdued, cool and green, as they filtered through new spring foliage. He was just starting to wonder how long the trail was when it opened up into a cleared area that had been surfaced in packed-down rubble that was almost as good as blacktop. There was a single-story house with brown panel siding tucked up under the trees, attended by 3 elderly trucks and a rust sculpture of a tractor that had probably once actually been a tractor long ago. He pulled up somewhere he wouldn't be in the way and heaved himself up out of the car. It wasn't cold out, but Minnesota in April was never going to match the Texan standards for warmth at any hour, so Kevin was glad for his jacket. The front door opened as he approached, and he recognized Julian Esther City from his file. He was of only average height but in excellent shape, with a broad chest and wary eyes under unruly obsidian hair that clearly only earned his attention whenever it got in his eyes, being otherwise left to do whatever it liked. He didn't look too great, Kevin decided, like he hadn't slept properly in a day or two. Certainly his jeans and t-shirt were rumpled and stained, and he was barefoot, exposing the odd composite construction of his prosthetic. Still, fatigue and stress or not, Kevin had seen the way his hand moved before. The nonchalant way it drifted down and aside suddenly, so that if he had to go for the survival tomahawk on his belt, he could do so immediately. "What happened to your nose?" he asked. "Said the wrong thing to somebody," Kevin replied. "Julian City, I presume." City didn't relax. "Yeah? I'm an old friend of Kirk's. Kevin Jenkins?" Julian relaxed. "No shit. Come on in." He unlocked the screen door and shorted it open. It produced a horrible scratching shriek as he did so. "Sorry, still fixing the place up. Reminds me." Kevin popped the trunk on his car and grabbed the caller he'd stashed in there. "My condolences." Julian accepted it with a kind of sad, grateful smile. "That's kind of you. Thank you. Just a few things. Fill the fridge out, you know. I know what it's like." Kevin scolded himself the second he said that. That exact same anger was what had got his nose busted in Vancouver. Fortunately for all his wariness, Julian City took the comment for genuine sympathy. He led them both inside. "Excuse the mess." Mess was both an understatement and uncharitable. There was more mail than Kevin would have believed, and it was all over everything. The kitchen work surfaces, the island, the coffee table and 3 bar stools had all been given over to it. Still, there was organisation involved. The papers were neatly stacked and arranged, and there was clearly some kind of filing system involved. An attempt to bring order to chaos. Geez, that's a lot of paper. Legal letters. The courts, lawyers for the Red Lake Reservation, lawyers for the county, for the state, the federal attorney handling my grandpa's will, all in conflict. Julian tapped one of the stacks, pulling a slightly panicked face. "Damn." "Yeah, but you didn't come here for my legal problems. Kirk had a lot to say about you. Coffee?" "Yes, please." How much of what he had to say was good? Julian reached over and clicked the kettle to life. "I think you managed to disappoint him, but you know Kirk. If you're human, he likes you automatically." "Do you know what happened to him?" "He should have survived," Julian declared. "Him and Vedrek, they were the first to head for the escape pods. We didn't hear from them after we launched, but, you know, we slept for a couple of hours there before starting for home." "Slept?" "Believe me, after what happened to us, falling asleep just seemed like the best idea." "Ah." The exclamation was in response to finally finding the coffee. "How'd you take it?" "Plain black." "So you reckon he's alive?" "Probably," Julian said, spitting out the granules. "But we spent 5 years in that pod. If he was in one of the faster ones, or if he set a different course, or both." The kettle clicked off and he grabbed it to start pouring. I mean, it could be anywhere. And escape pods are pretty vulnerable to getting picked off by hunters. "Lucky for him that the hunters didn't do a dang thing in those 5 years, Kevin commented. Julian handed him a coffee, quirking his head slightly. "They didn't?" "Nope. Nobody saw or heard from them for about that long, right up until the Capital Station attack." "Jesus." Julian handed over the coffee. "What even happened there?" "All I could tell you is, I guess the hunters wanted to prove that they're the biggest fish in the pond." "I heard rumours that human starships got involved in the fight," Julian said. Kevin had to wonder if the man knew more than he was letting on and fishing for information. Either way, he was in danger of straying into information that at least one of Kevin's employers didn't think he needed to know. He settled for a shrug and a lie of omission. "Well, we've got those ships, sure. Me, I'm a mushroom." Julian frowned at him, bewildered, so he elaborated. "Kept in the dark and fed on shit." Julian chuckled and cleared off a bar stool for him. "Wish I had more to tell you," he said. "The last I saw of Kirk, he said he was going to load Vedrek into a pod, and we should get ready to eject as well. I think he's probably alive. I hope he is. But where and what he's doing." They drank their coffees. "So, hey," Julian perked up, changing the subject. "You're doing well for yourself. Nice car, nice suit. You can afford to drop some groceries on a stranger." "I work for the Byron Group nowadays," Kevin told him, deciding not to mention his other employers. "Biggest name in space, no, Hephaestus might disagree. They've got the Allied shipbuilding contracts after all." "What's your guys' game? How are you profiteering off space?" "Mr. Byron's big plan is pharmaceuticals and organic materials from other Deathworlds," Kevin told him. "It's a smart idea too. Antibiotic resistance has really turned into a big health scare these last couple of years. The Courty want to sell us their disinfectant fills and frontline treatments, but Byron reckons we should be looking for human solutions to the problem."
If it works, though, Julian suggested. Sure, still, he's right. We don't want to become another client species of the Dominion, do we? I guess not. That was the other half of the reason I came down here, Kevin confessed. We need people who know how to survive out there. And from what I hear of you, surviving is kind of your thing. What, as like an office job? Julian asked. He gestured to the paperwork. Really not my thing. Far from it. Mr. Byron told me he wants you on the crew for Byron Group Exploration Vessel 11. A ship. Number 11. Well, it's the 12th ship the group's built recently, but one of them was a special case. We're learning as we go, and the more people we can get on board with real experience, the better. He stopped at a harsh metallic squeal from the screen door and a knock. Frowning, Julian stood up and opened it. There was a blonde woman standing on the step with her arms folded and a severely pissed-off expression. She looked to be about the same age as Julian, and about the same height too, and, frankly, in similarly excellent physical condition. Julian took a surprised step back. Alison? Phone not switched on, necessity? Julian plunged into a pocket and tapped at his phone. Judging from the way his screen remained stubbornly black, it had a flat battery. But it's Tuesday, isn't it? Your plane wasn't supposed to land until tomorrow. Wednesday. It's Wednesday, Julian. Today is Wednesday. I landed in Minneapolis 5 hours ago. Fuck. Alison Buer just nodded. Uh-huh. Who's this? This is Kevin. Kevin Jenkins. Oh, Kirk's big disappointment. Alison thrust her carry-on bag into Julian's arms and stepped into the house properly. What happened to your nose? Kevin tried to ignore the big disappointment jab, stinging though it was. Look, if you two need some privacy. If Julian screwed up that big, something important must have happened. Alison shook her head. Behind her, Julian relaxed a bit. Do you have something to do with it? Is this your paperwork? Not mine, and I'm going to give you some room anyway. Excuse me. He navigated past her, gave Julian a sympathetic raise of the eyebrows that said, good luck, and discreetly fled to the safety of the car. He checked his nose and decided that he couldn't blame people for commenting. Xu Chang had done a masterful job of breaking it. He grabbed his phone. Mr. Moses Byron's office. Rachel speaking. Hey, Rachel, it's Kevin. Ah, yes, Mr. Jenkins. Putting you through now. Thanks, Rachel. There was a burst of gentle hold music and then, Kevin, how was Vancouver? Xu Chang broke my nose. That's not encouraging, Kevin. My own dumbass fault. She's got it in her head that she's at home and that's where she's staying, and I pushed a bit too hard. Kevin shrugged, even though Byron couldn't see him. But we'll see. I've tracked down Necessity and Bueller, and I think we might have a hook there. What do you mean a hook? Byron demanded. Grinning to himself, Kevin explained his idea. Alison Bueller. Once the screen door had howled shut behind Jenkins, Alison granted herself the luxury of a deep breath. At first, she'd been irritated to discover an absence of Julian at the airport. This had swiftly grown into frustration, and 3 or 4 outright angry messages left after the tone. In hindsight, she must have looked like a goddess of rage when she was renting the car, and she spent the first 2 of the 3 hours she'd been driving from Minneapolis outright furious. Then she had cooled down a bit, mostly from simple tiredness, and the rest from reasoning that it was unlike Julian to screw up so completely, which meant something serious had happened. The last 15 minutes had been spent worrying that he was alright. While it was a relief to find him present, upright and profusely apologetic, alright would have been a stretch. She'd never seen him so distressed, nor so dishevelled. He plainly neglected to sleep or eat properly. His hair was unwashed and his chin was rough with short hairs. One of the reasons she found Julian so sexy was that, usually, he projected an air of never being out of his depth. Usually, the only thing that could disrupt his composure was Alison herself. There was a heady feeling of power involved in being able to foster a man like that. Finding him so badly unsettled when she hadn't been around to cause it was so alarming that she completely gave up on being angry at him. God, Al, I'm so sorry. I don't know how the fuck that happened. She silenced him with a sweet, short kiss. Hey, it's okay. What is all this anyway? Julian cleared his throat and scratched at his eyebrow. Legal letters. Alison picked one up and read it. Its content was so arcane and vague as to induce an immediate headache,
but the words inheritance, property, and dispute stood out. Oh no. They're disputing your grandpa's will?
Everyone is, Julian nodded miserably, sliding up onto one of the bar stools and running his fingers through his hair.
Why?
Oh boy. He cast helplessly around at all the paperwork and heaved a huge breath out. Where do I start? Okay, so it turns out Grandpa never really got along with the tribal elders at Red Lake.
Why? 'Cause he was Navajo?
I don't think that's it, no. Might be, I don't know, I never met them. Julian shrugged. So that's problem 1. Problem 2 is there's a question mark over where exactly the reservation's boundaries even are, and whether this patch falls inside or outside them.
Why does that matter?
Because Grandpa filed his will with the federal government, as if this was reservation land. But if it's not, then it's not clear if the will's even valid. So, the states got involved there. And the feds, and oh yeah, let's not forget my mum.
What about her?
Well, okay. Say the will's not valid, but the house is on reservation land. In that case, the property is divided equally among all Grandpa's descendants. That'd be me, but also Mum and my half-sisters. And they're all over in the Netherlands.
Alison leaned against the fridge. Wait, what?
Don't even start. It's all to do with the Dawes Act and fractionalization and... Julian trailed off, scowled and gave up. Look, I've not even read half of it yet. I think the aims probably involved too, plus of course there's Grandpa's criminal record.
Criminal? Oh, right. Draft dodging.
Julian nodded. He stuttered a letter, then set it neatly on top of one of the piles. Claims and counterclaims and challenges and all of this shit's been bubbling away for 3 years, he said. Nobody's been arguing my side. It's a mess and I don't know how to even begin navigating it.
Almost sounds like it's not worth it, Alison commented.
Julian straightened and looked at her questioningly.
I mean, we're going into space again, aren't we? I know this place means a lot to you, but if you're not here to look after it...
Julian gave a long, thoughtful breath up through his nose and scratched at his stubble. What are we fighting for? He asked. I mean, if we're going to head back out there, why? What are we trying to do?
Get the hell away from Earth, you know that, Alison insisted.
Yeah, I know. You feel valuable out there, I do too. I want to achieve something with my life too, and I couldn't just sit idle, not when I know what's out there.
But,
Alison prompted. But, I mean, come on, Al. You've got to have something you care about on Earth, or you won't care about trying to protect it.
Alison folded her arms at her waist. Do I?
Yeah, you do. Julian stood up and rubbed her shoulders. You're not doing it for the fame, are you? She made a scoffing noise.
What fame?
Exactly, Julian agreed. But what do we mean by achieving something if it doesn't have to do with Earth? Or at least with some of the people living on it? Feeling annoyed at herself for doing so even as she did it, Alison curled into herself a little more and looked away from him.
Sure, whatever. Maybe I do have something. Does that change anything? Sometimes you have to let go, Julian.
He frowned. You okay?
Yeah, she sighed.
Looked him in the eye and almost lied to him.
Yeah, I'm fine. And you're right, I guess.
She gestured to mount paperwork.
For what fighting this is going to cost you, could just buy a new place. I know it wouldn't be your grandpa's, but, I mean, even if you spend all that money fighting to keep this place, you might not win.
True, Julian conceded reluctantly.
And you said yourself you want to go back into space.
Also true.
And if you do, you won't be able to look after this place even if you hold on to it.
Julian put a palm to his forehead and rubbed it firmly down his face. Alison, for fuck's sake. She paused and took a good look at him, then at all the accumulated keepsakes and history around them.
This place really means that much to you, huh?
Yeah, it does. She chewed her lip thoughtfully, then found some resolve and nodded, okay. Julian's head bobbled uncertainly. Okay?
If it means that much to you, fight it. I've got your back, I promise.
Julian sagged, relieved, then smiled a grateful nod before kissing her. Thank you. She nodded, and managed a tight smile.
Maybe we should see what that Jenkins guy wants.
Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. Rookie station. Uncharted system, deep space. Lewis. Now that, Kirk declared, looks impressive. Lewis patted his chassis happily. That it does. Too bad it doesn't work. Congratulations.
Yeah, now I understand some of that footage you managed to get from Capital Station, Lewis laughed. How did you get that anyway? It was not difficult. Most of it was human propaganda footage put out by your own government. It is meant to be seen. Lewis considered the implications of that. No shit? No shit indeed, Kirk agreed. I managed to secure some of the station's security footage for a contact too. Must be a fucking talented contact. She is, yes. So what is this? Lewis considered it. It was meant to be power armor, he said. You don't say, Kirk asked. It was hard to see what else a humanoid metallic frame laid in armor plates and technology could be. You mean it is not a novelty pizza oven? Lewis grumbled something and pushed the suit over by his forehead. It shook the deck as it crashed down, and Kirk took a dainty step back to keep his feet out of the way of the components that skittered across the floor. Probably better at that than being a working suit of armor, that's for damn sure. What were the problems? Kirk asked, stooping to pick up the suit's helmet and examine it. Problem 1? Turns out the human body's fucking strong anyway. You don't say, Kirk repeated, setting down the helmet again and folding his arms. Fancy that. Shut up. I mean that even non-human tech actuators and stuff can't match us for all 3 of precision, speed and power. It's laggy. Problem 2, power storage and generation. Needs a lot of both. The more I put on, the bigger and heavier the suit needed to be, which meant it needed more of both, and so on. Both of those sound like surmountable challenges with time, Kirk opined. Yeah, but then we run into the problem of mass. Lewis gritted his teeth. See, what am I making here? If it's a suit of armor designed for a man to wear, then the man needs to be the one doing the actual moving around, right? The suit can assist him all it likes, but if he starts to tip over and needs to correct himself, then the difference between his mass and the suit's... Nobody's got that kind of core strength, dude, especially not with the latency problem. And if the suit is in control, then the human operator is more like a pilot, and could, in theory, be replaced outright, Kirk finished for him. You got it, Lewis nodded. And it turns out that in order for the mass problem to not be there, the human operator needs to go entirely. Which means I'm making a humanoid drone, which is cool. But what happens if somebody hacks the drone? Like those hierarchy fucks. Hell, if I got it to work, then what happens if someone hacks the armor? Assuming you could harden it against being hacked, Kirk mused. Could the latency problem be fixed? Lewis hissed through his teeth. I doubt it, he said finally, because there's basically, like, option 1, the suit responds to muscle movements. You move your arm, it senses you moving your arm. It moves its arm, right? I follow? Well, okay, what's this shit? Lewis took a step back and then swelled his arms vigorously in front of his face. To Kirk's eyes, they were a blur. Okay, and that's fucking slow. I'm not all that fast, dude. Now let's say I want this thing to be fast enough that even fucking Ip Man could do his shit while wearing it. Kirk folded his legs up underneath him and sat down. This brought his eye level down to the point where he was only slightly above Lewis. Yes? Not fucking happening. No way. No how? Nope. Not if the suit's reacting to the movement after it's already begun. And that's the kind of speed it needs to move at, so boom goes option 1. Option 2, brain scan. Brain scan. Yeah, shove, like an EEG or some alien space magic equivalent in there. Well, what happens if there's nerve jam and the dude gets a headache or worse? What happens if he's knocked around a bit and gets kinda confused? What if he's unconscious and his buddies need to move him? Shit, what happens if the pads come unstuck or the sensor becomes misaligned? And that's assuming we can even isolate individual signals like that, which, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever gonna know the human brain that well. Too many problems for my money. And option 3? Jarvis. I beg your pardon? That's how Tony Stark did it, Lewis said. Loaded an AI into the suit that figured out what he was about to want to do. Problem there, Tony Stark is fiction, man. And so are AIs like that. I might as well be talking about scrubbing a fucking rune on the damn thing and casting a golem spell. You may as well try and fly a spaceship by doing a tarot reading. He snapped his fingers at a couple of servant drones, then waved a finger at the felt power armor. Recycle that. It would not really have been much use against the hierarchy anyway, Kirk told him, as the drones flitted in and began to remove doomed pieces of prototype. They are not a physical foe we can meet in battle. Gotta learn how to walk before you can run, my man. This was just me proving to myself that I knew everything I needed to make complicated shit before I moved on to the real projects. Your point is taken, but I am from a species that is born knowing how to gallop, Kirk pointed out. What is your real project going to be? Dunno yet. We have been here this long and you have no idea? Lewis just made a semi-amused harumph and threw himself into his thinking chair. You've put a fucking huge problem in front of me, Kirk, he said. And I can sit here and absorb, like, biology and physics and mechanical engineering and quantum whatever the fuckery all day, but if it's all for the sake of Earth, then I need to know what Earth needs. Like, he spun the chair around and called up the Capital Station footage. Look at these motherfuckers. Where the fuck did that come from? Human special forces in space, wearing a functioning armored Eva suit? And these dudes look like your average Roy jockey's wet dream, so some shit's been going down on Earth, man. And I don't know the half of it. How am I supposed to help my people if I don't even know what we're up to? Kirk's head bobbed slowly down and then up. I had hoped to remain out of contact a little while longer, until we were properly up and running, he confessed. But you make a compelling case, and we were buzzed last night. Buzzed? By what? A scout ship, long range. Our sensors did not get a very clear look at it before it warped out again, but they did narrow down the options, one of which is very worrying. Worrying how? Kirk shook his mane, which Lewis understood as being something akin to an uncomfortable shrug. One of the possibilities was a ship that I had placed on our security watch list, he explained. It is called the Negotiable Curiosity, and it was very deliberately named. Its owner has a reputation for being able to dig up any mystery. He is tenacious. Hierarchy? Every being is hierarchy if they have implants, Kirk pointed out. But I would be surprised if he was not out here on their orders, yes. Though, I doubt if he knows of them. That settles it then, Lewis decided. I'm phoning home. Kirk made an amused sound through his nose. I thought I was the ET. None of us are on Earth right now, bro. I shall turn off the outbound message locks on the FTL relay. Kirk levered himself up onto his feet. They exchanged a fist bump, and he left Lewis alone with his thoughts, which were already whirling with the letters he was going to need to write. Lewis took a deep breath, and decided to do his yoga first. Always best to approach these things with a clear head. Hopefully he'd think of a better introduction than, to whom it may concern. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Earth. Rigari. Zhu seemed smaller than the last time Rigari had seen her. When her family admitted Ima, Rigari, Baseball, Warhorse, and Stainless into their house, it was a stark reminder that humans were not all muscular, lean predatory warriors. The young male was large, yes, but there was a roundness to his largeness that suggested a source other than physical conditioning and hard training. Her parents were lean, yes, but it was the leanness of increasing age and fragility. Both looked grey and tired. It took a little coaxing and calling for Zhu to finally emerge, but when she did, she picked her way downstairs as if walking to an execution rather than a reunion. It didn't help that Ima said nothing and just stared at her. Nobody spoke. No sounds were audible except the creak of the steps, the rustling of clothing, and a car accelerating down the road outside. There were times when etiquette between Gauian females became so tangled and complicated that even male Gauians, who were perhaps the best placed beings in the galaxy to have an insight into it, had trouble keeping up. A moment like that happened now. Ima spoke first, and she used the tone of her mother about to give a scolding. Sister. Zhu swallowed and glanced up the stairs, perhaps considering the option to flee, but she looked back to Imo and responded with an inflection that implied not defiance, but not submission either. A standing of her ground. Her Gauri really had improved from when Rigari had first met her. Mother? The silence stretched until it was vibrating, and Rigari was desperate to snap at both of them when, at once, the two females ran out of resolve and collided, gently in Zhu's case and unreservedly in Ima's, in a solid hug that saw both of them sink to their knees. Gauian and human body language really aligned so perfectly. Everyone looked away, giving them what privacy they could, and Warhorse had the presence of mind and good manners to shut down the translator. That left only Rigari able to understand what they were saying to each other, and he made a point of not listening. Eventually, Zhu exhumed her face from the fur of Ima's shoulder and aimed a weak smile his way. It's good to see you again, Rigari, she managed. Unable to quite summon any words, Rigari settled for ducking his head vigorously. Zhu pulled back from Ima, gave her a curious look. Ima nodded, and Zhu stood to give Regari a huge but controlled hug. After a few tentative seconds, he returned it. She looked around. Could we have some privacy, please? While Zhu's family promptly nodded and left the room, Warhorse and Baseball were more reluctant. This room's not been properly sanitized, miss, Burgess said. Please, guys, Regari turned to them. We won't take the excursion suits off, and I trust you to shout if we need help. Both men turned to Stainless, who pursed his lips, thinking. We're not going further than the far side of that door, he declared, pointing to it. Deal, Zhu agreed. Thank you. Zhu stood as they left the room, then sank down on the couch as if she was suddenly exhausted. As soon as the door clicked shut, Ima laid into her. What were you thinking? She demanded. Me? What are you thinking right now? Fatigue gone, Zhu shot to her feet. I ran away to protect you, to give you the chance to get on with your lives, and this is how you repay that? You come here? Don't you care that every breath on this planet could kill you? Don't you care? Sisters stick together, Shu. You know that. Ima yipped. No. Shu spun away, clawed at her hair and gathered her composure. In a much quieter voice she carried on. Sisters care for one another. Sisters protect one another, Ima. And you're standing exactly where you shouldn't be, because you just don't seem to understand that I don't want you to get hurt. Not for me. I'm not worth that. Treeman thought you were, Ima pointed out. Treeman is dead. Shu stumbled over the word. I'm not worth that. I'm not. Well, we're not dead, Ima pointed out. And I think you are worth coming here for. Why? Shu sat down again. I'm nobody special, Ima. I'm just me. I wanted to be an actress. Lots of girls want to be an actress. I did ballet. I had a room full of shit I didn't need. She spat the word in English, rather than Gauri. I was normal. I can't handle being anything else. Regari laid a paw on Ima's shoulder. Tell her. We had a cab, Ima said, getting his drift. A female. We called her Shu. Zhu sighed and rubbed her face. I'm delighted. Really, I am, she said. But, I know that you don't do family the same way that humans do. I know that little, she smiled, little Shu will grow up in the commune, just like you both did. I'm Mune, and how is Mune anyway? Wealthy and quite happy to be a human fangirl, Regari said. She and I have a cub too, or rather, she's expecting one. Zhu sat back, stunned. God, she's old enough to have a cub now. Her first? Indeed, Regari duck-nodded. With you? Regari duck-nodded again. A male, probably, if the antenatal scans are accurate. Zhu's face moved in a complicated way as she tried to smile and frown at the same time. I just don't understand you, she told them quietly. You'll have a cub together. She's safe on Gao, and instead of being there for her, you'll come here to this death world. You should be with the people you care about. We are with the people we care about, Ima keened, stepping forward and delicately taking Zhu's hand between two of her paws. Don't you see? It's not about what you're worth, it's about... She changed vocal gear, speaking a word in English. Family! My family are outside, Zhu said. Your family, Ima corrected her, are the people who care about you. And as our species proves, that's not a matter of genetics. Here we are, Zhu. Here's your family, right here in this room. And we know you care about us too, Regari said. You don't want us to be hurt, but we don't want you to be hurt either, and right now, it's obvious that you are hurting. Zhu blinked at them, then looked away and down. She grimaced at herself and snapped her head back to blink back tears. Shu? Oh, wa kwa mi ban yi. Shu? Zhu sat forward and let out a long breath. Somebody came to see me a few days ago. He said things that made me so angry that I broke his nose. Ima and Regari inclined their ears in mutual confusion, not sure where she was going. Zhu didn't seem to notice. I know why I was so mad at him now. It's because he was right. I'm not home, am I? This really isn't home anymore, and I've been hurting myself trying to pretend that it is. So, where is home? Gao? Ima asked. Zhu shook her head. No, I'm sorry, Ima. I'm so sorry for running away, but it's not. It can't be. I won't endanger Gao like that, or any other world. I won't endanger you like that. Ima moved her head softly in agreement. I know. That's why we came here. I wanted to tell you that I forgive you for running. You were right. Very gently, Shu sat back, took a deep breath, and let her hands fall onto her lap. Oh, I needed to hear that. So, where is home? Rigari asked her. She looked at him, opened her mouth to say something, and plainly reconsidered, and lapsed into thoughtful silence, staring at some distant point far away beyond the carpet. Rigari gave her a few seconds, and then verbally prodded her. Shu? I'm not sure, Shu said, shaking herself out of whatever trance she had been in. But I think I have a good idea where to start looking. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. North Clearwater County, Minnesota, USA, Earth. Julian Esther City. After carefully filing the drift of legal correspondence in a heap on the coffee table, the three of them had been able to fit around the kitchen island on the bar stools. Julian sat at one end with Allison next to him, and Jenkins and his sophisticated state-of-the-art phone, complete with holographic projector, sat at the other. So, pretty much since Scotch Creek released the first wave of warp and kinetic tech to the public, the second space race has been a whole thing, Jenkins told them. You've got Hephaestus LLC up on Ceres, Red Bull driving their sales by sponsoring everything that flies higher than a football, BAE and Lockheed Martin vying for the military contracts, Virgin Space Tourism and Starkisser Flights, and Byron Group. He swiped for a few items on the phone and then grinned as it delivered a shimmering, transparent rendering of what was clearly a spaceship. Most of what the group's up to is applying space tech to people's lives down here on Earth. Force-field solar power, stasis fridges, sanitation fields, holographic phones and TVs. He gestured to the phone with a smile and a shrug. Doesn't hurt that the group makes the best warp drives and jump drives too. When Allison and Julian just waited patiently and listened, he cleared his throat and forged ahead. What that buys is the cash for what Mr. Byron calls moon laser projects. He's got big dreams. Human colonies, interstellar low-latency communications, interplanetary trade by jump array instead of freighter. You name it. Stuff that needs a big investment. Top of the list are colonization and trade. So you need explorers and market surveyors, Allison observed. You got it. Folks who can find us worlds to live on, tell us what we're going to have to do to live on them safely without killing all the locals. Folks who can talk with the locals and maybe find out what they've got that we want, and what we can pay them. Hence the Byron Group exploration vessels. This here is Eve 10, Creature of Habit, the most recent one. Sleek, Julian commented. It really was. The ship was clearly nothing but functional, but it was functional in the same way as a good knife. The sheer unyielding utility of its form was beautiful in its own right. Moon laser shit again. Mr. Byron reckons the human brand is going to be about the aesthetics of function. Got to impress the customer, he says. Jenkins' tone suggested that he had disagreements there. Anyway, the thing is, about half the ships in the EV program never came back. We've mostly figured out what got them, but if we can crew them with people who know what it's like out there. Star-wise people, you know. Like Streetwise before. We get it, Allison told him. Julian expressed a smile. She was entertaining when she got prickly. Right, well, that'll be you guys. Xu Chang too, if you can talk her into it. Can't you ask her yourself? Allison asked. Jenkins cleared his throat awkwardly. She, wasn't receptive to the idea. Allison sat back. Oh my god. Xu broke your nose. Yeah. Julian and Allison frowned at one another. We like Xu and we trust her opinion, Julian told him. If she got pissed at you, that's kind of a deal breaker. That's a pity, because the Byron Group's prepared to take on your legal snafu, win it, and install a caretaker to keep this place in working order while you're gone. Allison stood up. And now I see why she broke your nose, she snapped, and span away. Julian just folded his arms and glared. You'd hold that over us? Jenkins raised both hands. No, nothing like holding it over you. I didn't come here to threaten, I'm just saying, you've got what we need, and we're willing to pay for it. Allison turned and frowned at him, and Jenkins lowered his hands. The offer's honest, I promise, he said. Allison looked at Julian. Julian briefly considered tossing Jenkins out in his ear, but the offer of legal assistance was far too good to waste, and there was still the unresolved question of how, exactly, they were planning to get into space, and with whom. Give us a day or two to think about it, he suggested. Sure, here. Jenkins pulled a business card from his inside jacket pocket. Take your time.
He laid it on the table and stood. Hey, look, whatever you decide, good luck. Julian stood, shook his hand, and escorted him to the door. Once the screen door had finished wailing itself closed, he took a moment to take stock of his situation. I say go for it, he told Allison, turning to face her. Hugh broke his nose, she repeated. He's just one guy. There's got to be others working for Byron. Julian shrugged. And, I mean, Hugh is great, but she'd be the first to say her head's not completely in the right place sometimes. Julian! Remember that time she turned down Lewis by saying she wasn't looking to mate with anyone? Allison blinked. Okay, point. Look, why don't you call her? Julian suggested. My phone still needs to charge, and I think she'd like to hear from you anyway. Allison nodded. If there was a touch of nervousness in the way she did so, Julian decided not to comment. He wasn't quite sure where Allison and Hugh stood with one another. They hadn't really had a lot of time to discuss things since their night off. Well, since he'd been their waiter. Their shirtless, eye-candy, objectified waiter. He sat on a bar stool again, and tried to turn his thoughts to housework instead. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Earth. Rigari. Rigari had ridden in plenty of motorcades before during his time attached to Mother Supreme Gumui. He wasn't quite sure about riding sideways in a limousine, something that Warhorse and Baseball had quietly waxed enthusiastic about for some reason. But he had to admit that it was nice to be sitting opposite the Protectors, rather than crammed in between the door and their muscles. This particular motorcade didn't have far to go, as apparently the distance between the Chang family's house in Strathcona and Vancouver City Hall was not great, but it looked set to be a tense, quiet and despondent journey. Mother Ima wasn't happy. Not happy at all. Seething, in fact, to the point that her claws were wearing small frayed gouges in the upholstery. Rigari and Warhorse had figured out a gesture between them, which was to mean, please turn the translator off and give us some privacy. He used it now, and Warhorse promptly nodded and obeyed. The audio escape of the limo changed ever so subtly, as the targeted white noise that the device used to cancel and overlay speech from each listener's perspective shut down. Rigari stilled himself and spoke to Ima. You're troubled, he said. My sister is plainly miserable, Rigari, Ima said, so fast that it was almost a snap at him. Rigari made a little growling noise that denoted understanding and or agreement. You're right, that was inane of me. What I'm wondering is what else is going to be on in your head besides concern for Shu? What else should be? Ima retorted. Rigari tucked his right leg up under himself so as to turn slightly in the seat and face her. What about all of your other sisters? He asked. Ima hung her head and flicked an ear, irritated. Must you use your analyst brain on me? She asked. I can no sooner stop being a Whitecrest than you can stop being a mother, Rigari replied evenly. I know my reasons for coming here. To forge strategic ties, to advance the interests of my clan, and by extension all Gowians. It's my good fortune that I can achieve those things by helping my good friend, and, I admit, indulging my curiosity about Earth into the bargain. But I do have to wonder what your reasons were for coming here. You're the one who suggested it, after all. Not to be crass, but what did you hope to achieve? Ima looked out of the window for a moment before replying, Maybe I'm just a mother looking out for a wounded cub, she mused. Is that shallow? No, not at all, Rigari told her. You wouldn't be Ima if you didn't care. But Chu's not a cub. She was an adult before we ever met her, and as I recall, she saved both our lives. She spent more years surviving on her own than she spent with us, and she has become good at it. Ima ducked her head. She did, didn't she? She no longer has that childish turn of phrase. Did your cub grow up, Mother Ima? Ima chittered. She did, she agreed. She truly did, and it pains me to let my cubs go, but I'm glad. I think she'll be okay. I think so too. Ima relaxed and turned her attention out the window again, watching the crowd of people holding signs welcoming them to Earth. Yes, she will. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. North Clearwater County, Minnesota, USA, Earth. Alison Bueller. It was funny how heavy a phone could be. Most of the time it was an unconsidered thing, just a part of life on Earth that would sit in Alison's handbag or pocket,
And thank God fashion had finally got his head around the idea that women wanted pockets that were more than decorative. To be ignored it until needed, at which point it would be fished out, used and returned, unheeded. It was like an extension of her own body in that regard, and just like an arm or leg, the weight of it only ever became apparent when it became numb. Or in this case, when she was staring at the phone working up the courage to hit call. There was, as far as she could tell, no good reason for this. She was a friend, good fun. She and Alison had hit it off pretty much the second she came aboard, and that bit of fun with Julian serving drinks while they watched Mulan. Well, that had all been good fun. Very good fun. Exciting even. And that was the problem. It had been exciting, not just a fella pushing the limits in her relationship with Julian, but, well, they could have pushed the boat out in private, but they'd chosen to invite you in. Alison had chosen to invite you in, into something she wouldn't normally have shared with anybody, into her sex life and into her relationship with her boyfriend. And she had thoroughly enjoyed it. She'd enjoyed watching Zhu sneak glances at Julian, and not in a smug, yeah bitch look what I got sense, but in... It rang. She stared at Zhu's name and the voice call request in dumb surprise for 3 rings, before her thumb swiped to the green call accept icon automatically, and her voice went into her autopilot. Hey babe. Zhu waved at her from the other end. She looked peaceful. Happy even. It was a nice change. Hey. You're looking good. Home agreeing with you, huh? Well, Zhu turned the phone around and gave her a good look at a room completely empty of furniture of decoration. That's complicated. Wow. They threw your stuff out? Alison asked, scandalized. Oh, no, I did. Zhu turned the phone back around again. You did? Yeah. Why? Zhu shrugged as if it was no great thing. It just didn't feel like my stuff anymore, she explained. None of it? Just some clothes. Zhu looked around the empty space she'd made for herself. Is that strange? Maybe, Alison asked. I mean, you were huge in getting home, and the first thing you do is throw out all your stuff? Zhu made an awkward noise and tidied up an errant wisp of hair. It feels more like my place now that is a blank canvas, she said. Have you been following the news? Nah. Why, did something happen? Well, okay, I'm in Regari. Alison frowned. They're on the news? They came here, Zhu said it with forced lightness. As in... Alison took a heartbeat to get her head around what she'd just been told. They visited you? Here, on Earth? Right here in my parents' front room, yeah. Zhu had a nervous laugh in her voice at that. The camera jolted as she shrugged. And, apparently they're going to visit some US national park and then fly over to England, and the King's going to give Regari a medal. A medal? For what? So there was this other thing in the news that we missed. Apparently the Hunters hit this big space station that's meant to be like the biggest and most important in the Dominion. Why am I only hearing about this now? Alison sat forward. Because we were in the hospital, I guess, and I was too busy trying to... Zhu gestured to the room around her. You know, trying to settle in up here and get back in shape that I guess I just forgot to check up on the last 10 years of world history. There's a lot of it. Well, yeah, you missed the best part of a decade, didn't you? When you think about how much happened in, like, the 60s or the 40s or whatever, Alison agreed. You missed 5 years too, Zhu pointed out. Did you know there's a city in the asteroid belt now? And another one on the planet Simbrine? I knew there were small colonies, Alison said. Cities? Yeah, it's kind of scary. When I left, aliens were just a silly story when I left, and all of this would have been on TV. And now you're fluent in an alien language and could probably get a job in one of those cities, Alison said. Wow, mindfuck. Yeah, anyway, Regari was on that station. With Mother Gyurmi, she didn't make it. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Alison moved the phone closer to her face, as if a little more digital proximity might make all the difference in comfort. Zhu smiled for her. It's okay. She was very old even when I first met her, and Regari told me the Hunters didn't get her. I'll miss her, but... Alison just nodded, and they had a moment of mutual silence before Zhu poked up again. Oh, okay. You know those soldiers who pulled us off the lifeboat? Yeah? Well, they went to that station to save people. Sergeant Ares, the one who treated me, he's friends with Regari. Apparently they fought together in that battle. My Regari. Wow. Small galaxy. More like a really small group of guys in that job, Zhu suggested. Anyway, apparently the British want to give Regari a medal. And Dimer? Zhu laughed. I don't know if she wanted to scold me or check if I was okay. Both, I guess, but it's...
Alison let her think, and after a thoughtful scratch at her eyebrow, Zhu turned back to the camera.
I guess I owe you an apology, she said. What for? For being so...
Zhu hunted for the right word.
So down these last couple of weeks. It's just weird being back here.
Alison scooted back on the bed and folded her legs.
Not like you imagined?
Zhu shook her head.
No. Mum's trying to act like nothing really happened. Like she's not 60 now. Wei doesn't know how to talk with me, and I don't know how to talk with him, and Papa's... He's kind of sad all the time. Like, I'll catch him looking at me, and then he'll look away, and I think I can see tears.
Alison chose her words carefully. Do you think that's likely to get better? She asked. Zhu made a coarse noise in her throat and snarled something in Gauri. It was a good language for snarling in, like an angrier version of Mandarin as spoken by a mouthful of sharp teeth.
Say again?
Alison asked her.
I said no. No, I don't. You want to hear the kind of work offers I've been getting? Do tell.
Zhu shook her head, smiling grimly.
5 publishers who want to ghostwrite my story, some asshole from the Byron Group, and an actual porn studio.
Alison's mouth opened in outrage.
You're shitting me. No. I think that guy was just trying his luck, though. Like, he didn't expect me to say yes, but if by some miracle I did. Did you break the porn guy's nose too?
Zhu went red.
How did... That Byron Group asshole showed up down here too. I should have known he would.
Zhu kneaded her forehead.
Do you tell him to go away? Can't. He literally made Julian an offer that he can't refuse. Or if he does refuse, he's crazy. That's good.
There's this whole legal thing with Julian's grandpa's place. He could lose the house if it goes against him, and this place is real important to him.
Zhu sighed. So if you sign a deal with them, Byron Group sorts it all out? She asked. That kind of manipulation is why I hit that guy. Manipulation it might be, Alison agreed, but it sounded like everyone's going to get what they want. Do I get to hit him again?
Alison covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. She was teasing, she knew. A sure sign that, for all the ups and downs of discussing the things she'd learned, she was in a good mood.
Okay, so what was it that lifted your spirits? She asked. I guess I cleared my head out. Figured out what's really mine in there, like my room. I hope there's more in there than you left in your room.
She made a silent laugh through her nose.
There is, she promised. Look, can I come down there? Right now? Things are clear right now, and I want to act while they still are. Is that okay? You know you can, Alison told her. You don't mind? I mean, just you and Julian in a little place in the woods? It sounds romantic.
Hey, Alison sat forward. There's no way you make it less romantic, I promise, she winked. It'll be intimate. Zhu laughed, going slightly red across her nose and cheeks. Her fingertip ran absent-mindedly through her hair at her temple.
Well, when you put it like that. Just you, me, and a gorgeous guy? And oh my god, he has the hugest TV, and there's nobody around for miles, so we could crank the volume right up. Zhu giggled. I do like to get loud, she mused. Her phone jolted as she stood up. I better book a flight and, well, let my parents know where I'm going, she said. See you soon?
Alison nodded, clearing her throat to try and cure a sudden, unaccountable case of dry mouth.
Sure, she agreed. You, send us the details. You know. Will do, sure. Bye for now.
Alison waved to the screen. Zhu smiled and entered the call. The instant the phone went dark, Alison tossed it lightly aside onto the blankets, then let out a long and shaky breath. Okay. She let herself fall backwards and put her hands over her eyes, thinking, wow. Julian called from the kitchen. You okay? Alison peeled her hands apart and directed an embarrassed grimace at the ceiling.
Yeah, she's coming down here.
So soon?
Yeah.
Hey, if you want a shower, the hot water should be full, Julian suggested, appearing in the doorway. Help work that stressful day off? A hot shower sounded like simultaneously the best idea and the worst idea right now, but a lot more of the former. Alison kicked her legs out and sprang up off the bed. You make a compelling argument, she smiled, and kissed him on the cheek. Just through here? Yup. Alison slipped past him, grabbed her flight bag from where Julian had left it on the couch. What are you going to do? She asked.
He just waved a hand helplessly at all the legal paperwork. Alison sighed. Right, you, have fun, I guess. The shower turned out to be amazing. She found a setting that felt almost like she was getting a massage from a wire brush, and worked all the tension and travel grime out of her scalp and her shoulders, leaned forward and let decadently hot water steam and cascade down her back and legs. A different setting swirled and pulsed pleasantly across her chest and tummy, and the final setting just soaked, allowing her to employ an exfoliating scrub and get herself feeling properly clean for the first time since they'd been landed on the planet Aru. Aru. She killed the shower and gave herself the bare minimum of a drying off, squeezing the excess water out of her hair and swiping it from her arms and legs with her hands. She combed her hair back, grabbed a pair of clean black panties from her luggage and wriggled into them. Draping a hand towel around her shoulders completed the image. She studied herself in the mirror. Blonde hair slicked back and gone dark from the wetness, long limbs beaded with droplets, a lingering wet sheen on an abdomen that had only slightly suffered from not being able to do her usual regimen of crunches, and just enough breast visible behind the towel. Perfect. She unlocked the door. Hey, at the city? She asked, stepping out into the living room. He looked up. Yeah? Whoa. There was nothing like making him speechless, and she deployed her best dark smile. Come here. He was up and sliding an arm around her waist in a second. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, she laughed, and congratulated herself as she felt him kiss and nibble the side of her neck, and gently push her back towards the bedroom. Good boy. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 6th day, AV. Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Earth. Mother Ima. According to your internet, there are many females interested in you. Baseball perked up and rolled across the bed to take a closer look at Ima's screen. It creaked alarmingly. No shit? Oh yes, there is a poll. Left beef versus right beef. Who's sexier? She wasn't quite sure if the nicknames were intended to be insulting, but they seemed to please baseball. Fucking beef? Awesome. I would have found that insulting myself. Are you kidding? He turned towards the bathroom door and raised his voice. Yo, horse. A muffled, yeah? Drifted through the door. You know what they're calling us on the internet? What? They're calling us left beef and right beef. Adam could be heard laughing beyond the door. Which is which? He called. You're left beef. I don't think I understand the joke, Ima confessed. The internet was a source of near limitless fascination and impenetrable in-jokes. The gist was that her protectors had acquired almost as much celebrity, if not more, than Regarian herself, with the commentary ranging from the objectifying and overtly sexual to the dismissive, the political and the surprisingly well-informed. It's like, you know what? Never mind. You're gonna vote? On a poll as to which of two humans I find more attractive, Ima queried. I don't find either of you attractive. Ah, come on, Bay smiled. Ima bobbed her head in resignation, and touched her claw to right beef. You remind me a little of one of my mates, she explained, while Bayes quietly pantomimed victory with a pump of his fist. I do? Oh yes, he... They were interrupted by the bathroom door opening, and a thoroughly bedraggled and uncomfortable-looking Regari shuffled out, dripping wet and wrapped head to foot in towels and a bathrobe. Warhorse was slightly behind him, wearing only a pair of shorts that looked rather more comfortable, though that was hardly strange. Moisture and humans seemed to go together well. Oh dear, Artan? Ima asked. Regari made a show of seating himself in as dignified a posture as he could, in front of the large mirror that dominated the main room. To Ima's eyes, he was still as sleek and handsome as ever, and in any other setting she might have been able to appreciate his slender strength and some fond memories of the time spent siring their cup together. Next to any human, however, any Gallian was skinny. Next to Warhorse, Regari looked positively pathetic. Your turn, he confirmed, fighting to maintain some semblance of gravitas when he looked half drowned and was shivering uncontrollably. Yeah, dude, don't use Formulation 3, Warhorse cautioned, referring to one of the hypoallergenic shampoos they'd been able to acquire for the mission. The Gallians were going to need a thorough decontamination at the end of every day, and finding products that were safe for non-human skin but still tough on Terran pathogens and allergens had been challenging. Base's brow creased interrogatively. Okay, but why not? Turns out it contains civet musk oil. That's bad?
Don't ask. Though, any clan which imported that substance would surely become very wealthy and powerful. Rigari fidgeted in his seat.
Ah, you mean that interesting scent isn't you? Imra asked, flicking an amused ear. The vapour that had spilled out of the bathroom alongside Rigari and his human friend had a potent aphrodisiac component. I shall have to alert Yuna to the dangers of males trying to import this substance.
Rigari's ears wilted, and he fidgeted uncomfortably in his seat. Imra decided that it would be cruel to tease him further.
Very well. Shall we go decontaminate baseball? Hopefully any lingering awkwardness will have dissipated by the time we are done.
Base chuckled. Sure. Imra couldn't hold back a deep wave of trepidation when they entered the bathing suite.
Does it truly have to be a wet bath? She asked.
Truly does, unless you want to wind up breathing in all the Deathworld stuff with your fur. And you're going to need to seal those ropes in this bag here. Base offered it. When Imra duck nodded and began to remove the garment, he turned around sharply.
What are you doing? She asked.
Just,
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Imra directed an exasperated glance at the ceiling.
You and I are of different species, and mine doesn't subscribe to human body squeamishness in any case.
You've got those robes and overalls and stuff, Base pointed out, still not turning around. Imra stuffed her dirty clothing into the bag and sealed it as the instructions dictated.
And you have those ranger shorts which don't seem consistent with any other human notion of modesty I've encountered, Imra retorted. Besides, how am I expected to carry my communicator and wallet in my fur?
She turned on her best mother voice.
Now, will you please recover your senses and help me decontaminate?
The mother voice worked. He cleared his throat and turned around, gave her a curious look, and then shrugged. You're right. You look more like a dog or a cat or something, he agreed.
I know what you're saying, but please don't compare us to non-sapient animals, Baseball, she requested. It's not dignified.
Right, sorry. He turned and grabbed some bottles. So, this here's the shampoos. Number 3 is out, so that leaves these.
Imra's nose twitched. That's quite a potent scent. Why are they so perfumed?
Humans like our soap to smell good, I guess. Baseball, a man who smelled almost exclusively of clean sweat and testosterone, shrugged. These are prescription soaps for people with, delicate skin conditions and stuff, but they're supposed to still smell nice.
They're overpowering. Do your noses even work properly?
Base scoffed. Dude, speciest. Now, come on, which smells nicest?
That one is Heedy. What is it?
Coconut butter. Imra ducked her head in a let's get this over with way, and Baseball started the shower, which coughed and splurted before settling into a steady stream. He ran his hand under it once or twice, gauging the temperature, then invited Imra to do the same.
That's just right, she declared,
took a deep breath and stepped under it. Goians had an uneasy relationship with water. Males from working clanless castes and the more notable labour clans like Stoneback tended to clip their fur right back to the undercoat so as to soak it and work long hours, cooled by evaporating water. Females, however, were not usually workers, and the only time Imra had previously managed to be truly drenched had been when she had fallen into a fountain in the commune as a young female just out of cubhood. Water had gone up her nose, and she had felt miserable for hours as she slowly dried. This was better, at least. The water was nice and warm, but it still made her fur heavy and plastered down, leaving her, she knew, looking small and skinny and helpless. Still, when Baseball played the showerhead over her scalp and water flooded her ears, it was all she could do not to claw at him and escape. She settled instead for shaking her head violently to dislodge it, and Baseball made a ugh noise as second-hand water splattered his face.
Right, because you have grounds to complain,
Imra growled. She was already shivering despite the water's warmth. You're the one who wanted to come to this planet, Baseball reminded her. Ain't my fault that means a thorough shampoo once a day. Here. He handed her the showerhead. I got all the stuff you can't reach. You're on your own for the front and the awkward bits. Imra accepted it and dutifully set about making sure every inch of her was properly soaked. Baseball, for his part, squirted a large and cold dollop of soap onto her upper back and started to massage it in with equal parts strength and delicacy. So, who is this maid I remind you of? He asked.
Dar. The sire of my third cub. Dar of Stoneback.
Big guy?
The biggest. Dar is the Stoneback clan's great success story. Telling the story was a welcoming distraction. The end product of their whole genetic program. He's almost as strong as a human in some ways.
Right. Y'all aren't that far behind us, really.
Far enough behind that if you were to punch me, I would have better chances of surviving the pulse pistol.
Yeah, but part of that's, like, we're made to punch. Galleons aren't. Bet you if you could use that long dorsal muscle of punching, you'd hit it about as hard as we do.
I had my doubts.
Ima shook her head again. Baseball raised a hand toward her flying droplets.
I'm sorry, it's very hard not to do that.
You okay? Baseball asked.
I itch all over. Wet fur. What is the term? Sucks?
Beats acute respiratory distress, he reminded her. Here's the shampoo.
Ima accepted it and set about massaging it right into every hair follicle she had. He's a bit of a freak, really, she conceded. But that's what his clan have been trying to breed for thousands of years. A freak.
I'm guessing they're breeding from him too?
We're females who will accept the proposition, yes. As I did. Apparently I'm quite the catch.
Why is that? Base asked. He started rinsing out the soap again.
My own genetic legacy includes clans High Mountain and Goldpaw, Ima revealed.
That's good.
They specialise in science and philosophy and in commerce and trade, respectively. Thinkers and merchants. A good legacy, and one I'm proud to be part of.
Base's hands paused. See, that above me, he said. Being valued only for my genes. Ima turned her head and gave him as best a sidelong glance as she could.
Why?
Hey, someday kids will be nice, Base said. But I want to make a difference myself, not just be the daddy of the person who made a difference.
Ima turned away again. Do you know how old I am? She asked.
No.
I'll be 54 soon. That's in Galleon years. In human years, I'm...
She raised her head slightly to perform some mental calculations.
About 45.
Wow, I thought you were younger.
Ima Doug nodded again. We don't decline slowly like you do. We stay in our prime for most of our lives, but our geatric decline is abrupt. The very oldest Galleon I ever heard of was Father Few, who lived to be more than 100 of our years old. The oldest I ever knew personally was Mother Supreme Gurumi, who was 92 when she died. Most Galleons, 80 of our years.
That's not so bad, Base said.
Except that there are 12 of our years to every 10 of yours, Ima said. Most humans can expect to live a fifth as long again as I will, and bear in mind that life expectancy is the product of all of our advancements in medical science. And I mean no offence, Baseball, but our medicine is a very long way in advance of humanity's.
Oh. Baseball didn't apparently know what to say beyond that, and so set off for gently plucking the shampoo bottle out of her paw and starting the second lever.
We are not a long-lived species, Ima summarised. Not by your standards, and especially not when compared to Corti or Gunnar. If we stopped breeding, Gal would not even go 100 years before it was dark and empty. Is it really so surprising that I might be proud to breed and raise the next generation?
I guess not, he conceded.
Not everybody can make a difference, Baseball. Not everybody should. I respect what you and Warhorse do and what Brigari does, but you would not be here without farmers and builders and all the people who are content not to make a difference. You would not exist without mothers.
Baseball's hands were steady as he made sure she was as clean as possible, but his voice was uncertain. I guess.
Is something wrong?
Baseball thought before replying. Just in my head, he decided. It's your life, you do what you want with it. I guess I'm just not used to women who like raising kids and all that.
What kind of women are you used to? Ima inquired.
Women like Technical Sergeant Kovac or Corporal Deacon or Major Jackson, I guess.
I don't know them, Ima said. Well, unless you mean the Major Jackson who was your species' first FDL pilot.
Yeah, she's working with public relations a lot these days, and she and Major Power are a thing. Not sure how much of a thing, but a thing. She's pretty cool.
And who are the other two?
Kovac is our spacesuit guru. Brain like you wouldn't believe. Pretty sure she's sweet and horse too, but she's biding her time. Deacon's fun. She's one of Fur support techs, got small hands and strong shoulders. Conditioner?
What does it do? Ima asked,
studying the offered bottle suspiciously. Should help with the itching.
Ima always snatched it from him. Oh, by the clans, yes please.
Base was right. The second he started rubbing the conditioner in, the worst of the itching faded away.
You know, if you ever retire from the Saw and find that you need a replacement career, you'll be well received on Gao as a masseuse, she told him.
Strong but gentle, huh?
I am yet to meet a human who isn't. Base chuckled, and handed her the conditioner bottle, which she set to work, soothing her itching chest and abdomen.
But, I mean, you let me know if I'm getting too personal, but did you grow up and become a mother and that was it? How'd you know this is your calling if you never tried anything else?
Oh, I did, Ima revealed. I took a research position at a Clan High Mountain Observatory when I was young. The same one that discovered Gorai, our first colony world. But I met my first mate there. We had a healthy female cub together, and I immediately knew that this was what I wanted to do.
Baseball didn't respond, but he seemed to relax, smiled and nodded.
You approve, Ima guessed.
Like I said, it's just not what I'm used to, but I feel you. Finding the thing you know you want to do in life. He grabbed the showerhead. Final rinse.
Let's get it over with,
Ima sighed and shut her eyes, feeling the hot water sluice the conditioner out of her fur. She just knew that her ears and whiskers were drooping piteously. Eventually the ordeal was over, and Baseball grabbed an enormous white towel. Okay, get dry.
I need the towel to get dry,
Ima told him. Nuh-uh, this is for my protection.
Oh.
She sighed, aware that shaking water out was completely undignified and uncivilized, but also highly effective. Base raised the towel to shield himself, and Ima sighed inwardly, dropped to all fours and liberally covered the inside of the bathroom with water droplets. It felt irritatingly cathartic, and just despite Baseball for making her do it, she shook again a second time when he peeked over the towel, then stood up again. Baseball wiped his face off. Did you have to? He complained.
No, but you didn't have to make me dry off like an animal,
Ima retorted, and took the towel from him. She threw the enormous cloth around her in a kind of rough toga and dried her limbs. Base handed her a second one. You're really bothered by that, he noted.
Wouldn't you be?
Not really. We're animals. Why try to pretend otherwise? Base shrugged. We walk around, we eat stuff, breathe. Animals?
Personally, I aspire to be more,
Ima sniffed, scrubbing the towel into the top and back of her head. Me too, but you don't get there by forgetting what you are. Base opened the door. If the inside of the bathroom had been humid and fragrant, the main room smelled mostly of hot air, moisture and wet Gauian. Regari was sitting miserably still while being methodically blasted by some kind of handheld hot air gun, while Ares combed and brushed his fur. Already there was a fluffy quality to him that just didn't look dignified. He gave Ima an affronted look that communicated quite clearly that he blamed her for his current predicament.
Ah, this must be that blow-drying I heard so much about,
Ima hazarded. Base produced a second hot air gun. Yup.
Is there any chance that I could...
Nope.
There was no appropriate word in Gauri. Fortunately, there were several appropriate ones in English, and Ima dutifully selected one as she sat on the bed and awaited her turn. Shit.
Date point. 10th year. 4th month. 1st week. AV. Allied Extrasolar Command. Scotch Creek. British Columbia, Canada. General Martin Tremblay. A nano factory. Yup, Mason the Doe grinned. A full-size industrial one. Grumblertech, which puts it about 500 years ahead of the prototype in Dusseldorf. Which is a good 7 years for being switched on anyway, Colonel Bartlett added. Tremblay inspected the summary that Kirk had sent them, after a long intense absence. After 10 years of living at the Scotch Creek facility and seeing it go from research centre to the sprawling nerve centre of extrasolar defence, one thing he'd become thoroughly acquainted with was advanced technology. He might not be able to write the field equations from memory like the Doe and Bartlett could, but when it came to spotting the strategic implications of every new piece of alien gear that came their way, he prided himself on leading the pack. It felt good not to be playing catch-up with the geniuses. Suddenly I feel a good deal more optimistic, he mused. We're sure it's Kirk? His intelligence advisor, Lieutenant Colonel Clark, pursed his lips thoughtfully. Psychologically, he's yellow at worst, but until somebody with need to know on Deep Relic presses a scanner to his head, he's orange, he declared. Tremblay sucked some air thoughtfully through his teeth. Orange, in the parlance of their system for classifying the likelihood that a given person was carrying a hierarchy agent, meant high risk. He would almost have preferred red,
strongly suspected, or even a conclusive black.
And he's not prepared to drop the shield and let anybody in?
No, sir. No jump beacons, no traffic. Not until Louis Bavote finishes whatever it is he's going to finish. Until then, it's communication only.
What, does he think we're riddled with hierarchy ourselves? Nadeau asked.
Either he's being commendably cautious, Clark said, or else he's compromised. We have no conclusive way of knowing.
And Bavote needs to know what we need in order to put the factory to best use.
Tremblay read off the bottom of the report. He tapped his thumb on the table to help him think.
Shit.
Yup, Clark agreed. Nadeau cleared his throat. Sirs?
We're at an impasse, Tremblay explained. Can't trust him, can't gain his trust. Until we know he's not hierarchy, we can't give him anything useful to do without potentially tipping our hand as to long-term strategy. And both he and that nanofactory are too valuable to waste on make work. We need to secure them, for better or worse.
What about this ship he mentions? Clark mused. The negotiable curiosity?
True. If Kirk's an active agent for the hierarchy, then including that detail in his report makes little sense.
Tremblay drummed his fingers on the desk some more. They reached a decision and stood.
Bartlett, Nadeau, you're dismissed. Thank you.
Both men stood, nodded, and made their exit. Tremblay turned to Clark.
I want to send a Jess team after that ship.
Isn't chasing a spaceship the Source job? Clark asked.
Too valuable, and they're still recovering from Capital Station. Still, ships can't fly forever. Eventually they're going to land somewhere.
And Jess can pick them up when they do, Clark nodded. So we need our informers to keep watch for this thing. Tremblay paced by his window, thumb pressed thoughtfully to his chin.
Do we have anything on this Beardo character?
I'll find out, Clark promised. Who are you thinking of sending?
I'll ask our colleagues down south for an STS element, I think. And we'll need a V-class, obviously.
Clark nodded. That should buy trust with Kirk if he's not compromised, he agreed. Not to mention whatever intel we can get from that ship and his crew.
There'll be pawns, Tremblay predicted.
He sat back down and started to compose his requests and orders.
Still, you never know.
Date point. 10th year. 4th month. 1st week. AV. Mariki Station. Uncharted system. D-Space. Louis Beverot. There was an idea forming. Okay, that wasn't accurate. There were several ideas forming. Thousands. Most, so far as Louis could tell, were completely batfuck crazy and of no practical use, ripped straight from the pages of old sci-fi novels. A factory that could turn an entire asteroid belt into an ocean of unmanned space fighters. Great idea. If only they weren't fighting a digital species that didn't even live in the real world.
Some kind of poison to induce implant rejection. Would have also induced fatal encephalitis. And those were just the pertinent ideas. The ones that came even vaguely close to addressing the challenge that Kirk had set him. Saving the Earth from the hierarchy. Some of his ideas were just crazy. Using force fields to brew the perfectly aerated espresso. A field equation that proved that it was possible to build a Niven ring if you used a solar enclosing force field to power another force field that was powerful enough to overcome the tensile strength problem. After which point, the only real obstacles were time and material. 20-kilometer tall robots piloted by an uploaded human brain and powered by a captive black hole. The potential weaponization of mice, Opera and the Big Mac. A nutritionally balanced and importantly palatable portable ration to replace the nutrient spear, derived from maize and rice. Okay, maybe that last one wasn't so crazy. The point was, all the data in the world was useless without context. How could you even start thinking about saving the planet from an implacably genocidal species of sapient software who held the lives of 90% of the galaxy's population to ransom? He'd been chewing it over for weeks. Fine, save the world. Great. But every scrap of data he was learning about every discipline he could think of was only doing more and more and more to convince him that there was nothing he could do. Kirk hadn't visited in a few days. Fedreg's chromatophore strips had a sickly, cautious quality to them. Every conversation ended in an argument, in rage and futility. There was, he knew deep in his bones, just no way that he could save Earth. And that was where the idea was coming from. The idea was this. If it was true that once you had eliminated the impossible, whatever remained, however improbable, must be the truth, then it followed that once you had eliminated all of the impossible courses of action, then whatever options remained,
however dubious the odds of success, must be the one to go for. When Lewis came to speak this thought out loud, it didn't sound half as good as he had in his head. He simplified it to something he preferred. If you can't do what you'd like, do what you can. He couldn't save the Earth, but he was beginning to suspect he might just be able to save the human race. He deleted his files and started over. Date point: 10th year, 4th month, 1st week, AV. Theodore Roosevelt National Park, North Dakota, United States, Earth. Regari. Major Powell was practically radiating unease. Not that Regari could blame him. After all, what Regari was about to do was a calculated risk that would have incredibly serious repercussions for the Major if it went wrong. "You're certain about this?" he repeated, for what must have been the 13th time. "I'm certain, Major. You worry after me like a mother with a sickly cub." "Aye, I suppose I do." Ima made a nervous noise. "He really is not the only one. Regari, this isn't wise."
"Aye," Powell agreed. "This is a risky endeavour."
"And a rewarding one, personally and professionally, for both of us," Regari insisted. "Now please, my mind is made up. I'm doing this." This meant unadulterated, unfiltered immersion in the alien beauty of the landscape that surrounded them. He and Ima were, after all, visiting the most dangerous temperate planet outside of Nightmare known to exist, and that sparked his adventurous spirit in a way that surprised even himself. How could he not explore such a place? Of course, when comparing Nightmare and Earth, the question of which was most dangerous was open to some interpretation. Nightmare has seasonal extremes unseen on any other temperate world, and those extremes drove a boom-bust life cycle that even the Earth couldn't match. This in turn inspired absolutely vicious flora and fauna during the resource-rich summer, and a deep, torpid sloth during the long, long winters. And yet... Clan High Mountain, ever the scientists and far-sighted thinkers, had once sent an expedition to Nightmare, looking for clues to what awaited Gao in the future millions of years of its slow ascent into Deathworld status. Nightmare's highly eccentric orbit had turned out to be surprisingly bad for its diversity. With the whole planet being freezing cold for 2/3 of its year, with a scorching hot summer sandwiched by brief, mild equinoxes, biome variation was almost non-existent. Nightmare was essentially a single, worldwide temperate rainforest, having a remarkably uniform catalogue of species from pole to pole. Every last one of which were impressively lethal, to be sure, but nothing like the rich diversity of what Earth had on offer. Earth had so many ecologists that it boggled the mind. To Regari's thinking, that made it more dangerous, and far more interesting. The regular seasons might have made it easier to plan for and gather resources such as food, but even a day's walk away may find a hapless wanderer in a totally different environment, surrounded by unforeseen lurking dangers. The very idea of being able to stand on a desert hilltop and see lush grassland, or gaze across a wide river to see forest on one bank and swamp on the other, was compelling. There were political calculations involved beyond his genuine desire to see what the humans called Mother Nature. Yes, the award he was due to receive from the British was a massive propaganda victory for Clan Whitecrest, but the real value would be in the footage of a Gowian, a Whitecrest, walking unaided and mostly unprotected on the most infamous of Deathworlds. That would go down well at home. It was certainly going down well on Earth. The reporters that dogged his and Ima's every step were being kept at a respectful distance, shooting video with long-throw lenses and drones that were, next to galactic technology, shockingly primitive, but still elegantly functional in their design and execution. He recognized Major Jackson, standing politely near to the reporters. She spent time in front of many of them in turn, answering questions, putting on a smiling face, controlling the official Allied take on Regari's experiment, and occasionally conversing with Powell to pin down some minute detail of their message. Deciding that he'd pontificated long enough, he glanced at Warhorse, who was fiddling nervously with a pouch in his tactical vest, then at Ima. Both gave him a reluctant nod. Regari gulped, read his hazard detector one last time, and confirmed the air was currently safe to breathe, stepped out onto the bluff, deactivated the force field around his head, and breathed. He immediately erected the shield again. The experience hadn't been unpleasant, far from it, but it had been the olfactory equivalent to walking into a room where loud music was playing. The nose needed time to adjust. This time, he scaled down the field intensity by degrees, allowing more and more of Earth's rich, warm, moist air to reach his nostrils, until finally the field was gone, and he could immerse himself in the full perfumed glory of it. It was beautiful. There were so many different and competing aromas, some subtle, some cloying, others brutally intense. For a long while he just stood there and drank in the bouquet of earth, letting it suffuse him and change him. He had never experienced anything quite like it, and he knew that he would later spend hours describing this little aspect of his adventure to his brothers, all the while failing to properly convey it. Behind him, he was dimly aware of cameras clicking and whirring madly as they recorded his obvious pleasure. The second thing he noticed were the sounds. Once the cameras had died down a bit and the park rangers encouraged some quiet, the gentle, subtle sound of everything came to him. Life was here. Life in such enormous variety that it humbled what one might find anywhere else. Life in all of its tiny, scuttering, careful beauty. He twitched near as something small moved restlessly in a nearby bush, no doubt scared still by all this activity. A flying animal of some kind whirred as it burst out of one bush, undulated over 100 meters of ground in 3 short bursts of powered flight, and vanished into another bush. There was more to be seen than would be gained by simply standing still and let it come to him. He wanted to explore, and so he opened his eyes and set off on a tour with the park rangers who, casting the occasional glance at Warhorse, set about showing him things that challenged his perception of what a Deathworld really was. First was the stunning, complex interplay of life itself. There was so much of it, even here, even in what was allegedly a rugged and comparatively empty part of the planet. The weathered Badlands were far, far from dead and empty. They were utterly alive with flowers and shrubs and insects too, numerous to count, buzzing and rustling in the breeze, and each contributing to the loud but delicate nasal symphony. Earth, the most infamous Deathworld in the galaxy, was bursting at the seams with life. The tour wound on. Gaining in confidence, the park rangers picked out some binoculars and began to point out wildlife both nearby and distant. They steered him away from a fat, humming bee, a real danger if it were to sting him, directed his binoculars to a bison, so big, pointed out some nearby rabbits, which vanished when startled, so quickly that Regari barely saw them do it, and off in the distance, a mighty, fearsome grizzly bear. That creature made even the well-armed park rangers nervous. He watched it stand on its hind legs, aimed its nose at them, sniffed the air, then drop on all fours and beat a dignified retreat. The bison had done something similar. "It's running away?" The park ranger nodded. "He's just staying out of our way," she agreed. "Why?" Eimer asked. "We're an unknown to him and may be risky. Most animals will keep to themselves unless they're forced to interact." "That seems wise, I suppose," Eimer conceded. "It's deceptive," Regari mused. "I know that bear is a dangerous animal, but from this far away it almost seems comical and fuzzy." "Maybe, but he's decidedly not," the ranger told him. "Like you said, that bear is far away. Up close, a specimen that big is a threat to even a bison. His has claws that are about this long, his teeth are this big, and he's stronger than any human alive." The major laughed quietly at that, a slight grin on his face. Regari would ask about that later. "Anyway, that's why we're keeping our distance, and I think he has the same idea." "But surely that bear would not fear us." "Hard to say," the male ranger chipped in. "Bears are unpredictable precisely because they're so large and powerful. If he was hungry, perhaps he may have investigated, but a good dose of pepper spray in the face would likely have scared it off. A mother protecting her cubs? Well, that's the story we didn't need to tell today." Eimer chittered at that. "That sounds familiar." The warden smiled at her, maybe not quite understanding the source of her amusement. But for the most part, he'd probably keep his distance, especially of a group this large. Wildlife is generally shy. Shy? Why would he be shy? "Because he's smarter than the average bear," the female ranger commented. There were chuckles at that, meaning that it was presumably some in-joke or pop culture reference that Regari had yet to encounter. "We're dangerous, and he damn well knows it." Ima's ears twisted as she watched the bear pause atop a slight swell in the terrain and look back. "Understandable, but in that case, why are we avoiding it?"
Because he's dangerous, the Male Ranger replied, which means that too close an encounter would end with him dead and maybe someone here hurt, probably quite badly. And none of us want either of those things. That struck Regari as a very human thing to say. All the destructive ability in the galaxy and no desire to do so. At least, not here, and not now. Anyway, he's not even the biggest threat. There's a pack of wolves yonder, he pointed, and both Gallians raised their binoculars. Regari fancied that he saw a flash of fur amongst the distant grasses. That's been skirting the outside of our sight watching us. They know us, he gestured to his partner and himself, but don't know you or anyone else here.
Wolves? Surely those would be a danger. I read they were feared for millennia.
Ima sounded genuinely alarmed. They don't usually attack humans, not unless they're desperate, the female ranger assured her. And even they'd rather avoid the risk. Here in this place, attacking prey is dangerous. What if you were a wolf and that bison turned around and gored you? You would be broken and a liability to the pack. Would you survive? The pack would bring you food and such, but what if you didn't heal? A broken bone is practically a death sentence in the wild. What if the wound became infected? She smiled fondly at the wolves while the Gallians mulled that point over. So how do they hunt then? Regari asked. They must take some risk. They go after the sick and isolated and obviously weak, or smaller things like the rabbits. They won't attempt larger and more dangerous prey unless they must. And hell, sometimes rival predators decide to be friends. We've seen it more than once, particularly with bears and wolves. What, friends? Why would they cooperate? Regari asked. Why not? Instead of competing for the same resource, why not share? We see it mostly with lone male wolves and bears. They may align for a season and hunt together. It increases the chance of a kill after all, but beyond that, they do generally seem to enjoy company. We see polar bears up north, for example, playing with sled dogs where no food advantage at all exists. Dexter. Regari turned to Warhorse, who was monitoring something on the tablet. Wind's picking up south of her and the pollen count's rising. Gotta call it, man. Regari nodded sadly and allowed himself one last, full immersion in what his nose was telling him. He very much doubted he would ever get another chance. Last chance, he told Ima. She paused, then bobbled her head sideways. A no.
I'm not a Whitecrest dog, she reminded him. What you can enjoy might... I'm happy anyway.
Regari duck nodded, and, with one last blissful sniff, raised his shield again. Warhorse ran the medical scanner over him the instant it was fully up. You're probably going to have a runny nose and watering eyes tonight, he decided. Baseball promptly burrowed in his bag and produced some antihistamines. We'll need to thoroughly scrub that fur out, Adam added, as Regari accepted one and swallowed it with a little water. But yeah, I reckon you're fine. Baseball, Pow, and the two rangers visibly relaxed. They strolled gently back up the hill towards the waiting entourage of reporters, which Regari could tell that Pow was doing his best not to scowl at. Feel like making a statement? The Major asked.
I think I have just the thing.
They strayed close enough for microphones and cameras to be thrust in their direction, and a clamour of questions that only quieted when Major Jackson raised her hands and pleaded for peace. Regari had been choosing his words with care all the way up the slope. That was an experience I know I shall never forget, he said. The word earth doesn't quite translate properly into Gauri. We have a word for dirt and mud, another word for the ground beneath our feet, but I think having been here to see and hear and smell all of this, the word that fits best is ye, which means, well, it means a place where things grow. Lots of Deathworlder teeth became visible as the journalists collectively grinned, and started spinning their soundbite, while Powell and the Protectors gently escorted Ima and Regari away from them. Warhorse was the first to speak, once they were out of earshot. Bro, that was a real nice thing to say, he enthused. Ima chittered. He could talk a summer flower into blooming in winter, couldn't he? She asked rhetorically, using a Gauian idiom. Aye, silver tongue, so he is, Powell agreed, using a human one. Regari emitted a smug little dip of his ears, but didn't feel remotely embarrassed by the praise. It was nothing, he told them, but the truth. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 1st week, AV. Cairo, Egypt, Earth. Master Sergeant Roy Vinther. Sergeant Coombs was getting nervous. There's that guy again, Orange 5. You know the drill, Bouncer, Vinfer ordered. Stay casual, just keep walking. When are we going to get a fucking go on this thing? Soon as we got grounds to upgrade these fuckers to red. You out of sight yet? Made the corner, yeah. Got a good look at the guy. Looks like he might be our Yamini victim. Looks like. There was silence and a couple of clicks on the line. Thompson must have been walking past civilians and unable to speak. Some seconds later he was able to reply. Looks a lot like. Vinfer glanced over to where Staff Sergeant Walsh, their intel weenie, was sat behind him in the nondescript van they parked 100 yards or so from the suspicious site. The description was a joke and a farcical one. Walsh was a combat controller with duty in secondary AFSCs and Ops Intel. He'd been forced out of the early Saw Highway by an injury, making him by far the biggest guy in the operation. Not Saw big, but still a large, strong dude, with an even larger, stronger brain. Walsh got on the line himself. Bouncer, drinking buddy. Scale of 1 to 10. A solid day for you, drinking buddy. Walsh nodded, then frowned at his tablet. Convoy, coming in from the north. 2 SUVs, a van and a pickup. Vinver checked with their guy on a nearby rooftop. Staff Sergeant Porter. Hangover, you got eyes on? Sure do, barkeep. Headed right past you. Everyone promptly scooted down in their chairs so as to be invisible. They didn't move or make a noise until the 8 vehicles had rumbled past. Barkeep, hangover. They went into the compound. Walsh? Vinfer asked, over his shoulder. Red, Walsh decided. That's a red, Vinfer declared, for the Delta Force team to hear. Go for Stage 2, just like we planned. Stage 2 took advantage of the quiet and careful reconnaissance they'd made on the compound. An old souk that had been long since converted into a warehouse or workshop of some kind, enclosing a large open area. It was a thoroughly permeable structure, but that worked both ways. Plenty of ways in, and plenty of ways for hostiles to slip out or wait in ambush. Vinfer and Walsh had the low-risk approach. A corner of the building where an old window had been covered over with some drapes and not much else. Thompson had already checked it and declared that a stealthy ingress that way should be thoroughly doable. They grabbed their M4s, were out of the van and up to the old souk in seconds. Vinfer took point. It was the work of seconds to move the drapes aside, pull himself through, and wave Walsh in after them. Their radio clicked. Barkeep, hangover, he was whispering, sub-vocalizing into his mic. She's moving down there. They got 2 hostages, so we better pick it up. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Vinfer and Walsh exchanged a frown. Hangover was a professional. Hearing him so upset was jarring. Sit rep. They took her brain out. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh God. They what? Black. We're fucking black. We need the fucking Rangers in here right now, Walsh hissed. Call them, Vinfer agreed, aware that Walsh had probably sent that on all channels just for the few extra seconds it had earned. He darted up the hallway they were in and to a doorway, carefully swept his gun around the whole room as he stepped over the threshold. Once happy that it was clear, he scurried over to the window that looked into the courtyard. About a half dozen people were standing around watching invisible force fields delicately, bloodlessly, and seemingly reassemble a woman's head. Restrained next to her was a weeping younger woman with a strong family resemblance to the victim, and vomit down her front. Even as he watched, the force fields dropped the victim delicately onto her feet. She blinked and looked around, and then, without any speech or apparent communication at all, stepped over to help one of the others in picking up her terrified former family member. Bouncer, you got a shot? Vinfer asked. Yeah. Take it. The unfortunate new biodrome's head burst. The hostage screamed and collapsed, hands flailing as her other captain met a similarly decisive end. She wrapped herself into a tight ball with her hands over her head, as the remaining biodromes reacted as a single unit, drawing guns and firing at Bouncer's position. Vinfer took his own shot and watched in astonishment as it clearly ricocheted off something solid between him and his target that he couldn't see. Rapid fire and the lightning strike detonation of flashbangs at multiple points around the compound heralded the arrival of the Rangers. Watch the hostage, he ordered on an open channel, and lined up another shot. He didn't get to take it. Something made of nothing swallowed the last of the biodrones, and there was a roaring, shrieking noise as a very large and completely invisible object kicked up dust and loose objects. A flapping cloth, hanging from the wall, caught on it as it rose, and, sensing valuable into a foot, Vinfer kept his helmet cam trained on it,
as the cloth draped across it and revealed its outline. It looked for all the world like a classic flying saucer. The cloth slid off. The howl of UFO engines hit a peak, and it was gone with a sonic boom. For a few seconds, some last gunfire rattled around the old souk, and then the all clear came in. A ranger medic double-timed over to the hostage, who was wailing and cradling her loved one's body, and Vinfa relaxed. Walsh was beside him. Holy shit. Yeah, did you fucking see that? I saw, Walsh nodded. A spaceship. They have a fucking spaceship on Earth. Walsh nodded again, and rubbed at his brow. Well, he said, at least we know about it now. Date point. 10th year. 4th month. 1st week. 1st day. AV. St. James's Palace. London. England. Earth. Major Owen Powell. Admiral Sir Patrick Knight was in his element, surrounded by ancient brickwork and the bustle of the working palace, guiding the VIPs and their protectors into the back of some understated black cars, before stepping into one himself. He seemed to fit in at the very heart of Britain's constitutional monarchy, unlike Powell, who spent so many days now involved in the business of the Garian diplomatic tour, that he was about ready to throw himself at the walls to burn off his excess energy. Goodness knew how Burgess and Ares were faring. Between the fact that their own routines far exceeded his for strenuousness, and the much greater atmospheric oxygen relative to what they were used to in Foldfur, he would have expected them to be fizzing by now. That they were holding it together was at once both surprising and encouraging. Penny for your thoughts, Powell? He jumped slightly as Riley Jackson, who somehow managed to be quiet even in the hard heels of her Air Force blues, stepped up beside him and gave him a gentle touch on the elbow. Any more affectionate gesture than that would have to wait for back in the hotel. He rubbed at his chin to cover the startle. Just finding it a bit strange that 2 American lads under my command are off to meet the king, and I'm sat here twiddling my thumbs until they come back, he mused. Jealous? She asked teasingly. Powell watched the motorcade depart and turned towards the mall. Yes and no, he decided. Jackson looked around. We've got half an hour before they're due back. Nothing to do in that time when you're on edge. I know it's not much next to your usual regimen, but why don't we take a stroll, get a look at the place? I've always wanted to visit England. Ah, that sounds nice, Powell agreed. Bloody nice weather, too. If you say so, she half-smiled, and picked at the blue pullover sweater she had on over her shirt. It's kind of cold for my tastes. Blue sky, he pointed out. She rolled her eyes, and her smile got a little broader. Oh, yeah. Break out the beer and the hot dogs. This got a chuckle out of him. All right. Not sure where we can stroll to around here, though. That's fine. Let's just get away from those cameras. They did so, heading away from the stable yard and hugging the wall until suddenly they found a secluded spot where nobody could see them. Powell felt a hand on his upper arm, and when he turned to check on her, she surprised him with a brief but tender kiss. He blinked and laughed. That was nice. What was it for? Come on. How often do you get a sneaker kiss in the grounds of a royal palace? She grinned, and with a tilt of her head suggested they should start walking again. I know, we're on the job. There's media around. I should be more careful. Oi, Powell chuckled at her. I won't tell if you don't. I like the thrill of a little danger myself. Fucking A, she nodded, and then put her hand to her mouth guiltily. Probably shouldn't swear here. It's not a fucking church, Powell teased. Their stroll took them back around an internal corner of the stable yard, and back into view of a news crew. So, what do you mean by yes and no? Riley asked him. Powell shrugged. I never met the king, but they have that tradition of service. I remember there was this interview Harry gave where he was crewing Apaches in Afghanistan. Someone came up and he just ripped the mic off and belted for his machine with his mates. I've got a lot of respect for him in that regard. You know better than anyone. It's got to be hard being military and being a celebrity at the same time. Tell me about it. She kept a professionally neutral face as the camera turned to watch them pass. Just 2 officers going about their business, rather than 2 close friends enjoying each other's company. So, yeah, on that level I've got a lot of respect for His Majesty and the lads. But Powell checked they weren't in earshot of anybody. I don't know. I've always been something of a Republican myself. Isn't the king your commander-in-chief? Aye. And don't get me wrong, I take that fucking seriously. So long as that's how it works, I'll go with it.
But if there was a referendum tomorrow about becoming, I don't know, the United British Republic or something like that, I know which way I'd vote. I'd rather have a proper constitution than all. He waved a hand at the Tudor opulence around them. This.
Pity, Riley mused.
Don't tell me you're a monarchist, Powell asked her.
It seems to work for this country. It just wouldn't be Britain somehow without it, you know?
It's not like all those buildings and stuff would just go away. Hell, it's not like we'd roll out the fucking guillotine, neither, Powell pointed out.
Yeah, I know, just... She sighed and smiled at the brickwork. I don't know. Somehow I think the magic would go out of it.
They're just blokes, Powell pointed out. Nice blokes, sure. Probably. But they shit just like the rest of us. I bet they're fed the fuck up with cameras too.
Too bad all the princes and princesses who are old enough aren't single.
Though there's a fucking original fantasy nobody's ever had before, Powell retorted, knowing full well she was only teasing.
She laughed again. Yeah, and it's not like I need the visibility, is it?
Money'd be nice, he suggested.
Maybe. You know, I don't know what I'd do with more money.
Aye, me either.
So is that why you didn't go with? She asked. I mean, you commanded the mission.
Same reason you turned down the Medal of Honor, Powell told her.
Jackson had thoroughly dismissed any suggestion that she should receive it, even though the president had practically jumped at the chance to give her one, after her mission-saving stunt during Operation Overhound. Current scuttlebutt had it that she'd be getting an Air Force Cross instead.
I don't need the publicity. I don't...
Powell, I turned down the MOH because the politicians don't like letting heroes... She gave the word a contemptuous flourish that suggested she thought of herself as anything but... put themselves back in harm's way. Accepting it would have ended my career. I can handle publicity and fame, even though I bitch about it, but I'll fight tooth and nail to keep my wings.
Wouldn't know what to do with yourself without him, huh?
She shook her head. Would you know what to do with yourself without the saw?
Powell bobbed his head, conceding the point. Guess I wouldn't. That ain't gonna end well for either of us, though. You know that, right?
She nodded. Yep. Either we live long enough that something forces us to retire, or we get our asses KIA. She checked to make sure they weren't overheard, then leaned in conspiratorially. Don't tell anyone I said this, but sometimes I feel like I'd prefer the latter. It scares me less.
Powell nodded. To die will be an awfully big adventure, he quoted.
She nodded. Peter Pan? That's us, all right. Scared to grow up.
Christ, when you put it like that, it almost sounds fucking cowardly.
Peter Pan was a coward.
It was a child, immature. Not the same thing.
Great, so either we're cowards or we're childish, she grinned. But there was an uncertain edge to it. And she stopped suddenly. Do you think that's true? Either of them?
Powell shook his head. I'm walking around with a woman who literally took a fucking bullet for me, he said. And she did it fighting cannibal fucking monsters from outer space, who want the whole human race dead. How much more mature or brave do you want?
Don't.
No. Harden up and accept the praise that's due you.
She sighed and waved a conceding hand. From you? Okay. But only from you.
Powell smiled with her and they resumed their stroll. I could have gone with, he said, gesturing towards Buckingham Palace. But this is a diplomatic thing, strengthening ties. Best to let Regari stand out in the clear, right?
What's he receiving anyway?
The George Medal, for acts of bravery and or meriting recognition by United Kingdom. Though I hear they'd have preferred to take the time and commission a whole new medal recognising gallantry by ETs, but...
Not enough time?
If we get through this whole visit without something going catastrophically wrong, I'll consider it a bloody miracle, Powell grumbled. 5 fucking days. 5. I've run some hasty bodge job ops in my time, but 5 days notice to babysit a couple of ETs around a planet that's become a fucking byword for deadliness up there. He jerked his head skyward. Just about wins the prize.
Worth it, though.
Powell scratched the side of his head, thoughtfully. You think?
You said it yourself. Dexter saved the mission, Riley pointed out. And I bet Gary's myself. If you ask me, we want them as allies.
Powell rubbed his jaw uncertainly. I reviewed Warhorse's helmet cam footage. Regari, he fucking deserves what he's receiving today. It's the rest of his species I'm not so sure on. And to be honest, even a scrappy little gaffer like him, I mean, what would an alliance even look like? If we were to do joint training and it turns out they wouldn't wind up slowing our lads down, I'll need my fucking beret, badge and all. They're not Deathworlders.
Want a bed?
Absolutely, he nodded. If we ally with the Gauians, it'll be nice, but we'll be the ones doing all the hard graft. Betcha.
You're on, Riley grinned. Though, I'd be kind to have a cake replica made. No sense in wasting a good beret. Fair?
Aye. So either I'm right or I eat a cake. Not exactly a fucking lose-lose, is it?
Fine, fine, she laughed. Loser treats the winner to a nice meal. Somewhere fancy.
Oh, aye? Yeah. Pal rolled his eyes. A day with you is way worse than eating cake.
That's my cruelest offer, you sarcastic sadist. She waved a mock-scolding finger. Besides, you'll be paying.
Only if I lose.
Oh, you'll lose, she told him. I promise.
Done.
Powell glanced towards Buckingham Palace again.
And I hope to God you're right. The Mall. London, England, Earth. Ava Rios.
Is that them? I think that's them. Sean, for crying out loud. What? It's kind of a big deal, Ava. Aliens visiting London? And we have front row seats. Yeah, but that's not them. Oh. Sean deflated and Ava finished it with her camera. They had front row seats all right. They had press seats courtesy of Simon Harvey, who figured that alien VIPs in the heart of London was a decent starting point to test his young apprentices before they got onto the real deal. Okay, that's them, Sean asserted, as a convoy of black cars turned onto the mall and processed with dignified slowness in their direction. Ava had to agree. Cameras were being focused all around, and she raised her own, doing her best to stay on top of doing her job, when her mouth was dry and her heart pounding. Simon put a hand on her upper back in a reassuring, avuncular way. Nervous? Part of me hopes he'll see me, part of me hopes he won't. Simon patted her shoulder. You're fine, you've got this. She nodded, and kept her eye to the viewfinder as the car stopped in a genteel semicircle behind the barriers, under the watchful gaze of Metropolitan Police in their high-vis yellow jackets that reminded her so much of Simbrine colonial security. To her dismay, Adam stepped up to the car first. A sea of people neared the front of the crowd earned Ava's immediate hatred by going mad for him. She took a picture, framing him versus them as he awkwardly raised a hand to acknowledge the attention, before getting back to the job attending to Regari, as the Garian carefully levered himself out of the car. By the time the VIPs were on their feet, had received the attention of the crowd, and had been escorted into the palace, she managed to become totally focused on taking pictures, while beside her, Sean, armed with a tablet, did his damnedest to keep up with the flow from her camera, swiping them into a multitude of different folders for immediate upload and sale to whatever news and stock image agencies couldn't be present to generate the pictures themselves. Within hours, one of Ava's pictures would be on the front page of a newspaper. Adam was the last to be ushered into the building, and she finally relaxed as it was close behind him. He never even glanced at the press. She met Simon's eye and he nodded. Well done, he told her. It made her feel much better. Date point. 10th year, 4th month, 1st week, 1st day, AV. North Clearwater County, Minnesota, USA, Earth. Kevin Jenkins. Alison Bueller was perched side-saddle on the front of an elderly pickup, elbows deep in its engine. She was gracious enough to dignify Kevin's arrival with turning her head, giving him a cool stare, and then calling for Julian, who emerged from around the back of the house with a knife in one hand, and an uncomfortable reminder that meat was dead animal in the other. Not that Kevin had ever not known that or been troubled by it, but a skinned goose carcass was an unsettling sight if you weren't prepared for it. Unless you were used to it seemed. Even Bueller gave it a slightly uneasy glance as Esther City hung it by his feet from a hook, under his house's eaves, and rinsed his hands with the garden hose. Shoot that yourself? Kevin asked him, by way of an icebreaker. Nope, it was defeated in battle and committed harakiri, Julian told him, and mimed handing him something. Here's your sign. Huh? Never mind. If you're here about the contract, we'll discuss it after dinner. Don't suppose I can convince you to discuss it earlier, Kevin asked. It's not even noon yet. Nope, Esther City told him. You can go and come back, make yourself useful, or hell, just take a stroll around the property. We've got a lot to get done while it's light. Kevin considered his options, then decided he may as well ingratiate himself by being useful. You need a hand with that pickup, Miss Bueller? She laughed. You're gonna help me do engine maintenance in that suit? You're a brave man, Mr. Jenkins. Kevin shrugged the jacket off, threw it onto his passenger seat and rolled up his sleeves. Fuck it, dry cleaning's a travel expense, he declared, declining to mention the 2 spare suits in the trunk.
Beulah made a could-have-been-impressed motion with her head, and waved a hand that was black halfway to the elbow in the general direction of her toolbox. 1 1/8. Kevin ambled over to it, turned a few socket wrench heads over in his hands until he found the right one, and handed it to her. "Your enthusiasm is overwhelming," she muttered, leaning back into the engine and ratcheting deep inside it. There was a kind of plastic spattering noise from under the truck, which, when Kevin stooped to look, turned out to be murky brown fluid gushing into an ancient yellow bucket. "Oh, what are we doing?" he asked. "Complete fluid change. This thing's not been driven in 6 years," Beulah told him. "Water, brakes, transmission, oil, all of it." The separator finished draining, and she slipped her hand deep into the engine to close it off again. "Where'd you learn how to do this?" Kevin asked her. "Not being a fucking little girl about getting my hands dirty," she asked. "This isn't rocket science. These things are made to be maintained. Here." She popped a filthy air filter out of his housing and shoved it into Kevin's chest. "Replacements in the garage." Brushing dirt out of his shirt, Kevin followed instructions and headed for the garage. Esther City had vanished in there and was cleaning and sharpening his knife. "She doesn't like me much, I think," Kevin ventured, setting down the old filter and collecting the new one. "She doesn't hate you either," Judy replied calmly. "You'd know. Any advice?" "Don't try and be her friend, because you ain't. She values honesty, Jenkins. You're not here to be our buddy, you're here to hire us. So be real about that if you want to be on her good side." "And you?" Esther City tested the edge of his knife by effortlessly slicing the strip off a sheet of paper. Apparently this was satisfactory, because the blade then vanished into the leathery sheath on his pocket in an easy practice motion. "I like everybody if they don't give me a reason not to," he said. "Right." Allison was waiting impatiently for the new filter when he ducked under the ceiling canoe and stepped outside again. He tossed it to her. "How about alien tech?" he asked. Allison turned back around and easily installed the filter, closing the housing with 2 firm snaps. "Why?" "I am here to get you on the payroll. Be useful to know what you can do." She snorted. "It's idiot-proof. What more is there to say? No user serviceable parts, just pull the faulty module, order a replacement from the nano factory, plug it in. God knows what you're supposed to do if it's the nano fact that's busted, but..." She jumped down and wiped 2 greasy handprints onto her jeans. "You're welcome to bow to the oil change while that nice shirt's still kinda clean." "What, and play Triumvirate Online in the car for 8 hours on company time?" Kevin grunted. "Tempting, but no." He caught the half smirk that she covered by turning and digging under the car for the bucket. "Suit yourself." To Kevin's surprise, the work turned out to be enjoyable. Messy, yes, but despite her frosty attitude, Beulah did the bulk of the dirty work herself, and relegated Kevin to fetching wrench heads and buckets, storing nuts and parts safely, and fetching the fresh fluids from the garage. She even loosened up enough to give him a high five when the truck grunted into life around about noon. "Thanks, that goes a lot faster with 2, she told him, turning her cloth rag grey as she wiped the worst of the grime off her palms onto it. "I actually kind of enjoyed it," Kevin admitted. "Feels good to work with your hands, yeah?" She patted the truck affectionately. "What's next?" "Next, I'm going to clean up, then take this thing for a drive. Make sure it's working okay," she replied. "Gotta get rid of the old oil and stuff properly. Pick up groceries, stuff like that." "Ah." Kevin looked around. Julian's up in the backwoods. Said something about making sure the beavers don't flood us out. Think he needs a hand?" She grabbed a bottle of bright orange hand cleanser. "Look, you're trying to get in good with us, I get that. Hell, maybe you're a great guy to have for a friend, I don't know. But your relationship with us is pure business, and I prefer to keep it that way." "I'm just trying to establish a rapport," Kevin defended himself. "And there's your problem," she said. "Don't. I ain't interested in a rapport. I'm interested in getting the fuck out of this planet, and you're the man with the spaceship. So let's focus on that, and maybe I might decide to like you." Kevin shook his head and sat on the hood of his car. "You have a completely different attitude to most folks I've met," he observed. She rinsed her hands off into yet another bucket, and the orange slime she spread all over them took most of the filth and grease with it. She started slathering on a second dose. "Yeah? You know, I saw that footage of you telling Kirk and Vedrick about religion. I thought you were a straight talker. What happened to that guy?" "You're an atheist?" "That's none of your damn business, and don't change the subject." Kevin shrugged. "That was 15 years ago," he pointed out. "That's a long time. People change. I learned stuff about how the world works."
And how does the world work according to Kevin Jenkins? She asked, rinsing her hands off again. They were almost perfectly clean now, so she shook the water off them and wiped them dry on her backside. Kevin rolled his jaw thoughtfully. Way I see it, if you found somebody who isn't trying to manipulate or use you, you found true love, he said. And no disrespect, but I don't love you. She gave him a flatly skeptical stare. A guy like you believes in true love? Nope, Kevin stood up. Do you? By your definition? She looked thoughtfully in the direction of the woods for a moment, and then nodded with a half smile. Absolutely. Look, make yourself comfortable indoors. We've got a big TV and satellite. Hell, we've got an old cigarette if you want, whatever. I'm going to be gone a few hours, and so's Julian. Sure? Don't get motor oil on the couch. Right. Kevin fetched a change of clothes from the trunk as she headed indoors. The screen door did its banshee impersonation behind him as Alison vanished into a bedroom. Things had turned up nicely inside even in the 2 days since he last visited, and he took a quick tour. Kevin didn't believe in feng shui, but rearranging the furniture had done a lot for opening the place up and making it feel brighter, now that the big glass doors out onto the deck weren't half blocked by the television, and the antediluvian floral print heavy curtains had been taken down. There were dark patches on the walls where some of the infinite decorations had hung for decades, protecting the pigment. The incandescent bulbs were gone, replaced with modern smart LED bulbs. Already the place looked kinda less kitschy. Hey, look, I said we'd win this thing for you, he called out. But I wouldn't get too premature in the decorating if I was you. You haven't even signed up yet. We've not, she called back through the door. Just took some things down and moved some other things. Beats the crap out of paperwork, I guess, Kevin admitted. Julian needed the break. Too many fancy legal $10 words, you know. You get used to them with time. You can get used to anything with time, she commented, and opened the door, having changed into a plaid shirt and clean jeans. But he's happier doing physical stuff. Me too, for that matter. She fished down the back of the couch and produced for him a remote control. Knock yourself out. This ain't exactly how I planned on spending company time, Kevin objected. You want us on that spaceship? She asked. Yeah. Then sit your ass down and watch TV and we'll talk it over with dinner. Kevin took the remote off her and did as he was told, and Ellison grabbed her coat and bag. She glanced wistfully at the back room where the gun locker was, muttered a reminder to herself about needing a license, and vanished with a screech of badly maintained screed door. Some seconds later, the truck they spent all morning servicing grumbled awake and pulled out. Kevin turned the TV on, browsed the planner for a few minutes, and settled on watching the NCAA highlights. This became the Pro Dome Racing highlights, then the golf highlights, then the IndyCar highlights. Boredom was inspiring him to idle contemplation of the merits of suicide, when movement out the back window caught his attention, which turned out to be Essex City picking his way between the trees with a rifle in his back and 3 dead beaver in his hand. There was a shed next to the log pile that Essex City vanished into. Kevin sat waiting for him to emerge, but the wait took long enough that he eventually gave up and found a movie to watch, in the form of Star Wars Episode 8. It was firmly in the late afternoon by the time Essex City emerged from the shed, with red hands and some gory remains, with which he vanished back into the woods. He returned empty-handed just as the credits rolled, and entered for the utility room, the door on which was mercifully silent. There was the sound of running water, and, at length, he padded through into the kitchen and grabbed a water bottle from the fridge. His prosthetic foot sounded strange on the linoleum. Good couch, ain't it? He asked. Damn good, Kevin admitted. I've been sat here for hours and I'm not getting antsy. Drink? We got Pepsi, iced tea, water or milk? Pepsi'd be good, thank you. Julian closed the fridge, stepped around the couch and sat down next to him, handing him a drink can. Star Wars? Yup. Hey, yeah? What's with the beavers? Julian chuckled. Good eating on them, he said. Hell, beaver tail's a delicacy. You're shitting me. Nuh-uh. You gotta hang it a day or two, but you cook 'em right and they taste kinda like smoky pork. Pearl's useful too, but it can get kinda cut up in the spring when they fight. So, you hunt them for food? Kevin asked. Trap 'em. They need it too. Stupid furry fuckers are rodents and they breed like rodents too. And round here there's nothing eating them. There ain't? Nope. All that farmland's buffering them and keeping them safe. Julian scratched at the back of his neck. Right now the population is getting just big enough to eat more than the land can give them, so I've either got to cull them right back or they'll starve anyway. We may as well get a meal out of it, right? Bet you make a lot of friends in Peter with that attitude. Julian produced a silent beat of humorless laughter that was over as soon as it had started. I love animals, he said, but this isn't a natural landscape, and if it's going to remain healthy, it needs a human hand on the tiller, and a lot of the time that's going to mean trapping and shooting. It sucks for the beaver, but you've got to look at the big picture. Either I can snare 3 beavers and kill them quick and humane, or dozens of them that can slowly starve to death, because they ate everything. I know which sounds less cruel to me. I hear what you're saying, Kevin conceded, but that's still, I don't know, it seems cruel. Julian shrugged. Deathworld. He took a swig of his water and set it down on the coffee table. And believe me, I know better than most just how much of a Deathworld Earth really is. We've tamed her, a fuck of a lot, but she's still an ornery old mare at heart, and she'll kick you down and stamp your head if she gets the chance. Most people don't realize that because they don't need to. How does she stack up to Nightmare? Julian shrugged. By and large, Earth is nastier. Nightmare's a 13 though, we're just a 12. Yeah, but the Courtie created the planetary classification system, or at least they refined the algorithm, and I guess it inherited some of their prejudices, Julian said. The big-headed little fucks don't like eccentric orbits or whatever, and I didn't really see that when you've got a predictable deep freeze cycle with a short summer. That's going to put limits on what kind of life forms you get. Sure, in the summer, he patted his hatchet. Man-grabber vines and bomb fruit and murder pigs and minizillas, and don't even get me fucking started on the go-to-hell tree. That thing was a nutty surprise. Go-to-hell tree? Suppose it seized by spontaneous combustion right at the peak of the summer season, and the timber can self-ignite even when it's been dead and drying out all winter. Good thing I didn't build my hut out of the stuff, or I'd have lost everything. He grinned. And if you think that sounds outlandish, we've got plants right here on Earth that do something similar. And there's the thing. We've got exploding fruit and carnivorous plants, and big, smelly, dangerous critters here on Earth. And here, they're awake for 2/3 of the year if they go to sleep at all. Everything hibernates on Nightmare. Come on. A Venus flytrap couldn't even hurt a Courtie, Kevin said. Nope. And that's what made the Courtie decide Nightmare deserves a 13 and Mother Earth only got a 12. What makes her way nastier is the diseases, Julian nodded. Cut yourself a nerve, and you better sterilize that wound in case you get a staph infection or something. Sometimes you can sterilize it and get an infection anyway. You gotta boil the water, cook the meat, keep yourself wrapped up warm. He took another sip of water, and a thought seemed to occur to him as he was swallowing. Hell, do you know how much disease avoidance and control is built into everyone's daily lives? Like, we don't even notice it. Fuck, there's a whole line in the supermarkets for soap, and another one for scrubbing the bacteria out of your mouth that'd eat your teeth otherwise. Then there's the one for household cleaning products, bleach, mold killer. They've had that every single food item in that store has an expiry date. The soap and sinks for people to wash their hands in the bathroom. The tissues for covering your mouth and blowing your nose. Bug spray and zappers because insects are a disease vector. Hell, there's a whole industry and marketing sector in scented soaps, because we have to scrub ourselves every day or else stink of bacterial action on our skin. So we may as well put on some perfume in there so we can wind up smelling pretty afterwards. Don't forget the pharmacy, Kevin pointed out. You're right. And all those antibiotics are on a time limit anyway. Meanwhile, you just spent the morning trapping a knee-high critter that'll chew through a tree and dam a whole river. Right. Julian scratches his hair a bit. Most folks live in cities now, he pointed out. He didn't have any particular style, Kevin noted. It was just dark, shaggy, and ignored, but really right up until it got in the way. He wondered if Julian was in the habit of just taking his knife to it every so often, rather than finding the services of a barber. They're not in touch with what Earth is really like, or what humans are really like as a species. We're fucking predators. There's nothing on this whole planet we can't, won't, and haven't killed and eaten at some point. Some folks would argue we don't have to. Julian shrugged. I've got no beef with vegetarians or vegans, he said, amicably. Their diet's none of my business. But even if we stop farming livestock tomorrow, we still have to cull the beavers. May as well do it humanely and eat them afterwards. Kevin chuckled. You're a talkative guy when you open up. Julian laughed with him. Our lady went full Tom Hanks on Nightmare. Didn't paint a face on a volleyball, but I sure as hell talked to myself a lot. The nice thing about talking to yourself is nobody interrupts you. Julian chuckled some more. Yeah, you're all right, he declared. Glad one of the three of you thinks so. Well, provoking you into punching you in the face didn't exactly endear you to us, Julian stretched.
I really didn't mean to. I get that. Hell, first thing she ever did to me was brandish a knife at me. He grinned at Kevin's concerned frown. My fault for sneaking up on her. So she brandished a knife at you for sneaking up on her? Broke my nose for saying the wrong things? Shit. What does she do to a man who actually hurts her? Breaks his ribs, knocks him out, and then throws him out of an airlock, Julian replied promptly. Seeing Kevin's expression, he raised a reassuring hand into a river. She's not a murderer, he lived. And in fairness to her, it was Kirk who cut the bastard's arm off. Kirk? What? My Kirk? He is his Kirk, but yeah. Remember that prosthetic of his? There's a fusion blade hidden in there. And Zane had it fucking coming. It's a long story. Damn. Kirk went up against a human and won. Dude, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't want to go up against Kirk myself. Sure, he's an ET, but there's a sharp-ass brain in there that thinks like 20 steps ahead of... Oh, they're back. They? Kevin asked, as Julian kicked his legs out and stood up eagerly. There was a snapping noise, and he cursed, sitting back down and examining his prosthetic foot. You okay? Fucking first meta-rassel's gone again. Julian made a resigned noise through his nose, and started unhooking and peeling back layers of synthetic myomere. If the composite bones of his foot hadn't been carbon black, wrapped in obviously artificial white muscles and tendons, then the view of his foot flayed open would have been an obscene one. He dug around inside with one of his smaller knives to scrape out the dried adhesive from a previous repair, and dug a small tube of superglue out of his pocket. Simple fix, Kevin noted. I've had a lot of practice, Julian grumbled. Can't you get a better one? Not one that feels and behaves just like a real foot and weighs the same. There we go. Julian sat back and rested his ankle on the opposite knee. The door squeaked loudly, and Zhu Chang stepped through it, with a large bag over her shoulder, and Allison behind her wearing a mischievous grin. Ah! Kevin cleared his throat and stood up. Miss Chang. Mr. Jenkins. She put the bag down warily. How's the nose? Healing. Good. That's... good. Kevin became acutely aware that Allison and Julian were showing an increasingly amused expression, as he and Zhu both stood there in awkward silence. He manned up. Look, for what it's worth... She spoke at the exact same time. I feel like maybe I... No, after... if you're... Well, if... Allison shook her head and rubbed her eyebrows. There was a smile pushing at her cheekbones. Mr. Jenkins first, she instructed. Kevin sighed. I went about this whole thing wrong, he said. I should have just been professional with you instead of trying to sympathize and digging up painful stuff. I'm sorry. Zhu nodded. And I should have kept my cool and not punched you, she replied. I'm sorry too. Apologies accepted? Allison asked. Behind Kevin, Julian started reattaching the synthetic muscles of his foot to their frame. Both Kevin and Zhu nodded and shook hands. Friends? Not yet, Kevin decided. I came here to do business, and you're right. We should keep it that way. I think us abductees and friends of Kirk should stick together, Julian suggested. Sure, but best for everybody right now if I just be the dude in the suit, Kevin nodded. Yup, Allison agreed. She gestured to the table. We brought pizza. Sit down and... She smiled. Let's talk business. Date point. 10th year. 4th month. 1st week. 1st day. AV. Starship, Negotiable Curiosity. Planet Perfection, The Cradle Worlds. Bedu. At last, civilization. Food. Krog made an irritated cooing sound. Sir, if you could please tear yourself away from the window for a moment and go run a diagnostic and engine free, it would be a shame to have to come all this way only to explode on final approach thanks to an uncontrolled fluctuation. Bedu frowned and checked his console as their obese Vustuk technician croaked an alarm and galloped astern. That, he accused her, was a lie. What was? Mrukru asked. She gave no indication of aborting their approach. There is no fluctuation, Bedu observed. I never said that there was, she replied, not turning in her seat. But it would be a shame. Bedu mentally chastised himself. Like Husruk, he had become overexcited at the prospect of finally getting out of the ship, for the first time in far too long. Unlike Husruk, he was not ignorant of the subtle game that he and Rufro played, at Husruk's expense, using carefully ambiguous phrasing to slip veiled insults and farcically unnecessary errands past him via his near-terminal case of stupidity. To have one such joke slip past his own critical faculties was vexsome.
Rurifro was troublingly intelligent, and there was never a fact calculated to leave a courty shipmaster feeling well at ease. She was, however, an exceptional pilot, and thoroughly worth the irritation. Husuk was less worth the irritation, though he performed his tasks with a commendable diligence. "How soon until we land?" he asked. "Half a re ago." "Say again?" "We've been on solid concrete for half a re. Not a bad landing, if I say so myself." "I must agree," Bedu forced himself to concede. "I hardly felt it." Rumpler pursed some quiet Krumplu laughter, which he took as his cue to stand, wriggle slightly to settle his travel-stiffened joints, and patter round to the top of the ship's exit ramp, which was directly behind the flight deck. Perfection had been named by Corti, and by Corti standards it absolutely was perfect. The finest locale architects had been tasked with planning the system's capital city, according to scrupulous and elegant mathematical principles laid out by the Directorate, and its balmy Class 3 climate and lucrative coordinates at a crossroads for the fourth largest, wealthiest, and most influential members of the Dominion Council: the Directorate, the Domain, the Gunvran Confederacy, and the Krumplu Grand Houses, had made it prosperous beyond compare. Their landing site, alas, was not among the gleaming spires and delicate, ultra-tensile steel edifices of the upper city, but was one of dozens that dotted the sides of the great megastructure of the mid-level city. Ground level was still a good 200 meters below them, and some of the very highest penthouses were as much as 2 kilometers above. He took a moment to admire the sheer architectural grandeur of it, then sent a message to the address he'd been given by their employer. The message was a terse one, explaining only that, while the primary objective was not met, there was mitigating data to explain why. There was a thump as Mulfil came down the ramp, then reared onto her hind feet and, reaching up to hold onto the negotiable Curiosity's nose for balance, stretched out to reach her full and impressive height. Krumplu were deceptively large. When they were on all fours, which was most of the time, they were only as high as the shoulder of a tall Gaulian, and that meant that sometimes their real size could be overlooked. They were long-limbed, covered in curly chocolate fur with a long tail that was usually held coiled between their legs, and there was nothing in the way of a neck. Rumpur was apparently rather plain and masculine by her species standards, though Bedu would have been hard-pressed to know his pilot from a stunning exemplar of a Krumplu femininity. She had a single large brown eye riding high above a wide and flat mouth, with 2 more eyes further round the sides of her head for peripheral vision. This arrangement provided her with 2 zones of narrow binocular vision, and as a result, when working on something that required her fine attention, she had to turn her head away from it and squint. As she reared up, Rumpur's tail unfolded to its full length, held rigid behind her for counterbalance. Standing upright like that, she was taller than even Aquinas, or a but that height was all limbs. Next to that extraordinary length, her body was almost comically short and cake-shaped. She took a huge breath and produced a different kind of purring noise, signifying delight and relief. Fresh air. "Don't you have post-flight checks to run?" Bedu chided her. "Bedu, your conviction that you are the only competent being in the galaxy is showing again," she retorted, dropping back down onto the 3 strong and stubby fingers that bore her weight on her forefeet, and tucking the each hand's 2 delicate opposable digits safely out of the way. "I did them already." "So quickly?" "The ship can run multiple diagnostics at once, you know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe I'm due some shore leave. I assume I'm being paid?" "What kind of a negligent employer do you take me for?" Bedu asked, instructing his implants to transfer the funds. "Bedu, nobody could ever accuse you of accidental negligence." Mumflu shook herself in an entirely too smug way, and headed for the elevator. "Oh, thank Hustuk for me, would you? You can stop checking the engine for fluctuations now." Bedu permitted himself a moment of amusement, then settled back into the more orthodox courty frame of mind of irritation. "Hustuk," he called, "we are down safely, you can relax now." "But I have not found the fluctuation, Bedu," the technician objected. "It can wait," Bedu promised. Hustuk's memory was shoddy anyway from all the cuckoo he spoke. In a few hours he'd have completely forgotten the imaginary emergency. He wired the Hustuk his payment. Like Brufru, it's no fun to play games with him. "Come along." "Where are we going, Bedu?" Hustuk asked him. Behind him the ship sensed the departure of its master and locked itself up. "We are going," Bedu said, "to see a contact." Date point: 10th year, 4th month, 1st week, 1st day AV.
North Clearwater County, Minnesota, USA, Earth. Kevin Jenkins. So, the deal on the table as it stands is this. The Baron Group is offering the three of you employment as crew aboard our next extrasolar exploration vessel. You'll be looking at a 2-year contract, 6 months of training and then 18 months of mission time, with a possibility of renewal or transfer to a different post inside the group, after the ship's mission is complete. Naturally, this all comes with sponsoring any work visas, citizenship applications, whatever. In addition to payment and employee benefits, the group is offering to pay all expenses and provide legal expertise to help you through the dispute over this house and land, and, if that dispute is resolved in your favour, to install a caretaker who will tend to the property in your absence. Kevin pushed the 2 copies he'd prepared of the agreement across the table, along with his own copy for Zhu. He'd memorised it in any case. What happens if you don't win? Julian asked. Whatever happens, you won't be paying a cent. If we can, we'll see what we can do about bringing all the people who wind up sharing the property around the table to sell it back to you. Though it'll be up to you to negotiate a price and sort out your finances. If you look at the salaries you'll be receiving, however... All 3 of them flipped through and found it. Zhu's jaw dropped. Ellison arched an eyebrow, and both of Julian's eyebrows migrated north and hid under his fringe. I think you'll agree you shouldn't have trouble there. This is very generous, Ellison mused. What's the catch? There are a couple, Kevin admitted. First catch is it's dangerous work. Half the crews we sent out never came back. Now the 3 of you have already been out there and come back. You know how it works out there. You've got the skills and experience. And the ships we're making now are way better than the first generation. He paused and shrugged slightly. But there ain't no such thing as safe. The 3 of them exchanged a medley of expressions. Alison pursed her lips thoughtfully. Zhu looked tense and pale, and Julian just nodded, as if that was self-evident. Second catch is we like to examine Julian's foot and see if we can't put it to good use for folks down here on Earth. Even if it does break now and then, it's a long way ahead of where we're at right now. Julian nodded. Doesn't sound like much of a catch to me, he said. Third catch is you'd all be under non-disclosure agreements, and would have access to some sensitive information. I can't go into details right now, but you would absolutely need to keep secrets. For the rest of your lives, most likely. Fourth catch is no implants, Alison guessed correctly. Kevin frowned at her. Well, yeah, he said, adding an unspoken question just with his tone of voice. She sat back and folded her arms. Let's just say Julian and I know that not having implants really isn't a catch. Inwardly, Kevin made a note to pass that observation along to Darcy first chance he got. Miss Chang? He asked. She looked up from reading through the agreement, as if surprised to be spoken to. Well, having things in my brain never seemed like a great idea anyway, so... Sure, no problem, she ventured. Okay, we can go into the details later, Kevin declared. That's it for catches. On to the perks. First perk, training. Honing your existing skills and giving you a solid grounding in any other skills that the mission might need. Right now we're envisioning it'll be just the 3 of you aboard this thing, though that might change. Creature of Habit was 8 people. Reclamation was just 4. Among other things, correct me if I'm wrong, but none of you know how to actually fly a spaceship, do you? They all shook their heads. Well, one of you's going to learn. I suggest Miss Chang. Hey, I've not agreed to this, Zhu objected, holding up both hands in a warning gesture. If you agree to it. Kevin corrected himself. Sorry, but you get the idea. Second perk is full medical and dental, plus a bereavement fund for your loved ones or charity of choice. Third perk, you get to name any and all stars, planets, moons, continents, oceans, species, and so on that you discover. If it's not already in the database, you get to name it, though we'd take it as a kindness if you didn't name them directly after yourselves. Like what? The continent of Alisonia? Julian asked. Planet Chang? SS City Island? That kind of thing, yeah, Kevin agreed. Word got back to us a while back about a mining colony run by a human who called the place Cultopia. Guess what his name was? That's just sad, Zhu opined. Even though, Planet Chang has a nice ring to it. Way I hear it, every other name ever given to the place was along the same lines, Kevin shrugged. Like I said, you get to name them. All we ask is, if you do decide to immortalize your names, you do it subtle-like. And what exactly would our duties and responsibilities be? Alison asked. Explore strange worlds, seek out new life and civilizations, boldly go where no one has gone before, Kevin suggested. Be serious, she chided. I am,
Kevin told her. "You'll be an exploration vessel. Now, admittedly, your mission is a private one, surveying for resources and opportunities that the Baron Group can one day turn a profit on. So there's none of that space hippie bettering ourselves bullshit here. But, yeah, that's the shape of it. We're most interested in useful biological samples from other Deathworlds, especially antibiotics, but anything, really. Spices, oil, useful cultivars we could experiment with on some breen. Precious metals? Julian suggested. Nah. The Hephaestus LLC have the metals market to themselves for now, Kevin said. Asteroid mining is just way better than digging shit up on a planet, and the soulbird is going to last them forever. Still, the survey data can't hurt. Might be one day they get split up by competition laws and we'll be able to sell them charts for other systems. Who knows? Be nice if we could set up a diamond mine on a nice Class 10 somewhere, though. Kill off the slave trade, That's a big dream, Shu said. The Gaians have only got 2 colonies and they've had warp drives for nearly 100 years. No disrespect to your friends, miss, but it could be we've got motivation and drive that they lack, Kevin suggested. Ha! She beamed. You've obviously never met a Gaian. Kevin bowed his head and spread his hands. I defer to your superior knowledge on that subject, he said. So, there's a lot more to discuss, but that should give you a good idea of what kind of a fine mess you'll be getting into. You in? Julian and Allison both opened their mouths to reply, but Zhu got there first. Not yet, she said. There's things we need to talk over first. Us three. She circled her finger to indicate Allison, Julian and herself. Yeah, don't just put us on the spot like that, Allison agreed. Julian nodded with her. I already spent about 4 days longer on this than I planned for, Kevin complained. This trip's getting expensive and my boss is asking for an answer. Whatever that answer is. I appreciate this is a big decision, but every day it's not made is a day that $1 billion of infrastructure ain't doing shit, because it's waiting for you. You'll have your answer tomorrow, Zhu asserted. Kevin knew better than to argue with her by now. Exhaling, he stood up and gathered his things. Tomorrow then. Please. Zhu stood up and offered her hand, which he shook. I promise, she said. Julian Nessa City. There were starlings dancing in front of the sunset. They bowled and surged, gossiping among themselves as they played away the time until the light died and they could, as one, vanish into the branches and rest. For now they shied away from Jenkins's car, and the cone of dust it left behind as it vanished down the dirt path. And Julian listened until even the distant whisper of his motor and wheels were inaudible, and all there was to hear was crows skewing in the woods, a morning dove, and crickets settling in for the evening. It was a peaceful moment that he punctuated with a deep cleansing breath before turning towards the woodpile. The wood wasn't quite ready yet, but it would burn if he built the fire properly. Building a fire with green wood was a skill that had kept him from freezing to death on Nightmare, especially after his first running with go-to-hell tree firewood. The fire was about ready to light when he heard the screen door squeal, for the umpteenth time he reminded himself to oil that spring, and Allison smiled at him as she padded barefoot down the concrete steps, in short denim and one of his plaid shirts. They greeted each other with a kiss. How are we doing? Julian asked. Pretty good, Allison smiled, and sat down on the log next to the fire pit. Though he's right. I'd rather have said yes or no today, you know. Julian agreed. He fished his fire striker out of a pocket and stooped. I guess whatever Zhu wants to talk about, it must be kind of important. Long years of practice meant that he had the tinder going first time, and he carefully caged it in thin kindling, then thick kindling, then finally a tent of split firewood. One well-aimed breath into the glowing heart later, and he had a lit fire. Allison smiled at him. You're good at that. I have my uses. He stood up. What's she up to now? I pointed her to the spare room, but if she's got any sense, she's using up all the hot water right now. Allison chuckled. Because if she doesn't, I will. This place has a good showerhead. Please. You think I said for a bad one? I know the value of a good showerhead, Julian beamed. Allison laughed again and gestured to the fire. How long before we can cook on it? When the first logs are mostly ash, Julian said. About 20 minutes. You don't rush a good fire. You learned that from your grandpa? And a whole lot more. He teach you how to get a lady a beer? Julian chuckled. Yes, ma'am. She wrinkled her nose at him again. Good boy. Grinning to himself, Julian hid the fridge in the garage. Grandpa had been partial to Leinenkugels, and there were still a dozen bottles in the garage fridge, about the only things that hadn't spoiled, in the 3 years it had been unpowered. He grabbed 2, used a bottle opener magnet to decap them, ducked onto the canoe hanging from the ceiling, and returned to Allison, who had drawn her knees and arms towards her core and was fidgeting. He handed over one of the beers and sat next to her. "You called?" "Kinda." "That I can fix." He scooted closer and slipped his left arm around her waist. She made a happy noise and snuggled into his side. "Better?" "Better." "Good. Good." She sipped her beer and turned to look up at him. "Are you okay?" "Just... hey, Al, I've got a kind of a confession. Something I need you to hear me out on and, well..." "Hey," she kissed him. "You're telling me? That already means a lot, so... what's up?" "It's about, you, and... not what happened today. Something else." There was no way he imagined the way Allison went a little stiff under his arm. "What about her?" she managed, completely failing at false nonchalance. "She's, I'm pretty sure she's got a crush on me," Julian said. "Like, a big crush." "Oh, yeah, she does," Allison agreed, relaxing again. "And... oh, you feel the same way, don't you?" Yeah," Julian swallowed. "Yeah, I do. Sorry. I figured I'd better get that out there, so..." Allison kissed him, gently. "I ain't mad," she promised. Since we're being real, I kinda have a crush on her too." Julian's brain drew a blank on that one, and his face followed suit. He simply hadn't considered that possibility. He began. He tried again. "But, you..." Allison giggled and kissed him again. "See, it's okay. You did good. You were honest with me, I was honest with you. No fight." Okay. But run that bit by me again, where you have a crush on you," he checked. "Yeah, yeah." "When you say you have a crush on you..." "I mean..." Allison took a giant slug of beer and set the bottle down. "I mean, I guess I'm a little bit in love with her." Zhu Chang. Zhu's breath caught in her throat, and her hand stopped an inch from the screen door's handle. "Isn't that what crush means?" Allison asked. "She's gorgeous. I like her a lot. Hell, I flirt with her, and she's flirted back, and my heart just starts going bam, 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 bam. I've got a huge crush on her. Isn't that what you mean when you say you've got a crush on her too?" "Well, yeah, but I mean, aren't you straight?" Julian asked. Neither he nor Allison had noticed Zhu moving around in the house. "Hey, if you're surprised, imagine how I feel," Allison laughed, and touched desperately, and ran a hand through her hair before shrugging. "But there it is. Yeah." Very carefully, Zhu stepped back from the screen door and listened, not daring to make a noise. Allison seemed to gather her thoughts. "I'm kind of the jealous type, you know? Like, I got what's mine, and that includes... well, you. But I kind of shared you with her, didn't I?" "Only kinda. You enjoyed it," Julian observed. "You had a great time, right?" "Yeah, and so did you." "Yeah, you know how I get off on it," he agreed. "But I'm not the jealous type." "Right. But you're right. I enjoyed it. Hell, it was my idea." She picked up her beer, swallowed it thoughtfully, then drained the last of it. Julian was barely halfway through his. The fire snapped and threw a handful of fire dust skywards. All 3 of them watched it fade. "So you're comfortable with her in a way you're not comfortable with anyone else?" Julian summarized. "Not quite. I'm comfortable with her the exact same way I'm comfortable with you. I mean..." She gesticulated helplessly to try and help her think. Julian handed her what was left of his beer, which she accepted with a smile and swigged. "You think I'm hot, I think you're hot. That's what got us started on this, right? What keeps it going for me is that we're both... you're kind of a misfit, babe. You don't really belong here, just like me." "You don't think we belong here?" Julian asked. He gestured around at the idyllic darkness around them, and Allison sighed. "Right here?" she asked. "Maybe. A fire at a little place in the woods, a cold beer, throw in some weed, and it'll be perfect. But what about the rest of Earth? All the politics and the bullshit and the assholes who don't see a person. They just see an asset," Julian suggested. Allison nodded, staring into the fire. "Or an ass. Yeah, that's it. That's why I signed up with Kirk, because he was interested in people. That's why I really wanted to take this Byron offer, because I guess I get the same thing, that they're interested in us."
"Kirk still used us," Julian pointed out.
"He found uses for our skills, yeah. That's not the same thing. With him it was still personal, you know. The big white freak just... he was using me, not using me. You with me?"
"You're right," They were silent for a moment, and then Alison looked up and raised the bottle towards the brightest point of light in the sky. To Kirk. Whichever star that is, here's hoping it protects you. That's Venus, Julian pointed out, and I can't toast because you've got my drink. Alison finished it. You got more? Yes, ma'am. She smiled as she watched Alison giggle and kiss him, and mouthed, "Good boy," to herself, at the exact same time as Alison said it. He wasn't gone long. They knocked their bottles together and drank. So, misfits, Julian said, settling in beside her again after taking a second to check on the fire. You really hate Earth that much? I love Earth, it's people I struggle with, Alison corrected him. You and I are people. You're not people, it was you and Julian, it's not the same thing. Julian rubbed the back of her neck. What's the difference? You both make me feel like... You make me feel like Alison. You are Alison, Julian observed, plainly not following her. I mean you make me feel like a person, like... Alison took another giant swig of her beer. Like you value me as me, and not for what you want from me. This whole shit with this house and the lawyers and the Byron group, it's just people not giving a fuck about each other and only thinking about what they can get, using one another. That's what people do, Julian agreed. That's pretty much the whole of human civilization right there. Exactly. The aliens are no different. No, but you are and Zhu is. That means a lot to me. It's what I love about you. Both of us? I guess so. Alison finished the last of her second and a half beer. I'm still figuring that out. Whether it's... I don't know. Whether it's like a girl bromance or more like that. What would it... If it is more than that, what would that mean for us? Julian asked carefully. For you and me. Alison turned and kissed him. It was a hot kiss too. A bit needy, a bit reassuring. A whole lot of two people who were stupid with one another, expressing it. Alison's hand snaked around the back of his head and gripped his hair, while his own hand came up to her face, on her cheek, brushing her eyebrow. Ordinarily, watching a kiss like that would have made Zhu feel awkward, or that she was intruding on their privacy. Instead she felt warm inside, watching it. Happy. It was the first thing to bring a genuine smile to her face in weeks. It was beautiful. She reached a decision. She watched as they cooled down into smiles, pressing their noses and foreheads together, whispering happy reassurances that Zhu couldn't hear. They both flinched when the screen door squealed open, and Zhu stepped down out of the house. Hey, Julian managed. You found the bed okay? There's only two, Julian, Zhu told him, smiling. She could hear her own heartbeat in her chest, in her ears and in her throat, punctuating the anticipation in her stomach. She took a breath and committed. And, I love you guys too. Alison and Julian looked at each other, then back at her, then back to each other again. How much... Alison cleared her throat and started over. How much did you hear? Probably all the important bits. You're right, Zhu said. She sat down in the dirt between Julian's feet. Since I got back here, you two are the only ones who've... She trailed off, then shrugged and smiled weakly at Alison before picking up a stick and poking at the fire. I thought I'm straight too, so I'm just as weirded out there as you are, but straight or not, it doesn't really matter because I'm not ready, she told them. For anybody. You're not? No. I mean, God, I could watch you two all day, but the thought of actually doing anything just freaks me out. Maybe one day, But no, not soon anyway. She sighed, then threw the stick in the fire. I don't want you to hurt each other for me, okay? Please don't ever do that. I want you both to be happy. That's all I want from you. Alison scooted off the log to sit next to her and hugged her hard. Zhu twisted around and buried herself into the hug, glad to be there. She felt Alison kiss and stroke her hair and hold her tight, and Julian thumbed down off the log, put his arms around them both, and held them. Whatever we figure out together, he promised. All of us. Zhu shut her eyes and embraced the sense of peace they were giving her. She was, she realized, finally, truly, and at long last, home.